I'm about to shoot a thing this weekend, and then next week I'm shooting something. So we're back. It's just like very strict now, you know?
Yeah, I was listening to an interview with somebody. I can't remember, and they were saying like the cost of the covert preparation shit now is almost as much as the film budget itself.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. I'm not on that side of it, so I don't know all that, but that wouldn't surprise me.
All right, Joe Braggies, we're live. I'm filming this, and I'm going to go this, and then we're going to go to Prague, and then we're going to...
I was answering Barry's questions. It wasn't like I just showed up and was like, hey, by the way, guys.
I think I knew what you were doing.
Uh-huh.
All right, so I'm just going to I'm going to get my commercial out of the way. So Campaign Trail went live yesterday. We are funded. If you haven't already backed it, I would greatly appreciate you going and taking a look at it and backing it. The game is amazing. It's awesome. We'll be doing live streams of it repeatedly, while we're going through. And if you want to try it out yourself, you can do so at Tabletop Simulator. Just go into the workshop and search for Campaign Trail, and you'll be able to track it down. If you want me to teach it to you, just let me know. I will be happy to join you in whatever game that you have, and you can reach out to me at this, Lance at GreyFoxGames.com, or reach out to me, on any one of the many places you can find me on the intrawebs. And I'll be happy to help you with that as well. So thank you all for the people that have already backed. And if you could go back it again, that'd be amazing. As one of our weird side things that I do, I'm in charge. Shane has a miniatures company now. I'm going to try to show this guy off. This is, I literally in Fargo, there is a Golden Demon winner level painter. So we are 3D printing off our stuff. I'm just going to show off if I can get this guy to zoom in here and of course it won't focus on him. Yeah. This is an ogre, obviously.
But you guys 3D printed that? Looks good.
Yeah, this is actually just 3D printed. This isn't one of the, because Shane has his own model making machine, like a resin. There you go. He's a little sharper now. So that's just 3D printed for our mold. So look for that. Later this year. We haven't locked down an exact date, though. We think we're going to launch in November. It might be pushed back a little bit so we can get some more stuff done. Here's a cool little goblin that was painted for us.
Ooh, those look great.
Yeah. So, So, if you go to nextlevelminiatures.com right now, the landing page isn't completed, but you can enter into your email address, and you can be notified of any updates and things like that. So there. My commercial period of time is over with. I do have a couple of grievances I want to share, but I want to have an air of positivity. I know one of the guys here has a game that's just releasing.
Hey, is that me?
That's you.
Hey, that's me. You're right. Thank you for bringing that up.
Yeah, no problem, brother.
Congratulations on funding. That's great. That's exciting. So I don't want to just skip right over that, No.
It's just I'm actually I'm doing a couple of things for the campaign, so now I can tune you out and pretend I'm listening to you.
All right.
I do that. So, but you can talk about your game now if you want.
I will. I did have one question for you, just out of curiosity. Can you see on your side of things? Can you guys see how many people are playing it on TTS at all, or anything like that? You mentioned people can go there and play it.
I think we can see if people download it. So the number of people that have downloaded the thing, but I don't know if we can do a live check and see how many.
Who's crinkling the bag?
That was me.
Every time I talk, I like to, do things like that and stuff. So
fucking amateurs. It's not like we haven't been doing this 7, 8, 9 years. How fucking long has it been?
Over 5. Anyway, go. No. So tell us about Curmudgeon.
Oh yeah. So I have a game that's The retail date is November 25th. It is being published by 25th Century Games. So they have like King recently and Jurassic Parks and Space Explorers and a bunch of good games. They're definitely a newer, smaller company, but they're putting out a lot of good stuff. So I feel very grateful to be working with them. It's, as you can imagine, it's a game that's focused on funny. As, why I'm involved, obviously. It was an interesting thing. So the guy that I co-developed it with has multiple published games already. And so that was one of the kind of the ways I got back into modern board gaming is he knew that I played games and I had game nights at my house and stuff like that. And he was like, hey man, every game that I've done so far is like a family light strategy game, but I want to do, a more adult funny game. Are you interested in working on anything like that? And I was like, oh, well, I mean, I've never really thought about making a game before, but sure, like how that world works and I love games, so why not? And then we started working on it. I had no idea how long the process was gonna be when I signed up for it. You know what I mean? I was like, wow, what does it take? 6 months? We got a game out there? That'll be fun. And it's 4 years later, and I'm sure you guys have all done this sort of stuff before. But like I legitimately, after our first playtest, I almost cried. Because I was like, oh no, this sucks. Right? This is so, like, I thought this was going to be fun and it's not fun. And it took the other guy being like, no, that's the whole, like, that's everybody's first playtest is you figure out all the stuff that didn't work and you start honing in on the things that do work, So, and I'm lucky that I have like a fairly big network in Los Angeles with all like the comedians and stuff like that. So all the initial play tests were just other comedians playing it. And, they all have like a lot of ideas and a lot of creativity and stuff like that. So they gave us a bunch of great ideas. And then we started playing like, we started going to conventions. We did the playtest hall at Gen Con and we started getting like non-comedian, like, right, I didn't want it to just be fun for comedians. And I can confirm that it is fun for everybody, as long as you go into it with like a silly attitude, right? I mean, it's definitely like a social game. So yeah, that's my spiel.
That's your spiel, your play. That's a spiel. That's German for German spiel. It means play.
Yeah. I mean, do you have any questions about it?
I mean, like, I had no idea you were designing a game. How quickly did it take you to design it?
About 4 years. Yeah, I mean, it didn't. I think a lot of people are surprised that I was designing a game because I legitimately like being part of the board game community, and I didn't want it to feel like I'm like, hey guys, hey, thanks for having me. I have a game. Did you know I have a game, right? I'm here because I have a game. And I was like, no. I want to hang out with board game people and play games and stuff like that. And then also, yes, I have a game and I hope that you support it and I hope that people get it and I hope that people have fun with it. But that's not the only reason I'm here. So, I mean, I think our first meeting for it was like June 2016. So it's been a while. It's been a while for sure. I mean, some of that was, I would say it really took 2 years to design the game. And then it was a year of like pitching to a bunch of companies and all that sort of stuff. And then, then it's been a year since we signed with 25th Century Games to like just get it out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the development of it was really like 2 years of just like probably doing a play test, in those initial stages. We were doing like a play test once a month, right? So it was like, okay, we're doing this. Now we figured out all these things. We were answering all these questions. And now let's meet every week and then come up with new things and new ways to do stuff. And, how do we focus on this mechanic that's fun and get rid of this mechanic that's not fun and all that sort of stuff. And so took all that, and then all these things that I didn't know beforehand, where it's like, oh, you have to blind playtest your rule book, right? So like that was 6 months of playtesting right there, is just figuring out like, because I'm somebody that I was like, I want all of the jokes in the rule book, and then people were like, nah, you don't need that many jokes. Like I do still want to just know how to play the game, right? So then it was like, okay, well, it's still like hopefully like a amusing rule book, but it's got a lot less jokes than the first time I wrote it, because some people were just like, oh, this is too much, and it's like I don't know how to like play the game because you're just throwing jokes at me all the time in this, So, yeah.
Well, it's got to be exciting. Now you can sit back and let the millions roll in.
Yep. Yeah. Exactly. No, but I mean, there is like, obviously, I know that it's not like a huge moneymaker, that a lot of people in board games aren't doing it as like their sole source of income. But it is a thing for me. Like as an artist, one of the things I think about is how do I create passive streams of income, right? Because the only way I actively get paid is like when I'm doing a show. But if I can have
I'm not paying you.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
Well, I said when I'm doing the show, I'm like, whoa, I'm Grant. I'm not giving you anything for this.
Yeah.
Anyway,
fair.
If you do find Bigfoot for me, I would probably give you $20 American.
Yeah, I mean, I am traveling a lot, so I'm I got a chance. I got a shot at it.
Hold on, if Grant finds Bigfoot, this anomaly that nobody's proven there, you're just going to give him $20, and Grant just agreed to.
Well, and I mean, let's be fair. If he found Bigfoot, think of the lucrative. Like he could go to any paranormal show ever, do a 7-minute gig, and then sign autographs of "I found Bigfoot." He would be able to. People would be lining up around the block to pay $10 to get a picture with him.
It's a lot of infighting in the Bigfoot community.
Well, I mean,
it's them damn porcupines.
Well, yes, it is.
It's fun to watch.
Well, don't get me started on the porcupines.
It just driven a stake right through the community.
It's driven a quill through the community. I'm sorry. I'll show myself out. Anybody else got anything they want to pimp? Pete?
Have you designed a game before, Lance?
Horrible ones. Me and another person, Philip DeBerry, we've got like 2 or 3 designs that we hammer on when we find enough time to like talk and figure out. But ever since this COVID happened, we've both been so busy. We've got a couple of no, because I mean, it's like all the games that we are trying to design are these giant, massive, like 7,000 moving parts ideas that we have, and so we tend to like have a really, really good idea, and then it's just like it's so big it just kind of starts collapsing in on itself from all the weight of everything. So one day maybe, but maybe not, and that'd be fine too. So
yeah, I mean, I will say it's like, my game is like a fun party game, which is probably a little bit easier to design than like a heavy Euro game, right? Where you're like, boy, I don't have to worry about balance issues and things like that. I'm just basically being like, is this fun to play with your friends? Yes.
Well, there you go. That's probably the most important. Is it fun?
I mean, and that's the whole thing. I mean, and I will say not to give like a huge elevator pitch, but like the best thing that I heard, the reason why I feel okay like telling people to get my game and not like embarrassed by it is because of some of the things we heard in playtesting. My favorite comment that I ever heard in playtesting was, "I don't think I'm funny. This game made me feel funny." And I was like, "Oh, that's like."
It was you that said that.
Yeah,
that was it.
It's any way that I can feel funny, I'm going for it. But honestly, that made me feel very happy.
Cool.
Well, hey, I got a game I'm sitting here working on right now.
Nobody cares.
I know. I'm thinking about launching it on Kickstarter. Now, Sea Rovers, I'm hoping to launch on in 3 weeks. So I was looking at launching on election day. So now I'm thinking of pushing it off a day to Wednesday, running a 21-day campaign, ending the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. And that's Sea Rovers, all one word.
All one word.
That's right.
Serovers.
Sea
it's known.
Rovers.
And
Z
it's-
Rovers in Dutch. Z-E-E.
Is ZEE a Dutch word?
Z Rovers. You can find it on Board Game Geek.
It was that was like it was. I mean, so I'm gonna pimp his game a little bit. So for like the longest time, like Sea Rovers was like a mythical thing. It was like people talked about it. It was like it was at a couple of conventions. People played it. They were like, "This is like the best pirate game ever." It was just like this thing where it was like everybody talked about how it's like, oh, but you know, when is it going to come out? When is it going to get made? What's going to happen with it? People were just crazy about it, and then all of a sudden it was like people were talking about it's like, oh, if you can find the designer, which is Van, if you can find the designer and you give him some cash, he'll make you a handmade copy of the game in his attic, and he'll deliver it to you, and it was just like, and then he was talking about, I was like, oh yeah, he was making, and then like he had some health issues, so he stopped making it, but like as soon as he's better, he's moving his production line into the garage, and he's gonna just hand make. There was like all these stories, and then out of the blue one day, like he reached out to me, emailed me, and I was like, and Sea Rovers was on my wish list on for games on Board Game Geek forever. It was just kind of like, oh, this game looks amazing, and I was hoping, and all of a sudden he reached out. I actually remember I was at PAX Unplugged. I was still working for Tasty Minstrel Games at the time, and I was at PAX Unplugged, and I was hanging out in the God, I can't even talk. We were me and Daniel, Daniel Hadlock, president of TMG. We were hanging out in the hotel room and just sitting there and like kind of BSing and doing whatever. And all of a sudden my phone chimed. I thought it was like my wife texted me or something. It was like, I know an email, and I started reading it. I was just like, who is this? And it was just like, I kept reading it, and I said, Sea Rovers, where have I heard that before? And I started digging. I was like, all of a sudden I realized, oh my gosh, it's this game. It's this game, so that's how I met Van,
Let me tell you, because I've been working on it literally 20 years.
Wow.
I started on it in 2000. I published my first game in 97 and would do Origins and Toy Fair. And in 2000, I was at Toy Fair in New York, and I'd licensed with a French company my game. And we went to Nuremberg that year too, the Toy Fair there. And I met this guy from Hong Kong. We were talking about, what would make a cool game? What do you need? What makes, he's like saying, what makes Monopoly so good? It's the greed. But anyway, I got my wheels turned. I was like, what would be the cool vehicle for a game with, greed and combat and strategy mixed in? And so I took the historical route on pirates. So it took me forever to research it. I mean, I talked to the guy that's doing Blackbeard's ship project, the archaeology on it, David Moore, and he gave me a bunch of info on Blackbeard. As researching the history, you find a lot of inconsistency in the books because a lot of stuff's just regurgitated from earlier books. So that got me started. And about 2004, 2005, I had the first one done and did a website, and I sold print and play kits, and then I sold a deluxe that I built. And I think I sold about 100 of those of each, just through Board Game Geek and people going to my website, but it got some great feedback. And then kept refining it through a new edition, new versions. And by 2007, was still taking it to Origins, and Tom Vassell saw it and put it on the top 10 upcoming games for 2008. And at that same time, I licensed to another company out of Dallas who was connected with the biggest toy company in Australia. And at the time, they were buying up lots of licenses. They bought Hummer and the B Movie and Golden Books, and they had basically bought my line, my previous game, Moonshot, and Sea Rovers. Well, then at the same time, 2008 rolls around and the economy tanks, they kind of go under. And then in September, my wife and I both were diagnosed with cancer. So that sidetracked me for years. And so just now, over the last couple of years, been getting back on track. Spent the last 2 years refining Sea Rovers and redoing all the artwork and everything. So finally excited to get it out there. So that's where it's at.
That's awesome, man.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate it.
Yeah.
I didn't realize you and your wife had cancer at the same time.
Yeah, man, it sucked. It was
Yeah, I'm sure it did.
our surgery was a week apart, and
Wow.
at that time it was like 40, 60. I'd be around in 5 years. So that was 12 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I think people like ask like, what's the trick, when it comes to any of this stuff, and I think perseverance, right?
Oh yeah.
I
Man,
mean,
when my first game, gosh, I self-published 5,000 in 97. And,
Wow.
the internet wasn't a factor. Now, I come from an ad agency background, so I did print ads in like Astronomy Magazine, Air and Space, Games Magazine, started doing the shows. And I sold out those 5,000 by 2000. And it was a Game of the Year in Games Magazine. So that kind of got things going. But I learned quick that, if I'd had multiple products, I would have been in good shape, because all the places I was in, National Geographic, Smithsonian, all those places would have bought more and more product, especially
yeah.
at different price points. And I've got other games I developed back then too, simpler games and stuff with historical. So hopefully those will come to fruition.
With this one that you've been working on for like 15 years, you said you kind of took a break from it, working on it in 2008. How much of it has changed since that version in 2000?
Quite a bit, because I've always followed games real close. I'm Board Game Geek. I watch trends. I watch new games, new mechanics come along. I didn't really change it a lot, but I did refine a lot of things. I added a Volvel that actually will calculate the wind modifier for you, and it's a hex-based map, and I'm using 6 wind points instead of 8. And that, just solving that, took me, that was such a hurdle to get over, was trying to figure out how to, because sailing is like such an important part of a pirate's life, and hardly any pirate games use a hex map in sailing. Richard Berg's Blackbeard was one of my big influences, and I got to be good friends with him by doing this game. We traded games, and I was in on the playtest team on the GMT version of Blackbeard. And I think if you've ever played that, the cards were kind of, he had a copy of my Sea Rovers, one of the early copies, and I think the cards were kind of drawn from what I was kind of doing, but wasn't executed very well. Yeah, what was your question again, Gary? I got
I think you answered it.
Okay.
Don't let Grandpa talk. He'll
Hey,
never
talk much.
stop.
Let me get rolling then.
And he literally has a pipe. So
All right, can I share my grievance?
Yes.
All right. Well, actually, I have several. So, but I'll start with the one that's actually like board game related. So another one of the old school online game stores that was around when I first really got into board games. They're shutting down, and that would be Game Surplus. GameSurplus.com. Spiel über Spielen. So that was so Game Surplus was like, for the longest time, it was owned by this guy named Thor, and he always had like crazy good deals on games. He was the first person to, when Mayfair instituted their maximum discount was 10% on games, or 20% on games, or I don't know what I remember what it was. He found a way to work around that by saying like, if you ordered a Mayfair game, he would just give you free shipping on the rest of the order. And it's just so and then he ran it forever. It was one of those things where he just, like, if you ever sent him the only place I liked ordering more for that it was Boulder Games. Boulder Games was like probably the better one, because Boulder Games, he'd send you candy. He put candy in every single one of the packages, like little like suckers or like like what are those like hard candy like in sour apples, like the best one?
Jolly Rancher.
Yeah, you would throw Jolly Ranchers in every single one, and just like there'd be a little Ziploc bag full of like 4 or 5 pieces of candy. That was Jim at Boulder Games. But anyway, so no, so Game Surplus, and then Thor sold the company to somebody named Velma, who and then she managed to run it just as well, if not even better, than Thor did. And then Velma eventually sold relatively shortly after, after a year or two, sold it to somebody else, and I don't even know who it is anymore with the third person. But I remember to get a Game Surplus mug. Basically, it was at the whim of Thor. After he would decide after you'd had certain number of orders or some of the things, and so it was kind of like it was a running thing on Board Game Geek. And people would just post a picture of their mug and they'd say, "I got mine," and you couldn't ask for it. You couldn't ask for the mug. It was a
rite of passage.
It was like you just had to wait patiently for him to put the mug in the package that he sent.
You trying to tell me there was a secret society?
Yeah, basically there was.
Yeah.
And when Thor sold the company, I was a little worried. I was like, I'm not going to get my mug. I never got my mug. I mean, and I was waiting patiently, for my opportunity to get my mug, and I thought I'm not going to get it, right? And when he said he made the post, I'm selling the company to Velma, he actually emailed me personally and he said, "I bet you're worried you're not going to get your mug now." And this is a day later. I was like, I'm not going to get my mug. I actually mentioned to my wife, I'm not going to get my Game Surplus mug. I'm pissed. And he said, "I have told Velma that the very next order you place, to make sure," he said, "I was saving one for you and I was waiting for your next order, but I told Velma that she has to include the mug in your next order." And I was like, "Oh, that's awesome." And then, so yeah, I placed an order the next day, because I knew I was going to get a mug with it. So I treasure my Game Surplus mug. You'll never be able to get them again. It really was the little game store. They were.
When are we talking? When were they? When were you? Is this 90s or?
I mean, this is when I got into the hobby, so it'd be 12, 13 years ago.
Okay.
So, and it was they probably existed before that too, for all I know. But yeah, so, and they are running, if you go to their website, they do have some stuff left. I actually put one last order in. Their stock is, running low, obviously. They're removing stuff, after it sells out. So it's so they're going, but it's I think it's I forget what the code is. If you search their Twitter, you can find their code. They're offering another an extra 25% off on your order, whatever you order from them. So get your order in while you can if you want to get something from them. But sadly, yes, it looks like 2020 has claimed another.
Yeah.
And I'll shake my fist at the sky over it.
Do you know if it was pandemic 2020 related? Why they're closed?
I mean, they haven't really said anything. And to be fair, and this is nothing against them personally. To be fair, I think that it wasn't the same. I mean, I don't think they had bad customer service by any means, but I think that the home cooking, so to speak, if you will, of the people running it, they definitely lost the home cooking feel. With both Velma and Thor, it felt like it was your friendly local game store, but online. You could email them, they'd email you back within 5-10 minutes almost every single time. Just a really good game store that sadly it's the game store is just it's part of the past now, man. I mean, the online game store, even cool stuff barely carries board games anymore. Miniature market's holding on, And they're kind of like, other than Amazon, Miniature Market is the place where people go, to get their board games now. Cool
I
stuff
used to
still
use Thought Hammer
hits them, but
a
yeah.
lot.
What?
Thought Hammer. Do you remember Thought Hammer?
Yep, I remember Thought Hammer. They used to on a regular basis. Thought Hammer would do, back when there wasn't a contest every like 2 days on Board Game Geek. When contests were rare, Thought Hammer would regularly give away, we're giving away $3 $50 gift cards for Thought Hammer, and it was like, so I remember, and I remember entering, and that's the only thing I've ever won, via the BGG contest. Other than the no, I won't go there. I won't tell that story again. That just makes me angry when I think about it. So no, it was like this company, like a company asked me to do a video for a game that was in Kickstarter. So I did a video for their game in Kickstarter, and they said, we'll give you an all-in pledge, for this game full of tons of minis. Just do this video. And I was like, fine, cool, I'll do the video. So I did the video, and I was like, awesome, I'm gonna get this. And then and then they had a contest, and I entered the contest, and I won that one as well. And I was like, hey, this is cool. Remember, you said you're going to send me that. So that'd be a really good gift I could give somebody. And they're like, yeah, we're only going to send you one. You
won the contest because you were part of the secret mug society.
Maybe, but to this day, that still chaps my ass that they promised me an all in. And then when I won, they were like, yeah, we're just going to send you one. And I was like, okay, so are you just sending me the one for the one I won in the contest? Or are you sending me the one because I did the work for you? And then they didn't respond. And I was like, because either way, that I have a bone to pick with you. Because one, then you got to go to Board Game Geek and you got to give away another copy of it. Or you have, I was just, see, you got me thinking about it. Now I'm angry. So, but anyway, there. In Lance, did you mention your favorite solo games? Maybe others, sure, in just a moment. But I have another grievance that I want to make sure that I get out. So, I in one day I got food from 2 separate places, and in both places I got horrible service. It was like crazy. It's like it's like, and not nearly, I mean, in a way almost as bad as Peter's Cracker Barrel moment.
Screw Cracker Barrel.
Yes.
Screw Cracker Barrel.
So like,
no, not Cracker Barrel. Cheesecake Factory.
Cheesecake Factory. That's right. Sorry to Cracker Barrel.
Cracker Barrel is awesome. I'm, go to Cracker Barrel.
Send us gift cards, please, Cracker Barrel. Anyway, so I had a situation where I was like, hey, I'll go get food for the family. And I went to, and like I've always said, if COVID ever goes away, we will have like an Alaboomer convention, right? In the Fargo Moorhead area. I'll figure out a way to do it. We'll find a weekend or a week or whatever. And we'll have people come in and we'll just have a good time. A gathering of boomers or whatever. But one of there's all these really good restaurants in Fargo Moorhead that are going, and one of the places we'll go is Grand Junction Subway sandwiches, and because they make just fantastic subs. And
I'm
so
out.
like you're out. Okay.
They call it a fucking sub. I'm out. It's a hoagie.
It's whatever. You don't know.
Not a sub. It's not a hero.
Oh God! You know what? You can you can just stay home, grump ass. But
I
anyway,
will.
Oh,
Enjoy
good.
my hoagie.
I'm glad. I'm glad. It's an actual sandwich. They actually grill it up, and it isn't a cold sandwich. It's a hot sandwich. And anyway, so they I would like to say that the Subway Sandwich Company would like to disagree with you. I don't know, maybe you heard of them. Billions of dollars, but anyway. So
For shit sandwiches.
yeah. Oh, if you were hungry, you wouldn't eat one. Anyway,
Nah,
so my
I
point
haven't.
is that I go in there and it's like I pay for my food. And the thing is that my son doesn't eat sandwiches normally, so they actually make a really good chicken chicken strip there. So like he gets a chicken strip meal. So I got him a chicken strip meal and got sandwiches and everything. And then my daughter all of a sudden she's like, yeah, I want chicken strips too. So I got 2 chicken strip meals, and my wife and I got our sandwiches that we normally get, and they have really really good French fries there. So I go over and I get ordered like a number. It was order number 77, and I was like, cool. And I walk over, and there's and everybody's kind of like standing because nobody can eat inside the restaurant because of COVID. Everybody's got their mask on. Everybody's staying 6 feet away from each other. And I'm sitting there, and they're like, and this lady comes up and she's like 72, and I was like, all right, whatever, and I'm just sitting there watching, and I'm like, and I'm not really paying attention. I'm kind of listening to a podcast in my ears. I'm just kind of sitting there, and and like each meal gets a drink. So I got a drink tray, and I filled up everybody's drinks, and I had the little tray in my hand, and I'm sitting there and I'm waiting, and then I'm like not really paying attention, and then like I see another person go get their food, and I see another person go get their food, and I see another person go get their food. So I'm like, boop, I better take off one of these headphones and just listen for the numbers, because pretty soon they're going to call my number, or so I would have thought. And I was sitting there, and then it was like I heard him say 78, and I was like, all right, well, I had a big order, whatever, it's fine, it's whatever, we'll deal with it. And then it was like 79, and I was like, all right. And then I see and then 80, and 80 was like a person that had come in after I had actually ordered and got my drinks, and this was standing, like somebody had come in and put their order in, and they got their food before me. And I was kind of like, what is going on? And like it was 81, and then it was like 82. And then I see like the person that like runs the place, this lady, and she kind of looks at me, and like she sees me, and I'm like looking at her, and then like she turns and she looks at like the person next to her, and she's like saying something to that person, and that person's saying something to her, and they're too far away. You can tell they're kind of like, like talking like, they're kind of like, and because she's noticed, she's like, why is he still here? He's been inside the building for like, damn near 20 minutes. Why is he still standing here? And then it was like 84, and it was 85, and I'm just like, what the hell? And so then she kind of looks over, and it's like one of those things where you can kind of tell she's like trying to decide, does she come out and talk to me, or does she just let me stew, And so eventually she comes out and she's like, hey. And I was like, hey. And she's like, so we never put the chicken strips down for your order. So that's why you're still waiting. And I was like, well, it doesn't take long to cook chicken strips. Can you just, well, she's like, they take really long because they're frozen. And I was like, well, I was like, that's BS. Cause I worked in a bar where you make chicken strips and fries and crap like that all the time. So I'm like, it doesn't take that long, but whatever. I don't care. It's just I mean, I've been here standing around in your restaurant for a half hour, and and my sandwiches are done and they're getting cold. I'm just like, whatever. I mean, it's still, I just want the food. I want to get out of here. So then she brings out the food to me, and she's like, I'm sorry, which perfect. She handled it well. I'm really sorry. I was like, okay. She hands me one chocolate chip cookie. She's like, I'm really sorry, you have a chocolate chip cookie. And I was just like, whatever. I mean, you didn't have to give me anything. You gave me a cookie. I guess that's nice of you. Whatever. So I drive home. I'm getting texts like, why is it taking so long? It's just like, I'll tell you when I get home, that kind of thing. And I get home, and we take out all the food, and they didn't give us any of our fries. I was just like, it's like one of the reasons you go here is for that. So I call the place up, and I'm like, yeah, so normally it's like stuff takes a long time. No big deal. I understand. I worked in a restaurant, but you didn't even give us like each sandwich comes with fries. Like the stuff all comes with fries, and the fries are really good. They're fresh cut fries. They have their own seasoning. They taste amazing. And you're just like, and I was just like, you look forward to eating them, right? And I was just like, and then the lady's like, I am so sorry. I mean, she's like, we made one of our employees come into work today or else we were going to fire him. He was trying to say that he was sick and that he couldn't come in. And I said, what? It's like, yeah, he said he was sick, but we made him come in and work anyway. So he's been purposely screwing up the orders all day to get us to let him go home, but we won't let him go home. I was just like,
I mean, that's kind of a boss move. So
I was like, whoa. I was like, time out. One, what if he's really sick and he's cooking the food for us?
Yeah.
And
Typhoid
two,
Mary.
yeah, and two, I'm like,
What restaurant
I'm
is
like,
this so I don't go there?
it's like a local sub shop here
Oh.
in town, so you'll never. And two, I was like, just fire his ass. Just
Yeah.
be like, I was like, just
Must be
say,
really
yeah.
hard to find good help
Well,
in the sub world.
so the
I mean,
problem,
You know, they are artists as subs.
so the
Sandwich
problem,
artists.
the problem is that like the Fargo-Moorhead area, we have like 1% unemployment. Like nobody can find people to work for them.
Got
Like,
all that oil,
Well,
baby.
that's why. That's why I didn't fire him.
well, no. So it's like,
You know how long it took to fill that position? I mean, come on.
yeah, it did. It like to find somebody that's willing to come in and work, it's
Yeah.
next to impossible. So, and if you fire them,
Shocking.
they're just like, yeah, I'll go over to, whatever, Joe's Subs. I'll have a job tomorrow. See you later, pal.
Also, I think one of the morals of this story is don't be a dad like Lance and wait for 10 numbers to go by before you say something.
So,
Or
Well,
check
you
your order
ordered
before you
together.
leave and get your fries.
Yeah.
We were
It's-
traveling to Florida. Are you got more to tell?
no,
or-
I got one more. It's called Minnesota Nights. No, so later that night, this was on Friday, last Friday. Later that night, my son, who had turned 9 on Wednesday, a week ago today, he turned 9. He had his 2 best friends in the whole wide world come over to the house, and so it's like, okay, I'm gonna go get you guys pizza. So I was like, and they all like, and the one kid, he doesn't like pizza, but he likes cheese sticks and breadsticks. I was like, perfect. My son likes Little Caesars. We're down to like unemployment. There's so few jobs or so few people for jobs. We used to have like 5 Little Caesars in town. We're down to 1. Like the guy who runs the franchise basically had to condense all of his employees to 1 Little Caesars because he can't keep the other ones open. So I drive over to Little Caesars. There's like 4 cars ahead of me. I was like, no big deal, whatever. Let's just go through the drive-thru because you can't walk in, which good, fine, whatever. I'm waiting. I finally get to the window. Guy comes to the window. Like I haven't even said anything to him because their drive-through speaker doesn't work or they just turn it off, right? And you have to order at the window. He comes up to the window. I'm like this to order. He's like, we don't have any breadsticks. We don't have any cheese sticks. We don't have any wings. What do you want?
Stop
Like-
hassling me.
I was like, I'll see you later. So I said, I just drove
You
away.
were preemptive. He was like, everybody's giving me shit and it's not my fault. So this is what we got. Do you want it? Then get out of here.
Basically. So there's one other place in town. It's like there's this chain of like basically gas stations / convenience stores / pizza places. It sounds weird, but they actually have pretty decent pizza. It's not the best in the world. It's not the worst in the world, but it's pretty decent. It's just this Casey's Pizza is what it's called. And so I was like, all right, I'm just gonna order. I can go on their app. There's 27 locations in town, not that many, but I'll find one that says basically when you go on the app, it'll tell you like how long you have to wait for the order. And the shortest amount of time you can get is 20 minutes. So I was like, okay, now I'm going to preface this story with the fact that it takes a lot to get me angry. It takes me even more to start yelling at somebody I don't know. And it takes me even more to feel like I am going to be physically like interacting with somebody because I'm that angry. I have not swung a fist in anger in, almost 2 decades. So, and I still hold that record at this point, but I was just like, but I find one that says 20 minutes for order. I was like, okay, cool. Cheese pizza, cheese sticks, breadsticks. And then my wife likes like Canadian bacon pineapple pizza, so order one of those. And they have a pretty good taco pizza there. Order one of those. Boom! It's like 3 pizzas and some stuff. Just like cool. I'm gonna order. I'll get the food. And I put the order in. I know exactly where this particular Casey's is. It's right off of the interstate, so it'll be quick. I get there. I walk in. There's this guy. I walk past like the convenience store side. I walk into the back where the pizza place is. He turns around and looks at me and he says, "Are you the guy with the big order?" And I said, "Yeah." He says, he just flat out, "Hey, 25th Century Games is watching. Grant, say hi to your publisher." "Hey, 25th Century Games, thanks for tuning in." No, the guy,
check out their games.
Yeah, they do have a lot.
I'm not biased one bit at all.
No, I played I can't remember what is their space game. I played it at a convention back when we were able to have conventions.
Yeah, Space Explorers. I think it's a real fun engine builder.
Yeah, Space Explorers is great.
And the art's so dope, man.
Why is Aldi in the chat but not in the video? I don't understand that at all. Anyway, who cares? Anyway, so I walk in. He goes, "You got the big order?" I said, "Yeah." He turns around and goes, "I don't like big orders." Then he turns around and he starts making it. I was like, okay. And I'm standing there and like, whatever. And if this guy could have moved slower, he'd be going backwards. And he's just, and I'm like, well, okay. You know what? Yeah, okay, cool, whatever. And so like, and he's just moving like I don't know. I mean, like, I don't think anything was gonna zoom this guy to move any faster. And he's just talking to himself and he's prattling to himself. And I'm just like, so I'm just standing there and I'm watching this, and time's like ticking, tick, 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 tick. And I know I've got 3 little boys and the rest of my family at home waiting for pizza, and like they're hungry. And I've already texted my wife and I said, yeah, Little Caesar didn't have their stuff. And I was just like, I'm gonna go somewhere else. And she's like, okay, fine. And so I'm sitting there and I'm waiting. And I'm waiting and I'm waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. And like, and so like, and it's one the pizzas on one of those conveyor belt things, right? And it's like, and so it's like, they used to be able to, you put pizza in the oven, you'd cook it, but now you just throw it on a conveyor belt, it cooks it, and you take it out and you slice it up. I get it. Well, automation. If Forrest was here, he'd rail against automation. But so he slaps the last pizza on there, and he walks away, like he steps outside. I was like, okay, whatever. And like he's just gone, and I'm watching my pizzas coming out of the conveyor belt, and they're like bunching up, and I was just like, and I'm like, I worked for pizza forever. I should probably go back there and like, should I take them down? What should I do? And so he's gone for like 6-7 minutes. He comes back in, and he looks at this piece of paper, and he starts making another pizza. And I was just like, okay. And I'm just sitting there and I'm like, and I finally said something. I was like, hey, buddy, you think you could, like, before you start another pizza, start another order, do you think maybe you could take my other ones out of the oven and so I can get out of here? And he turns around and goes, oh, he's like, this one's still on your order, Chief. And I was like, the one you're making right now? Yeah, this one's for you too. And I was like, and I just was like, what are you talking about? I was like, where did you go? And he's like, I needed some me time. And I was just like, and I finally, and I cursed him out. I was like, what the are you talking about? I was like, it's like, I've been standing here waiting and you just wanted off. And he's like, don't you tell me. And he's yelling at me and I started yelling at him.
He must have been a millennial.
And the guy in the front comes walking back. He's like, is there a problem? And the guy's like, yeah, whatever. This guy calls in a big order, expects me to jump on top of it and make it quick, da 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 da. And I was just like, oh my God. I was like, you know what? I said, just give me the pizzas that are done. I am leaving. I am out of here. It's like, screw this. Just cut my pizzas that are done. Don't worry about the rest of them. Just give me that stuff so I can get home. Because it was the cheese sticks and the stuff for my son and his friends. And so he's like, and so the other guy comes in there and the guy's still like barking at me, dropping F-bombs and screaming at me. And like the other guy goes back there and helps start cutting the stuff up. And he's just like, I just don't want to be a part of this. Right. And he's like getting everything together. He gives me my stuff. And I was like, screw this. And he's just like, and I started leaving. And then all of a sudden I walk out of the store and I hear the door open up and it's the guy and he's following me out to my car and he's still screaming at me. And I was just like, just don't engage with him. Just leave. I don't want to get into a fight at the Casey's parking lot. You know, just like local idiot cracks head open on pavement over like a pizza that took too long to be made. This is my life from birth. I've been rolling through my life to this signature moment here. And I was just like, just let it go. And then the guy's like barking. And he's like, what do you want me to do? These other 2 pizzas, MFer, and I was just like, dude, just leave me alone. I don't care what you do with them. Just go away. Just leave me alone. And then he's like, hey, I don't need you calling up my boss and complaining about me. It's just like, I never said I was going to call anybody. I said, just leave me alone. I want to just go.
This guy has a lot of confidence in his job security.
And so I just said, just leave me alone. He's like, well, what should I do with those other pizzas? And then like, he's talking to me. I was like, look, I'm not calling anybody. I'm not complaining about anybody. I'm not saying or doing anything. I said, if you want to wait like 20 minutes and put those pizzas in, I'll come back and get them. No big deal. I need to get out of here though. Because I said, before I say anything, I'm really going to feel sorry about saying. And then he's like, hey man, I'm just having a rough night. You know how it is. I was just saying anything. Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. And the whole way I was like, you are an a-hole. I was just like, what the hell? And so then I leave, right? And so I get home, I tell my wife the story, and she's just like, Jesus, what? It's like, why does this stuff happen to you? That kind of thing. And I was like, okay, whatever. So then I waited like 20 minutes, and I was debating whether to go back. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to go back. So I drive back there, and I go back there, and the guy's just gone. I'm looking around. I'm like, what is he, a ghost? Is this like
he never
something?
worked there in the first place.
Yeah.
That's why he was mad. Where he was like, man, I'm a ghost. I'm trying to chill, and you're making me work.
So in on his me time.
Yeah. So I was looking around. I'm like, and the guy from the front comes back and he says, hey, are you're the guy that had those pizzas from before, right? And I was like, no, I was the other giant biker guy that almost got into a fight with your coworker. Yes, there's 2 pizzas. He's like, oh yeah, he left them in the warmer. And he opened up, and I was like, hey, because I calmed down. I said I was going to drive back there. I was going to apologize to him. I was just going to say, hey, look,
you were going to. I don't think you.
I just said
Lance is not telling the whole story. I'm sure.
No. I
Probably
was
did
just
something.
I dropped some mean words to him, and I was just like, there's even though he was being an a-hole, I shouldn't have been an a-hole back. I should have been a bigger person. I was just going to say, look, I get it. You're having a rough night. Just be nice about it, right? And he's like, oh no, he said, no, he made your pizzas and then he quit. And he's like, yeah, I'm on my sixth write-up or something. And they were gonna fire me if I got another complaint. So I'm just gonna leave. He said, I got stuff to do tonight. And so he just left. But that was
now it's 2% unemployment.
That's
You drove him to quit, Lance. You happy? Are you proud of
No,
yourself?
I did feel bad about that, actually.
I totally get
He
that
just
guy's
wants some
perspective. Though
me
Lance
time.
makes me want to quit all the time.
Oh.
I don't think you should feel bad about that because there were 5 other complaints before you. It's not like
He was
this.
just looking for me time.
So did you ever get your cheese sticks and breadsticks?
No, and here's the thing. I got so the kids cheese sticks and stuff were fine, right?
Mhm.
But he completely and totally made both my taco pizza and my wife's Canadian bacon wrong. Like as the final FU, like she got like a meat pizza and like my taco
It's on
pizza
a
had
taco
to.
pizza.
Well, it's
Ground
like,
beef, lettuce, tomato.
yeah. Well, ours is like
does it have taco spices?
yeah, like it's taco seasoned beef, and then like the if the sauce
Like-
is made
like
well, it's
Cheddar
it's
cheese.
Yeah, it's
Cheddar
good.
cheese, yeah.
They're good.
Oh, I've never had one.
if
Um,
it's if
I've
the
never
sauce is
seen
made
one.
good, it's pinto beans and tomato sauce mixed together.
Do you have a Hungry Howie's in your area, Aldi?
No.
They make taco subs, which I know Hungry Howie's is not great pizza, but their subs are actually pretty good. Their meatball, their taco sub. It's
Well,
good
ultimately-
stuff.
Howie's like 20 years ago.
So
Like,
he
there was
like
one in
he didn't
Gainesville.
He didn't put any cheese on my pizza. He made her pizza wrong. As the final big like.
Have we
screw
never
you.
heard this story before? With all the
'Cause
times
because
we've
it
talked
just
about
happened.
pizza.
It
Oh, it
just,
just
happened
happened?
on Friday. It just happened. This is my
Friday.
grievance.
Oh, that's your grievance.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I thought he was just talking about pizza.
No, he's been in grievance for like 45
grievance
minutes.
for
Ah, I see. I didn't
hours.
miss much.
He had 2 grievances, back-to-back grievances.
Does anybody else have a grievance? I'll now step away from the podium.
Now, how can anyone tell a grievance now? It's not going to stack up to
I
that
know.
story.
I mean, have you guys been
Yeah.
talking for 56 minutes about this grievance?
Yes,
No,
basically, yes.
I mean,
No,
He
at
spent the
least
first
they-
5
came in
minutes
at the
pitching
beginning
a
of it, and
game.
now it's been like 25 minutes.
He spent the first 5 minutes pitching a Kickstarter. Then he let Grant pitch the Kickstarter for 5 minutes. Then Van pitched his Kickstarter for 5 minutes. And then he spent the last 35 minutes grievancing. That's probably
I
accurate.
mean,
maybe
I've got
within a minute or two.
grievance. If-
To be fair,
I
it
mean,
was a good story.
It was a good story. It's
Thanks.
actually
Hey,
yarn.
25th Century Games. Thanks for popping in and saying hi. Appreciate it.
Is it a half hour long, Goldie? Because I don't want to hear
it's
unless
like
it's a
2
half hour
minutes,
long.
if that. I mean, it's.
Oh
we
my
were
gosh,
talking
it's
about.
so
Not
much
worth
better.
my
than
We were
time.
talking about
that.
fast food orders, and when I was on the road going to Florida to see my mom, we stopped at McDonald's, used the restroom. By the way, that's a pro tip on traveling. Don't go to the gas station for the bathroom. Go to the McDonald's because they're like
Yeah.
spotless. We go there. There's nobody in the McDonald's. I go in, go to the bathroom, whatever, and I'm like, well, I'll just get some drinks. So I order. I go walk up, and there's plexi everywhere. Have you been to a McDonald's during COVID? Anyone? Plexiglass
I've been
is
trying.
everywhere. It's crazy. It's like you're in this plexiglass maze of mirrors, right? So I walk up and I'm talking, and I order 2 large Diet Cokes. Okay, cool. I'm gonna be in and out of here. And she basically puts the order in and then stands there. And I'm like, and I pay with digital because I don't want to touch anything. I'm like, okay, cool. It's just standing there. Like, okay, cool. You gonna get my Diet Cokes? And I figured, well, maybe they can't touch them because they're touching the money, thinking someone else has to do it. And I'm standing there. I think I stood there for about 10 minutes. And I'm just like, hey, can I get my Diet Cokes? And they're like, oh, sure, fine. And do a Lance thing and like pound them on the, like very like pound them on the counter and like, here you go. I'm like, what did I do? Like, I came in here and made an order. How dare I? Now the drive-through is going nuts, right? They're going crazy. They're running. I don't know if anybody's worked at McDonald's, but drive-through is ridiculous. And yeah, so I'm like waiting, like, can I get my Diet Cokes? Like, just leave, please. No.
Yeah. I hate the fact
But
that like.
but
when
it was
you're trying to
hilarious
sit-
because
Go ahead.
the person at the counter just stood there in front of the register like the entire time, and I'm looking at her. I'm like, is there like? I mean, when I worked at McDonald's, we did everything. We didn't just stand. So I don't know.
Got
It was a very Twilight Zone type experience. There you go. That's 2 minutes, right? Not even.
Probably less.
Yeah.
Well, I was playing off Lance's bad customer.
I get
service.
it. I get it. Customer service. I mean, being a like doing customer service can be really, really, really annoying sometimes.
Would you want to be a customer service this day and age with all the people bitching all the time?
I
It'd
handle.
be real rough.
It is.
I
rough.
handle like 90%.
If you move to Europe,
customer service
no one
that we get.
complains, and they don't give a fuck. Like if
Oh,
you
yeah.
if you have a problem in Europe, nobody cares.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
They're like
Bye. Yeah.
shrug their shoulders, whatever. They don't give a shit.
Got my own problems.
Well, okay, so they make a big deal out of the fact that in Europe they don't have tips and things like that.
Exactly. Yeah, they don't have gratuity. Although they started. And I'm like, no fucking way am I paying gratuity here. You guys don't do anything except bring the food. If that. And sometimes you sit there and wait hours for anything. It's like ridiculous.
I like that they don't rush you out though. In Europe, like you can sit there as long as you want.
It's because they don't
Exactly.
get tips.
Well, here's the deal. When you reserve a table in Europe, usually at a nicer restaurant, you have the table for the entire night. They don't care. They don't care about turning tables like in America.
Yeah,
it's your
nice.
table. You reserved it for the night. Most restaurants are like that.
I just never
Yeah.
Not all of them.
understood. Like, I enjoy hanging out with friends and stuff, I guess, but an entire night—that's just a long time to
Different
be in
culture.
the same place.
It's a cultural thing.
Yeah, if you're drinking wine, you're telling stories, you know.
Yeah. Tell
Listening to
Lance
Lance's
story for like 35
grievances.
minutes.
That's when everybody's like, Lance, continue, pontificate longer about these pizzas.
I don't pontificate.
I've only
Man,
been
your
to
beard is so
Germany.
mighty now. Look at that thing.
Germany was great.
Crazy.
I haven't trimmed it in a while.
Yeah.
My wife was kind enough to trim it for me back in, I think it was late
March?
June. No, it was like late June because usually I'll sometimes go to a barber and have it done professionally.
That's
Or
cool.
like, yeah, I mean it's the one thing I do for myself. You know how it is. Um, no, it's it helps that I'm not that I let the hair down today too, so I don't have the
Hold on,
bandana
man.
on. So
Fun stuff.
Has anybody voted yet? I was
can.
expecting to have a grievance today because of voting, but it was very nice and pleasant and smooth. However, I do have one grievance. Do you guys have straight line tickets in your states? Party ticket, straight ticket. You ever heard of it?
What do
You push one button and you vote all of a certain
Yeah.
party
Oh yeah.
really fast. Makes it things go really fast. Like all you have to do is click the one button. They've removed it this year because, of course,
What state?
voter
are you in?
suppression
Texas?
and make the lines long and slow.
Now you voted in a church, didn't you? Was it
Yeah, I did vote. Yeah, almost all the voting stuff is either in a school or a church.
Wow.
That
Is
separation of
Texas
church
usually
and
this early?
state just
I know.
can't
See, that's
be.
what I always kind of thought because I voted in a church on Signal Mountain, and there was very much political pressure at the church. You know,
There's a
And,
line where it has a you do not cross line
Yeah.
at the places. Like people can stand there, but not beyond it.
yeah.
Now, in the
So-
old,
So like I went and did I when I lived in North Dakota, you could get a part-time, like they would hire people part-time to work basically at the voter place where basically you'd hand people their form and do their thing and just answer their questions and help them do it's mostly sit there and drink soda and BS with the people. And my parents did it all the time, and they'd always say, well, if you got the day off, we'll get you in. It's like, they pay you nothing. It's like $9 an hour. It's like, I mean, it's
that's not
relatively,
nothing.
it's
That's
not
better than
nothing,
wage.
right? But
Is it it's probably $9 a day.
No, they pay you by the hour.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, 9 is great.
So yeah, go sit there and be bored, for 6 hours, but it was like, okay, whatever. But and the thing is that for me, it was like they would ask me, because apparently I looked like some sort of ogre. Like one of the things is that like you can't have any political paraphernalia on when you walk in.
You can't. That's the thing people don't know about. If you wear anything political, they can stop you from coming in and voting.
So I would see people, and it wouldn't matter what, if they had like a, whatever. And this is, whatever, a t-shirt or a button or a hat or anything like that. I was like, and this is, so you can imagine, this is, relatively recent. So there were some hats, and I was just like, gotta go leave it in your car, and there was definitely people that had shirts on and stuff like that. And I was like, it's like you either got to put a sweatshirt on or you need to go back. You need to change. And that was weird. I mean, it was like, and people were just like, it was weird. It was weird that people, 99.9%, no barking at all. Nobody would even, if they did, oh, geez, I had no idea. That would be the response, right? Oh, geez, I didn't know that. Yeah, just go to your car, throw the hat in your car, come back, whatever. But there was always the one or two. It's like, oh, it'll only take me 2 minutes. Just let me do it. No, well, you obviously know who I'm going to vote for. So just let me, it's just, no, just do what I say.
The reason it's not allowed is because it's considered a form of voter intimidation, right?
Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
What was the rule?
You can't wear you can't stump. You can't have a t-shirt on that says, pro this candidate or that candidate at a voting location. You can't wear it.
Is that a rule?
It is absolutely a rule. And most people will just say, meh, but you can't, and then you can't you can't post any political signs or anything within a certain amount of feet among a voting area. There's all kinds of rules about it. that
You
Yeah,
can't
I
even-
never heard that before, but whatever.
And it's not even just like the current political candidates. You couldn't go wearing like an Al Gore shirt or that.
I like Ike or something.
Yeah. Like I know, because one of the reasons is I know in California, some people have been trying to go in shirts like that are, I forget the exact phrase, but it's basically like Ruth Bader Ginsburg sent me, right? And she's not a candidate, obviously, and even that is like, no, you can't wear that.
I've never heard that, but
Uh-huh.
whatever. I don't wear political
Yeah.
things.
CNN actually did an article maybe yesterday or 2 days ago about like here's what you can wear to the polls. It was a real article on CNN. You know, it's just like just wear a solid colored T-shirt. You know,
Can I wear an American flag with an eagle wrapped around me? Like a giant.
I mean, Lance would probably be answered.
No, that's too far right.
I would think so.
I think that would be all right.
This reminds me of a
Because
dude
that's
I
not
saw on the
endorsing
road.
a certain side, right?
Yeah, probably not.
I mean, we could guess who's wearing
You could
that.
guess. You could guess which side would wear.
Technically,
That would be an
I want to
assumption.
drape myself in the flag because I think it's so fashionable.
Oh,
Yeah,
I
agree with
feel
you.
like you just want to make trouble.
Did
Yeah.
anybody buy anything from Amazon Prime Day days?
I bought a couple of things, nothing major though.
Oh, I did. I bought a $8 SD card reader.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'm always constantly breaking those things for some reason. They break,
Really?
which boggles my mind. Like, what is the data?
Well, just try not to like stand on them, and you'll be fine.
I mean, like I've broken them and they just fail and they stop working. It's weird.
I
bought
bought a couple of gifts for my my kids for Christmas.
I got an advent calendar.
Like a
I won't say
Christmas
what
advent
kind.
calendar.
Yes, well, you know they go on sale early and they sell out very quickly because
Did you
everybody
get
goes
the ones
crazy.
with like the chocolate in them?
No, it's got a little figures. They're little Funko.
Oh, that's fun.
Funko
That's
Oh,
cool.
wow.
Yeah.
from Mattel.
My sister and I I am weirdly into Christmas. This is not a joke. This is like a real thing about me. So my sister and I, like 5 years ago, made an advent calendar, and each day has a new activity we have to do related to Christmas.
Awesome.
And so, yeah, it's real fun.
I don't think I had. I think I had. I have memories of one growing up, but only one.
We used to do the chocolate ones a bunch. The chocolate wasn't amazing, but I was
You
a kid
remember
with chocolate. So.
the advent calendars with the wine, the chocolate with the liquor in the chocolate? Like a
Oh,
little
wow.
liquor?
You're like, I'm saving these all to Christmas Eve. And I'm
My neighbors had that. I just remember it. Like, I think they gave me a taste of it. It was disgusting.
Yeah.
That's it. An SD card reader? No, nothing else. Anybody?
No.
I didn't do
Well,
it.
I've been having unemployment issues,
Oof.
not getting
Yeah,
paid,
right.
so I haven't gotten money in like 6 weeks. So I'm like, I can't buy anything.
Ooh. There's no prospects, huh?
No, and it's just like one of those surgical things. I got a hold put on my account, and when I called them, like the week it happened, it was they don't know what the issue is. Someone will call me. And I was like, okay. Well, time went by. I kind of forgot about it because it's just was, And then last week I was like, it's been too long. I had to pay rent and it was difficult. And so I called them back up, and this time I was a little more forceful and was like, no. It's been too long. What's happening? They're like, oh, one of your employers has said that you've said no to work. And I'm like, which one? Because I have 11. And they're like, this one. And I'm like, okay, what do I need to do to fix this? Because that is untrue. And they were able to contact unemployment and be like, no, she should still be getting paid. And so it's now been resolved. But I was very poor for quite a few months, for like a month, and I was like, can't do anything for Amazon Prime or the Target deals. I was like,
That sucks.
It does
It
suck.
did.
I mean, that's all abroad of theaters, right? I mean, AMC is about to go under, from what I read.
Regal is
It's
too.
huge in Dallas. Like AMC is everywhere here.
Our Regal theaters shut down until 2021, and they don't even have a date yet. But they're gonna take record losses. I doubt they'll reopen.
Oh gosh, I want to say something so political, but I'm really biting my tongue.
This is the no politics zone.
I
Say
get it.
Say it.
I'm not gonna say it.
Say it.
if you want.
It's really rough. It's really harsh, and unlike me to say stuff like this.
This is where people can have. I mean, we're all probably in agreement
Say it.
politically, but
Say it.
this is a no politics zone. So
I'll tell you later.
Keep sending me a link.
Oh man, I was gonna actually no, Chris is here. I was gonna actually talk a little bit about the upcoming session of the campaign. I was gonna ask you guys for ideas, but now Chris is here and he's playing, so I can't say anything. Oh well, never mind.
Yeah, you can say it.
I can
Done with Bigfoot.
What'd you say, Christopher?
I said I can compartmentalize. I think Barry said you're going to introduce a Bigfoot.
No.
That sounds about right.
No.
The wrath of the porcupines.
I remember in the old Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles role-playing game. It was a fantastic. It was based off of the old. I think it was based off of Rollmaster, but in the game itself, you could create your own like superhero team. Like there would be ninjas or whatever, and you had to roll randomly on this sheet of like possible animals that they would be. They got mutated. And one of the best ones you could have was porcupines, because like they could break off their quills and throw them at people like daggers. It was awesome.
You never.
They
have to
also
worry
eat all the Bigfoot bones.
Yeah. I was going to say you never have to worry about running out of ranged ammo.
Mm-hmm. They had all these rules for when they attack people, and like if they punch somebody, they do extra damage because of their quills and things like that. It was pretty cool.
I played some games this week. Anybody else play
ones?
games?
Yeah, I played a bunch.
The one I was very impressed with is called Black Sonata, which is not new, but it just came reprint. Like a reprint came out. You guys heard of that one?
No.
Solo game, pure solo. I mean, obviously you can work with somebody to play. It creates a hidden movement track for this character called the Dark Lady. You're trying to track her down, and it's hidden movement and deduction. So every time you catch her, you get a clue. Each clue gives you a bit of information of her, like in logic deduction, like she has 3 properties, like she's married, or she has children, or she's related to royalty, or she's a writer or a musician. So you get these 3. Eventually, you can deduce it down to 3, which identifies her. So each time you find her, you get a clue. You can use the logic deduction to find her. And you can only go through your deck 3 times. So as you go through your deck, you're pulling cards over, you're flipping them over, and it'll tell you where she's moving. And you track her on the board. But of course, it's like hidden movement. So she might go one of 2 ways. So you have like these little trackers. You keep track where she's going. But you got to get ahead of her. So as you learn the path that she walks, you have to like wait for her to come to the spot you're gonna, interrogate her. I don't know what the actual theme of it is. But like you find her and get a clue. So eventually, if you go through the deck 3 times, you find her and deduce who she is, you win. And it's really clever. They have this thing where if you put a card over a card and you flip it over, and it's like a magnifying glass if you're like at the right place at the right time, and it'll show her like profile in the magnifying glass, and you catch her, and it's really neat.
What's the play time?
20 minutes maybe.
Oh wow, okay.
Yeah, it's very quick. The longest thing was building the deck of movement. So it's a deck of cards, right? And it has ABC that has letters on the back of them, and if you organize them in alphabetical order, depending on what slot you're picking, it's hard to describe, but basically ordering the deck in a certain way took longer than the game. Because you have to alphabetize it. But it comes with 8 scenario. I would call they're not scenarios, but they're paths she takes, right? And there's a couple special powers, and then there's an expansion which I haven't looked at yet, but it's really fascinating for a solo hidden movement logic deduction game. If you like deduction,
What made you pick it up?
I backed a million Kickstarters like 2 years ago, and now they're all coming out.
Right.
I forgot I backed it, but it's like a cool theme. It's all Shakespeare quotes. I don't know Shakespeare at all, so which I'm kind of like, they sound cool.
Hey, there's a reason this guy's famous.
Yeah.
Unless you believe that he actually didn't do.
I don't know what they're from, but yeah. But it's really neat. Amazing. I'm impressed with what they pulled off. It's a single designer, so what he pulled off.
Wow.
Yep.
Cool.
That's one of them.
I'm like, I didn't play that
Cool.
many this week. I only played 3.
What?
I said I only played Oceans, Tekunu, and then I did Studies in Sorcery, which is on Kickstarter also. And that's all.
Did you have a favorite out of the bunch?
I think Tekunu was probably my actual favorite. I enjoyed Oceans.
Good, because I don't like fake favorites.
Is that the
I
one
want
with
an
the tower?
actual favorite.
The
Yes, it
obelisk.
is. Yes.
I'm meaning to play that.
So many text messages coming in.
I'm
Like,
reading off the chat.
why is my watch buzzing at 11:20 at night?
Also
I played.
Yep, go ahead.
I played this week. I played Forgotten Waters, Everdell, Champions of Midgard, Kingswood, and Grim Forest.
What?
Jesus.
Yeah.
Forgotten Waters
That's
just updated that they have an online app now, so you can actually play remote as long as one person has the actual physical game. You can play with
Oh,
up
you
to 7
can?
people. Yeah.
That's
They
awesome.
They just posted on their website. They
Oh,
have a
awesome.
thing you can log into and you can play the game. You just have to have some generic components like dice and a piece of paper, and one person has to have the actual physical game. And it'll support up to 7 players online.
Oh,
So
wow.
you can play remote with your friends.
Nice.
That sounds
Have you
great.
played it?
Yeah.
much?
Yeah, I've played it twice. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. So I've played it twice now. Both the first scenario, because the first time we didn't know how long it was, and people were like, "Man, we gotta go," and so we didn't.
Yeah, it's like 90 minutes.
I mean, when we were playing, I played it 6 players, which keeps it pretty long too, and it was like 3 hours.
Yeah, we played it 4 players and it was like 90 minutes.
Are
Maybe
you
a little more.
engaged the whole time though?
Yeah.
Yeah, totally. I will say, and this is only having played it twice, just the first scenario. I think it has 5 scenarios.
No, more than that.
Is it more?
Oh, yeah, there's a lot more than that.
But I will say, it did feel a little samey by the end, right? Where, like, it's a fun journey, right? There's not a ton of strategy, but it's like, it's such a fun experience. You're playing it for the experience with your friends and stuff like
But
that.
you played the same scenario twice. Each campaign is much different. Each game is much different. Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, there's boss fights, there's exploration, there's combat oriented missions. The first one's more of the introductory one, and it tries to teach you the game, so it kind of is very samey, but
That's where I was like, okay, it's like, okay, well, we're boarding another ship and we're going to this same shit, you know.
It's got some variability. I imagine the game throughout the entire thing plays somewhat similar, but if you flip through the book and just look at some of the encounters, they're vastly different from the first one. The first one's just a very generic one to get people started.
Okay, cool.
The idea is to play through a campaign, not just play that first one over and over again.
Yeah.
Is it cooperative?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, how have I not played this game yet?
You would love it. It's very story driven too.
Yeah, it's super story driven.
Great
I mean,
voice acting. It's great.
The standout of the game is the voice acting that has a lot of jokes in it. It's legit funny, you know. It's like legit.
And it's like Mad Libs. Like you create your pirate and you pick different adjectives and nouns to describe your guy. And then when other people tell their tale, they'll interject your stuff into their tale because you're all in a group. I imagine it gets even better towards the end of the game where it gets more in depth. But the idea is to create your group of pirates and then sail through the entire adventure together.
Cool.
Yarr.
That's
The online, I don't know how the online mode works, but if it works pretty good, it would be a fun 7-player game to play with
kind
a
of came
group.
out at the worst spot. Right, it came out in March or early.
It's been out for a while, but it came out
Yeah,
right.
it came out when COVID.
It came out right at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
So
cool. I'm gonna have to.
yeah, I would try it. If you've got a good group of 4 or 5 people, you'll enjoy it.
Yeah, I have that one sitting on my shelf that I've read like the instructions and I've started, like I laid it out, but I haven't actually like played it yet.
It's one of those games I don't think would play as well solo as it would in the group. I think the dynamic is the multiple people with different backgrounds and different stories.
Totally.
Working together, yet still trying to also be the best pirate, but you still have to work together or else you will ultimately fail.
Yeah, and my biggest issue is like I play with a lot of different people, but most of them are not real board gamers. They enjoy it when we play them, but they really struggle with understanding the concepts and getting like mechanics down. So
I think Forgotten Waters is actually good for that though, because it is so story driven. It's like you have choices to make, but they're not like super difficult choices or anything like that. You're just kind of like, okay, let's go here. Let's see what happens over here. Let's try this,
Yeah, but it helps when I know what the mechanics are. So I at least so I'm like, okay, so these are the things that you can kind of do and this is like the feel for it. So I normally try to play, at least set up and do a couple turns solo by myself just to feel it out. And then I introduce it to them and go. And, if it's difficult, like Tekunu, some of my friends will never be able to play that. There are 12 different things, action type things, depending on where you are. They're just like overwhelmed. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
So I now know that is not one that they could work with. So, but when I first read it, I'm like, 12 actions. That doesn't seem too bad. It'll be easy. Played it and went, that's not easy. They cannot play that. I need to find a different group of people in order to play that one.
A couple of months ago, I was playing some games with people that don't play games at all. So I was like, okay, like what's some good games to bring that are really easy? And I brought Skull, which is one of my favorite, just like simple games. Too much for them to wrap their head around. And I was like, look, I get that you guys don't play, but like there are 2 things you can do. You can do 2 things. Yeah. And like, we played multiple games and still they were like, wait, what can I do right now? And I'm like, you can say a number or you can add a coaster. That's it. Say a number or add a coaster. Like, and they were like, literally someone was like, Monopoly's easier than this. And I was like, there's no fucking way Monopoly's easier. You've just never played this before. Like, oh,
awesome.
We take for granted how much, like, once you start playing games, your brain like wraps your head around them quickly.
It's how much you care about the intricacy of what goes into a game, right? Like we're willing to be like, oh, that rule corresponds to that rule, which allows me to do this, which allows me to do this.
This is similar to this thing in this other game, and
right. Whereas your friends are like, I want a beer and not have to think about the world for a while.
I legit thought about like, because I have a decent amount of party games, so I like put some thought into like, okay, I'm not bringing Quacks of Quedlinburg, even though I think that's a fairly easy game. Like, there's no way. So let's bring some of these even more simple stuff, and I still struck out.
Have you tried Just One with them? Just one?
No, I haven't tried this. I've played.
That's a good game.
Code Names, which is like similar to Just One. People can play that.
That has a little more, yeah.
Skull was my first big day of board gaming in this latest stint, like 5 years ago or whatever it was, my reintroduction to modern board games. I went to a buddy's place for like a 10 a.m. to midnight gaming session for
Oh,
with like
those were
8 or 10
days,
different
man.
people.
Those were the days.
Learned like 7 new games, and Skull was, I think, the last game of the day. And it was perfect because it was just, you can do 2 things, right? Like you said. And yeah, my head was just boom.
Gosh,
but
I remember those 10, 12-hour days of gaming.
I love that game. Skull's one of my favorites.
I made a DC version of it just for
Oh, that's
Joker.
Awesome.
Joker, I think was the.
I played that Haunted Mansion game from Funko.
Oh.
Just came out.
What's
It's
it
interesting. The Haunted Mansion, the Disney World Haunted Mansion.
Is
Yeah.
it's by Funko?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that one yet. Is
The-
it at Target or Amazon or?
I think I got it off Amazon. It's like $24.99, I think.
See
It's
if
really
it's
cool. Like all of the ghosts in the ride are in the game. Like all the statues and there's so much artwork. It's like I think they said there was like 99 cards, but most of them are. There's not all unique, but they're mostly unique. But it has a real mean piece of the game where the hitchhikers travel around the mansion, right, and they haunt you. Or if
looks
you
nice. It looks
the
good.
artwork is amazing.
It looks gorgeous.
It's really nicely done.
$24.
And the game is actually good. However, it can be really mean because you get haunted, which means you take a haunt card, and they range from 1 to 3.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever has the most haunt at the end of the game loses, like, I want to say like a 5th year score. Like you'll lose whatever you have the most of, you will just lose. Which I was like, oh, ouch. So it makes this like, and it's an interesting mechanicism that you can steal people's ghosts, but you have to take haunt cards. You're bidding how many haunt cards you will take to steal their ghosts, and they're bidding how many haunt cards they will take to not let you steal it. And I thought, wow, it's an interesting game for a funny family game, but it can I think it could, I don't care, but I hit Michelle with it. And I stung her with like 2 haunt cards on the last turn, which pushed her over whoever has the most, right? So she just had more than me. And she lost like a third of her score. And it was not like, oh, hey, haha, funny. She was kind of like, oh, bummer. And I'm like, and then I ended up winning by like 2 points because of that. But
you dick.
I wish it was, but the set collecting is great. I just wish it didn't have such a lot, like how much you lose, like so much of your score. It's like whoever gets stuck with that is most likely going to lose. But anyway, it's cool. It's a cool game. It's got if you like Haunted Mansion stuff, it's all there.
What's it called again?
Haunted Mansion. It's on Amazon. I just bought it. It's $24.
Funko Haunted Mansion.
Funko Haunted Mansion.
I'm looking it up.
The artwork is phenomenal. The box is cool. The stretching hallway is in the lid.
It looks really cool. The visual representation is very, very colorful. The ghost, the clear plastic.
In the game. The candelabras, your first player marker. There's a 3-dimensional figure of the hitchhikers.
Yeah, it looks cool.
Yeah.
Funko and Ravensburger have both been on a pretty good roll lately as far as games and.
Yeah, no, I really think that. Yeah, the only thing and it's not a problem for me, but I can see it being a problem for people to play the whole game, and it's not a long game. It's maybe like 30 minutes, maybe 45 if you're playing like the max. You'll lose like half your score. Like, oh, bummer.
Alarm went off.
Not half, but a good amount of your score. But you can mitigate that, right? There are ways to get around it, but
yeah, by playing better.
Oh, harsh.
Yeah.
Play better, yes, Lance.
Yes.
And it plays 6, I think.
Well, we agreed that you could avoid that if you played better, right?
Yeah.
Well, there you go.
There you go.
You're welcome for teaching you that.
One more game I played. Anybody else play Darkest Night? It's an old game. It's like a fantasy co-op.
Yeah, that's like one of my favorite co-ops ever.
So, did you get the 2nd edition?
I did.
2nd edition has all the expansions in it. It's 5 expansions. It comes with so much. It's like a 10-pound box. It's awesome. So I never opened it.
So
broke it out and played it. It's good.
Did you get the minis for it though?
That's what I got on Prime Day. The minis.
So those minis and those minis were maybe like one of the final things that put like the last patch of dirt on Victory Point.
Victory Point Games grave.
Because those minis, they are absolutely awful. Whatever you paid for them, it was money you threw.
$22.
Yeah, well, that was $22 you thrown away. I mean, they
Are they not good?
they're like
Bummer.
plastic soldier type,
Oh.
like it's that level of like articulation on them. I don't know what they did. They would just super cheap on them, and they shouldn't have. So
It's weird that
It-
I think that game sort of like didn't ever get to the level that I think it should have. Right?
yeah,
It's not Gloomhaven level of good, but it's pretty darn good. And there's
no,
a-
I mean it's
stuff in
so good. It's got a
there's
great
50 there are 40 characters in the game. They're all completely asymmetric. Like
and
there's
and
no-
they and the thing is that the idea behind it is fantastic. Is that like you are like the more the it has a light and dark mechanism, which is fantastic. Where the more good you do, the more the necromancer, the
Necromancer
big
comes
bad
after
guy,
you.
wants
Yeah.
to find you and eat you basically. And so you have to like you could do all these good things, but then you gotta hide for a while and like let your light die down. So like the necromancer won't come and try and kill you. And you gotta have other people do the good stuff for a while and draw them away, like putting the blood in the water, basically.
Yeah, it's really good, and it sort of got passed over, I guess. I mean, I don't know.
No, it was yeah, it's one of my best. It's still in my
Because
collection.
the original production was not phenomenal, but the second edition's pretty nice. The cards are really nice. The board is good.
Yeah, it's
They're
still
all
in
really
my
nice. I
collection,
guess the minis-
which says a ton that it's still in my collection. So
I finally got 2 games off my Kickstarter Hall of Shame that delivered this week.
Oh, what'd you get?
Rambo and Super Dungeon Brawl.
Yes, Rambo just arrived for me too.
Mm-hmm.
Wait,
A
you
little
got Super
disappointed
Dungeon
in the
Crawl?
miniatures, but otherwise I'm looking forward to playing the game.
Super Dungeon Crawl finally came out.
Yeah, Super Dungeon Brawl
Brawl,
came in
Brawl.
from Mythic Games. Yeah, I got mine in.
I'm still waiting on mine for that.
I haven't
Yeah.
done it. Oh,
Yeah, but it just got here today. Super Dungeon Brawl got here today. Rambo got here right. I think it was last Thursday or Friday. It was right after the show.
Iceborne Heroes finally came in for me. You guys remember that one?
Mm-mm.
Yep. I got and then
I ordered 4 copies, but I only got 1. So should I like just be thankful that I got the 1?
Well,
Or
why?
should I
Did you give him the money for 4 copies?
Yeah.
Well, then you probably should not be just fine with.
Yeah.
But I thought it was one of those projects that was just like barely made it.
So that means the other 3 copies you don't need them. If
Oh, I want them, but I'm just saying like
I'll take it.
because I remember I think it was you that was saying it was like so cool, like Rado maybe was saying it was like so.
Rado really liked it. I got my copy. I paid the guy shipping again. He had a thing where it was like, if you're willing to pay shipping again, I'll send yours to you. So I know the guy and I felt bad for him, so I paid shipping again, and I got mine probably like 6 months ago. And so what he's been doing is basically, as he's been able to get enough money together to send out another batch, that's what he's been handling it.
Maybe that's why I bought the extra copies to help.
How's your Kickstarter doing right now, Lance?
We funded in like less than 3 hours. I mean, it's so good. We're gonna make it, and that's the only thing. I mean, is it like smashing? No, but I mean, it's this is when we're kind of striking while the iron's hot. As far as we had our misgivings or our worries a little bit as far as launching it. Like, what if people like didn't really appreciate the end of the election, and so maybe they wouldn't want to buy it then, so I mean, maybe that's a little. So I mean, there was like definitely a worry, I guess, would be probably the best way to say. I mean, that we had, I mean, which might not be exactly accurate or whatever, but yeah, I mean, so yeah, it's just so we got that going on, which is nice. So I got that going for me, which is nice. But it's yeah, we funded and we'll go from there. I mean,
Awesome.
not much else you can say.
Hey man, success.
Also, one thing I'll say is it's nice to be more connected with people that are involved in board games, because now I can send them messages about rules like in real time, like I did with Lance like a week ago. Do you remember this, Lance?
Oh yeah, I was like, Grant's contacting me. Oh, look at this.
I was playing Champions of Midgard, and the person I was playing with was trying to say that you could go to the hunting grounds before you assign meat to your boat. And I was like, no, you definitely can. And they were like, yes, you can. The hunting grounds gets resolved first, so that anything. And I was like, well, you know what? I'm gonna message someone about it.
Ah. Yeah, you know,
You're
I
a
mean,
true board gamer now, Grant. Where you have
yeah,
rules like-
you found an issue, and you want mother effer? I'm gonna go right to the source.
Did have a black orchestra.
So did I.
I messaged Philip.
I think I did too back in the day when it first came out. Huh.
It was like
Funny-
last year.
Funny
sometime.
that. Black Orchestra is a really good game.
I really enjoyed it.
Yeah. Need
That
to play
is
that.
a really, really good game.
It really is a good game.
We succeeded too.
Wow. It's hard.
Mm.
In the end or at the beginning? Because if
It
you
was very
catch
beginning.
them early, at the very
I mean,
beginning.
it's hard if you're.
Oh, sorry,
not
I
good.
did- oh, no,
It's hard
near
if
the
you're
end
not
of
good
it.
at games. I'll say that. If you're not good at games, I could see where it'd be hard.
I had a really strong team. Not me.
I've been wanting to play the Grizzled. Have y'all played it?
Oh yes.
Once or twice.
That's
Yeah.
a fucking hard game. Oh
Yeah,
my god.
That's a
If you're not good at games, yeah, I can see.
Yeah.
I can see why.
Refer
where
to
that'd
my
be tough.
earlier statement. Did you
I
ever
mean-
play that
I mean, if you're not good at
noir-
games, I mean, you know what I'm talking about, right, Ollie?
exactly, Lance.
Wheatburn.
You're really good at games, so I bask in your shadow.
You know, when you don't convince the whole rest of the table to trash on me during a game, then
Are you
yeah,
talking about don't mess with
Lovecraft letter.
Oh, Lovecraft Letter. Yes.
You bastard.
Oh, that was the greatest ever. Great. I mean, the game takes way too long for what it is. To play Love Letter for like almost 2 hours is. And Lance, of course, drags it out.
Oh, I didn't.
Because he could have just lost another time, and then he decides to win and to keep the game.
No,
going.
you're misrepresenting the story entirely. The whole point of that is that like you have to win 3 times, and as soon as you
Yes.
win 3 times, you
Right,
win
you
the
could've-
game.
You could have just dunked it to like.
No, but here's the deal. Like everybody else, and we played a 7-player game of it. Everybody else won twice.
Twice, yeah. We
And I
played
won,
14
and I had
times,
0 wins.
And Lance had 0.
And like the last round, I like literally like I didn't even look at my cards. I said I'm not gonna look at them. I'm not even gonna look at the card. I'm not gonna give away any body language whatsoever. And the first thing somebody does is, okay, I'm gonna pick the guard or whatever it is.
Yeah, call out the number.
Call the number that you have, and I'm gonna guess Lance. I said, why? I'm like the one person that you want to continue playing. You got the inspector. I was like, let's see. Of course I do. I said just like 2
You know, you
hours
really get the
down the drain.
the real feeling of Love Letter is play it 14 times in a row.
Oh God, no.
It really like it opens it up, man. I mean, if you think you know Love Letter, you don't know Love Letter. It
Yeah, it
takes
was
about
great, let me
14
tell
straight
ya.
games with Lance complaining at every moment.
My own wife, just like working against me the entire time.
Who won that game?
Who knows? I stormed off into the hallway.
Was it Michael? I think Michael won.
It probably was. Knowing him.
That game's good though. I wish it didn't take so long to play.
Don't Mess with Cthulhu is better.
Oh my gosh, Don't Mess with Cthulhu is amazing. I want to play that again, but fucking COVID.
Fucking COVID.
Don't Mess with Cthulhu is probably like one of the best hidden trader games I've ever played. It's up there. It's not like the best, but it is up there.
What about Secret Hitler? You played
It's
it?
okay.
I haven't played.
It's okay.
Is it gimmick? The name?
I mean, there is a person who is Hitler in the game secretly. I feel like it's too much a ripoff of Resistance.
Hmm.
I mean, there are
Is
some
it?
changes, but it's basically Resistance.
Well, and
I prefer the purity of Resistance.
let's put cards on the table. The guy who owns that company is a piece of crap, so don't support it. So
Well, he's out of that company now, but yeah.
They threw him out finally.
Whoa,
When
who's
did that happen?
I think he's still an owner because you can't really throw out an equity owner, but he's not part of the company anymore.
Well,
He's
I don't
not there
know.
day to day. I think they put out a statement recently.
Yeah, it took him forever. Like dozens of people like talking about what a piece of crap he is, and then they're just like, until they finally, like somebody, probably an investor somewhere, said, "Yeah, I'm gonna take my money back," and they were just like, "Oh, well, guess we better do something about this." I don't know.
What are we talking politics about?
That's not it's not politics. It's about a just like a little prairie dog just poking his head out.
Don't get me wrong. Secret Hitler is good. It's pretty good.
Board game politics.
But I prefer the Resistance, or actually Avalon, which I think is awesome. Have you guys played the Avalon version of Resistance?
Yeah.
Do you know Resistance? Played Resistance? Yeah.
I love
So
Resistance.
like Avalon, it's like Knights of the Round Table, right? There's like a Merlin and a
Oh, cool.
Lancelot. I think I don't know. But there's some other secret roles in there that make it more interesting.
So
I like Coup a lot as well.
Death's Coach.
I love Coup is amazing.
I love the art in Coup. It's beautiful.
Even the original one.
I don't know.
You probably don't know the original one.
I'm not sure which I'm referring to. I don't own either.
It wasn't called Coup, was it?
It was called Coup.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like one of the cool
currency.
things about BGGCon last year is I met Ricky. I met the designer, and I ended up talking to him about Coup for about an hour about like how he developed it and how he came up with the ideas behind it. And
Oh, like the 1975 version?
no,
Yes. Oh, you're talking about Ricky Tata?
yeah,
Oh, it's an adaptation of the original Coup.
yeah, that's true.
There was
that's
one
understandable.
like a Peter Lockwood game.
But the original Coup, like I had to reach out to him personally and order like the original box of Coup, and like it was basically just cards with some line drawings on it, and some little tiny Tiddlywinks tokens. That was all it was. And then Indie Boards and Cards stepped in and bought it up.
Okay.
And they started selling.
What was the
thousands
name of the
copies.
original one there, Matt? Do you have it up?
I do.
It wasn't Coup, I don't think.
Not finding
You know what?
it.
I thought I was cool, and now you're taking it away from me. So thanks. I
Ricky
appreciate
Tata
it.
is an awesome person.
He is a really awesome person.
Every time I've spoken to him, you get smarter, right?
Well, I mean, if you still need to become smarter, yeah, that's the case.
Not to toot my own horn.
I'm just being shitty. I'm sorry.
There's some Cyrillic names and then Intrica.
Hold on. So there's an old game from and I think it's Peter Alotka.
Good radio. Look it up.
I'll talk about it.
I was thinking of Coach Ride to Devil's Castle, which is better.
I've never played it.
The Kirchfahrt, I own the German one of that, and that is really good.
I always thought it would kill it.
No, die Kirchfahrt zum Teufelsberg, the carriage ride to Devil's Castle.
A lot better than Ritter on Funkadel.
Folks.
Yeah. So the Kirchfahrt. So basically, the cool thing about that is that so the whole idea is that everybody's riding in this this coach,
Right.
and each person is part of a secret society, but you don't know which secret society each person's in. And so like each person has an action every turn, and basically what you're trying to do is you're trying to make sure that you have these two artifacts. and so you hand people, and everybody has an item and they have a role. And you start, and there's all these things you can do where you can ask to look at somebody's card, and then you can see if they have an item, and there's all these things. And basically, at one point, like you have the ability, like you can choose to attack the person in the cart to take their item from them. And then you can ask for assistance, and then the person's getting attacked and asks for assistance. And you're always trying to convince people that like which side you're on and this, that, and the other thing. And the way you win is basically if a side believes that their people have the artifacts in their possession, they can say, we're going to call it right here. We have both of the artifacts. And then you basically, the two people with the artifacts turn them over, and then they turn over. And if they're like in the right secret society, then you win. But if you call it and you don't have it, then you lose. And it's just like, and so like, but there's all kinds of ways. Like you think that okay, you think I'm on your side? Yeah, sure. I'm going to help you beat up that guy and take his stuff. Sure. And you're like, oh, well, I know that Matt's, in the Royal Brotherhood of the Green Scorpion. It's like, no, I'm not, you idiot. I've been working, that game's great.
Would never say that.
It looks cool. I mean,
Play Shadow Hunters.
reprinted.
I did not like that one as much.
I thought that was a fascinating game. It was a 3-sided hidden roll. Like you were either a shadow or a hunter or a civilian.
Yeah.
I thought it was really interesting, but
I thought
maybe
the civilians
a little too clunky.
Civilians got jammed on that one.
So the original coup was Hoax. There was a game called Hoax where you're trying to figure.
I did not know. No.
That sounds like a hoax.
6 characters, 3. I think there was like 3 different currencies. It was really hard to play. Like my game group tried to play it back in the late 90s, and we could not make it work.
Well,
but we simplified it all and made it work.
Well, I mean, that's just if you are good at games.
We were good at games.
If you were good at games,
wasn't
you
very
wouldn't have
good.
had a problem.
Still not.
I mean, I can see why somebody not good at games would have had that problem. Though.
What's up, Jeremy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good,
Hey,
man.
Jeremy.
Hey, Jer.
Good evening. Good evening.
Talking hidden role games, I think one of the most underrated ones out there is The Menace Among Us. Have you guys played that?
That is really good, actually.
Okay.
I will give it up for that one.
It's like it's one that I feel like a lot of people don't know about.
Yeah, no, I never heard of it.
Yeah, it's Smirk and Dagger, and I think they just have it's real fun. It's you're on a spaceship. You're on a spaceship. You're trying to get your energy up before your oxygen runs out. And one of the things that's really cool is everybody has public actions and private actions they can do, and you can choose to do it where you're like, okay, I'm gonna do this hidden thing, and that's my turn, or I'm gonna do this public thing. So there's like an extra level of intrigue layers there and stuff with that. I think it works real well.
Awesome. So it came out last year. That's why
Yeah.
I haven't played games since last year.
Yeah, I learned about it at Gen Con 2019.
That's when it came out.
Yeah. So
It looks awesome.
yeah, it's real fun.
Well, we'll have to play that someday.
Yeah, I can see how getting games played would be tough for lesser.
Well, I guess
Then
unless
for
you can
the-
play it over Zoom, there's no conventions, Lance. Can't really play those big games.
Well, I can.
Yeah.
Just don't ruin my
PAX
fun.
Unplugged just canceled.
I know. What's up?
PAX Unplugged just canceled.
In November?
Oh,
If you noticed, Aldi just did his fist pump, on that one.
It's also crazy that they only just canceled.
it's all about contracts.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or they
for
wanted
sure.
to cancel like months ago.
Pennsylvania's still
Insurance.
semi-open. Yeah.
because they literally had the countdown still going on their. I was on their website like 2 weeks ago, and it was like convention starts in 42 days or whatever.
Hey, you gotta believe, man. You gotta believe.
Well, I know for Origins,
Gotta have faith.
they weren't allowed to back out or to publish anything public. Because if they did, they'd be liable on the hook for the money because of insurance and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm sure people have read a lot more of their policies and contracts than they ever had.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You got jackasses like me who paid
Our
hotel
new
bill
our new
because-
contracts have viral pandemics just pandemics.
I think every contract going forward is going to have that clause in it now.
Yeah, yeah.
What about rising sea levels and hurricanes and tornadoes? And
Well, that's an act
Murder
of God.
hornets.
Those are
Right
called
in
acts of
there.
God, Chris. Didn't you
They're
know?
act of
Acts of
God,
God.
A virus that's not.
If you want to cover your bases, there's a lot of bases to cover.
Hey, you might as well put kaiju in there as well, sir.
Yep. You might as
Yeah.
well. You never know when
Gotta have
Godzilla's going to get
kaiju.
pissed off.
It is
2020.
Well, I
so
don't.
unpredictable.
Has anybody did a con down in Miami? I'm wondering if they do have that because Miami's basically sinking.
Oh,
Yeah.
Miami's going to be gone in like 20
Yeah. So I'm curious if they actually do have writers in their clauses down there.
an act of God is the generic coverall.
Yeah,
Well,
that
the
covers
ice
natural
tower covered.
disasters,
Like
which
when
would
we
cover the
were-
hurricanes.
Because we had a cruise during the last year's hurricane. We were theoretically going to go back out to sea to avoid it, but they snuck us in, got us off the ship, and
Whoa.
everybody got like free transfers and everything to leave early.
Wow.
So
Hmm.
we left. We were going to stay a day because my wife's never been to South Beach. We wanted to go to South Beach, but we like pushed it up. We were gone like that day.
Oh, good. I was in the Dice Tower. I was visiting the Dice Tower with the second the pandemic like hit. I was in Florida, listening to the president talk about how the numbers were going up. Like he had finally admitted the numbers were going up, and like Florida people, like 17 people had died that day.
Yeah.
And Tom was like, "What time do you leave?"
You leaving? Oh, you better hurry catch that flight.
To leave in like 3 hours. He was like, "You might want to go to the airport early."
No fooling. Derek was in LA and he left early.
And when
Because
I
they
was
were thinking about shutting down the airlines, right?
Dude, when I got to the airport, it was crazy. It was nuts. I mean, like people were running everywhere. The people were like, when an airport is completely unorganized, it is scary. Because it starts to look like one of those chaos movies where it's like people are like just running through the lines. People were just like pushing.
Yeah.
And there's
that's
nobody
on today,
speaking
yeah.
English, and it was nuts. It was nuts in there. So yeah, I was happy to get the hell out of there because if I was probably there over the weekend, I'd have been stuck. Because Florida,
That was before Gamma?
that was
After.
right after Gamma. That
Yeah,
was
it's right after.
Really?
I think like in February, March ish.
'Cause
Yeah,
I got
Gamma was
home-
like March 8th, I think. So it was like right after.
It was it was March 13th was the real one to shoot.
Yeah.
I got home from Gamma and they shut the airports down.
Yeah, we did too.
Yeah,
Derek was in LA. We were gonna do game night with Derek, and he
My
left
wife
early.
had to take a quarantine after that too.
It's
We
just,
just
You guys know who Brenna Noonan is?
yeah.
Yeah. She got trapped in Australia.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Crap. Yeah. You
I
just
don't know.
restrictions there too, by the way. Pretty ridiculous. Like they have some ridiculous restrictions on them over there. She if you go find her post, if you know her, she has like a list of just all the things they can't do, and like when their curfew
Sounds like a
are,
great idea.
hours. Yeah, it's weird.
We just shut down again here. We're a hot zone.
Dallas
Oh,
went
wow.
red today.
Did it?
So we snuck out and voted and came right home.
Wisconsin.
I saw the sun for the first time in 6 months.
Yeah.
I don't know what we're gonna
Funny
do. in
how,
Wisconsin. People are just going to lick each other at bars at this point. I can't stop Milwaukee people from drinking. Like you can't. Like,
Got a point.
if you unleash them to drink. There's literally bars there's more bars than McDonald's here. Like just like,
Wow.
Oh my god.
like if you took the Starbucks and McDonald's, we still have more bars than that. It's crazy, and when they started like to let the band go, and like about a couple months, like 2 months into it, they were like, all right, the numbers seem to be kind of steady. Our VA hospital numbers were kind of steady, and then all of a sudden, man, like then the footage started coming out. People started posting on Instagram and stuff like that, and yikes.
I've performed in 45 states now, and I can legitimately say nobody brags about how much they drink as much as Wisconsin.
No, I will
It's
tell
like
you.
this thing where people are like, they'll just be like, "Oh, we could drink," and I'm like, I didn't even ask you about that.
We drink a lot, but like I would say the two things that we have in Milwaukee, we have three things in Milwaukee that are just great.
Cheese.
And one is our beer, definitely our beer. We have some good beer here, and we also have some great festivals that we have.
You guys have those cheese
best
curds
music
too, right?
festival there is.
Yeah. When I
Isn't
told somebody I hadn't had cheese curds before, I think I made their brain explode.
Oh, but the third thing is our brunch. We have like world class brunch. We have a couple New York chefs who have come here and opened some different kind of high cuisine chains, and like our brunch game is.
That's awesome. Man, I wish I
If
could
you're
visit.
in Wisconsin, you could go out, have some great drinks, have a good night on the town, wake up, and then have some of the best brunch of your life and be back in bed by 11. Like you will have
I'm
a
down.
really good weekend here in Milwaukee. If you came here for like 4 days during Summerfest, you may not have a better day, a better vacation in 4 or 5 days.
Fun story, the comedy club that used to be in Milwaukee was run by a guy. I don't know if he was in the mafia or he just wanted you to think he was, but he would pay you with a gun on the table. So fun.
That old comedy shack that we had was great. It was great. Unfortunately, there was another kind of drought that we had in Milwaukee that kind of made that business cave. And it was probably mob tied because usually that shit dies after a while.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a really interesting spot though. Really good, really good times there. My wife and I had our first date there. That was part of our first date.
At the Comedy Cafe.
Comedy Cafe, yeah.
Wow.
You reminded me of if you go back to this is oh no wait it's an SNL political skit, but we aren't talking about politics. Never mind. No, it was from like the 90s, and they were talking about it was like the Democratic. It was the Democratic. It was like the Democratic nominee party or whatever, and it was like nobody wanted the job, and I forget it was like and then whoever there was someone I can't remember the candidate, but his one thing is like I have to remind everybody I have mob ties. Do not nominate me. I have mob ties.
Speaking of mob ties, there is a new add-on for the campaign trail campaign. For $15 extra, you can find mob ties as an add-on on Extra Pack. Campaign train funded on Kickstarter right now. Tell us how's the campaign going, man?
We're about to hit 40K. So I mean, we funded. I mean, this is a weird one because it's a really quick campaign too. It's a
super quick campaign and for some serious ass coupon prices, man. What the hell?
That's serious ass coupon prices.
Dude.
Hey, you gotta let me know. You gotta let me know when you're available to do a stream so I can have you on and we can play the game and laugh and joke.
What kind of man? I saw that price. I was like, this is ridiculous.
Well, we didn't want to charge more than what they charged for it when they launched it back in 2016. So you can get exactly the same game, like you can get the game that they had before.
Yeah.
But obviously we went overboard and upgraded a bunch of stuff. So if you want to give us $99, you can get something that's totally pimped out.
You can get some pimped out.
And if you have the old ones, if you have the old version, you can get the pimped out stuff as well. The big thing is that you get a larger box that will hold everything.
The larger box, which is what everybody would love. That was a beast to get back in that box. I think I just put a box band. I put one of these on there to keep it together.
Yeah, you kind of have to.
It's got a whole bunch of stuff in there, man. That game, man, if you guys are watching, you're looking for a really cool game with Kickstarter, that campaign trail was very, very surprising to me, man. It was a really good game.
Yeah, and there's even a quote on there.
The old days,
Jeremy
the way
Howard.
options worked. Sorry.
What?
Yeah, I'm getting political.
Amy Waldy.
Don't remind us of the old days, the way elections used to work.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
The old days.
Hey, Richard, what's going down?
Hi, everybody.
What are you playing?
Everybody, it's
See you,
Richard
Matt.
Ham.
This was Beyond the Sun from Rio Grande.
Oh yeah, it's coming out now. Right?
I would imagine so.
I saw
it this weekend. I'm excited.
Yeah.
Any early final thoughts?
Oh, it's very good. Pretty good. I mean, I'm not a fan of I love the implementation of the tech tree and this is all world-class stuff. But then there's also this, which is just okay. It's all this tech tree to drive this area control that's just fine, but it doesn't quite live up to the rest of the game. And I kind of wish all about this, not about that. Thank you. But that's just me.
Yeah.
Is that fighting? Is there war?
What's that?
Is there war fighting?
It's not. It's the lightest of area control.
Yeah.
There's planets, we all want them. Oh, you're just about to colonize that. Well, not if I move in and now I'm stronger than you and I'll take it, or I'll move some of your ships out. Just there's a little bit of that kind of stuff. It's a tiny bit of flavor that and actually, if anything, man, the setting for this game is incredibly grim. It was insane. I almost didn't read this intro to Jen. The first thermonuclear war was not kind to the Earth. Over the last 2 centuries, civil unrest and climate change continued to ravage every region of the globe. Crop yields were plunging, resources were depleting, and poverty and crime were rampant. Humanity was facing extinction. And then there's
reading a rule book or the news.
No, yeah. And then there's we got our shit together, and that's really great. And then we decided we could go out into the stars because Earth is royally fucked. But then, now that a solution has been found, ambition for power and control stirs in each faction once again. What the fuck?
Yes. Yes.
Let's really lean into, just bitter.
Like
it's really weird.
Politics.
I mean, because it does. I mean, this is a really kind of hopeful, upbeat. Let me test this to see if this works. This is a really hopeful, upbeat bit of cover art of mankind's brave humanity into the future. But no, it's grim
times, baby.
Sounds like they studied
Grim
history.
sells though.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
What were you saying, Chris?
I said it sounds like they studied history.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We did just sign the Artemis thing. NASA did with the International Space Center thing.
Yeah. But I mean, the gameplay is fine. It's definitely fun. The tech tree stuff is fantastic. There's a lot of nice little touches that I really appreciate. It's just the area control is kind of and then there's that.
Is that a big part of the game?
Richard, did you play Praga?
Praga, yes. I'll be doing a live playthrough of it this Saturday or next Saturday. One or the
Don't
other.
do it this Saturday because we're doing our shit on Saturday too.
Oh, well, fuck. I need to reschedule.
What time are you guys doing? Because I stream on Saturday.
We're on for 8 hours Saturday and 6 hours Sunday.
You are?
Yeah.
What the fuck? Why?
Well, we do an Essen stream every year. When we get together and we do like this thing where we kind of play at Essen games. And this time we decided to like gather the team and do a two.
That's right.
game.
Essen is next week.
Yep. So we do our.
Does that mean
WTF.
anything?
What's that?
Does Essen
400
being that
games
week
coming
mean
out.
anything?
No.
450 games coming out.
Yeah. There's a shit.
There's
There
a-
are a lot of.
there's
There's
games.
more than usual.
We
because
put-
a lot of games that got punted until now.
We're doing 4 10-hour days.
Wow.
I mean,
I'm
that
sure you-
gives media folks a lot to talk about, but I mean,
Sure does.
I mean, I haven't paid attention at all. Is there some central place where everybody goes to buy everything, or is it just? I mean, they can watch your MVM 8-hour stream or the Board Game Geek 15-hour stream, but what do they do then? I mean, it's not like they're gonna go down the street and pick up all this stuff in person. So, what's the next step for the viewer?
You know how this works. Well, I don't know if you do anymore. I don't know how many
No,
games.
I am out of touch with the
That's what I'm
common
saying.
man.
I don't know if you purchase stuff anymore. People have many ways to track things down.
Mhm.
Like some people track. Like when things come out around Essen, they usually are out. But you have to go to Amazon Day, not Amazon. So you have to go there. And if you have Prime account, you can get it shipped to the United States in some cases. You can also find some of these titles on the BGG store, just depending on what they are and who they're released by.
Sure.
Some sites,
Funny
some
Game is probably
like
the place.
Pegasus Spiel actually allow you to pre-order them and you get them before
yeah.
the
The Rado Runs Through sponsor, Funnigan Games, offers that exact thing. I
Sure.
put an
Oh,
ad
they
for
do
it.
those
So
sponsors.
you have fun again. You have fun again, but you gotta wait forever for fun again. And now they're
doing
changing their tune now because they have to get games in to sell. Like everybody needs to sell shit now. So
They're doing the mule thing, right?
Yeah, they're doing the mule thing, but it's going to be sped up, it looks like, this time. So, you don't have to wait till March when you forgot about it to get it here. So there's plenty of ways, but of course, a lot of the hot titles are going to be here and gone. One of the big ones now is that Rio Grande is bringing over, so they brought Beyond the Sun, and they're bringing over Praga this year.
Yes, they are.
Well, and I think, does Underwater Cities have something else? I think whatever it is, they are kind of partnered up, and they're bringing a lot of this stuff over now. So they got a couple hot titles this year. So yeah, it just really depends on the publisher. I think a lot of publishers are going to start combining to get this stuff over here. Lucky Duck Games is doing some of that stuff to try to get more of these games over here faster. I know they're picking up stuff and bringing it to the U.S. So, yeah, you should. I mean, it just depends on how savvy you are. And believe me, there's people who are just full of FOMO right now, itching to buy stuff like crazy. So,
Is it too late to go through the preview, Lance?
What's that?
Or normally we go through the preview before Essen, and this year we're not.
Yeah.
Unless you do it
well,
next
let's shift directions. Let's pull that up right now. Where's Keith?
Lance?
Wake him up.
Keith is sleeping.
He's 25th anniversary today.
Oh, maybe he's not sleeping.
Nah, he's sleeping. It's 25.
Bravo. Grant, are you taking notes? That's comedy.
Yeah.
That's raw comedy.
Yeah, that was good. That was good there.
Sure. If somebody wants to be the MC and pull it up, I've enabled screen sharing.
Oh boy, you guys are just starting this now. It's midnight my time, so I'm gonna dip out before this gets started because there's no way I'm staying to the end of it. I will see you all next week.
I mentioned it. Didn't think anybody would actually take me up on it.
Yep, you got me going. Let's do it.
Oh wow!
Have fun.
All right, so the role of Keith will be played by Jeremy tonight.
No, let's see.
Wow, you changed, Keith.
Share that screen. Oh, okay, we got.
Jeremy, do you want to do it?
Yeah. Let me grab it real quick here. Alrighty. And...
So, are you going to eliminate demos, which I guess are all digital demos if it's listed as a demo now, right? You're only
it has to be available for sale.
Oh, yeah. And are you dropping expansions and just doing games to keep it a bit shorter?
No, well, Scott, you do this then, because I want to make sure I'm doing it right. I was just going to go to the main page on BGG and go to the freaking.
Yeah, I was just going to bring up the preview.
The September, October releases, because that's.
Oh man, forcing Aldi to use his own website. This is so meta.
Man, actually, I wanted to come on tonight and talk all about the front page. Now that I've spent a bunch of time with it, but I guess we'll do this. Maybe that's next week.
For sale.
Standalone.
Standalone. I like it.
Also, at some point, Grant, I heard your very brief story a few weeks ago about doing a kind of off-camera scene for Ted Lasso.
Yeah.
I want to hear every second of that because Ted Lasso is easily the best show I have seen in a decade.
I love it so much. I've been telling everybody about it.
So fucking good.
Well,
I am halfway through my second viewing of the first season. It's so good, and I haven't done that in years.
Yeah.
So Grant, what was the scene you were found? Was it when he was in the hot tub, or what was the scene you were?
So it was actually it was a promo they were doing for the show. I don't know if you know who Jose Mourinho is. He's a famous soccer coach. He coaches Tottenham Hotspur right now. And so it was like a conversation between Ted Lasso and Jose Mourinho.
Okay.
So I was basically playing Jose Mourinho.
Mm-hmm.
It was the same thing, Richard, where I was like, I didn't even know what it was. I got the call to do this, and they were like, hey, you're funny and you like soccer. We need somebody to do this thing for the show. And I was like, what? Okay. Like, this is a weird job, but sure. And then we get there, and it's like, my script says Ted Lasso, and I'm like, who's Ted Lasso? What is this? It was something that I had no idea about, but they were like Jason Sudeikis, and I was like, well, he's funny. I'll go do this thing.
Yeah.
I mean, it was really cool. I mean, he is so nice.
Yeah.
What's that?
What? Who? What? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Hold on. I just have to interrupt real quick. Grant, I'm pretty sure it's Jose and not Jose Mourinho.
No, it's not. It's Jose. It's
Okay.
Jose.
No, fair enough.
That was literally part of the scene I had to do, and I had to keep
Yeah.
out to say the name. I was like, no, it's
Watch
Jose.
that. Ted Lasso.
Yeah.
It's the character based on those commercials from like a few years back, right?
Yeah, although I haven't seen the original commercials. Apparently, he's
I
been
remember
pretty
the
much completely
commercials.
rewritten.
Yeah,
Because
the commercials are pretty amazing.
Yeah.
The thing that they did differently is the commercials really lean into like how dumb he is, kind
Yeah.
of like.
Mhm.
And I think one of the things,
Well,
the reason the
oblivious.
show, the reason the show works so well is that most of the time when people play enthusiastic, they play it as like naive and dumb, right? If you're an optimist, you're naive or you're dumb,
Mhm.
and he is not either of those.
Yes.
He's enthusiastic and he's optimistic, but he's actually very smart. His
Mhm.
character is very smart, and the whole reason he's good at what he does is because he sets his own ego aside all the time, and that's just so rare in the world these days, and it's just so fun to watch.
Yeah. I
So-
cannot recommend it enough. Sorry, I'm sure we're queued up now, ready to go through board games, but
No, hey, Grant, you did post that thing about the creepy Uber driver. I laughed my butt off at that.
oh, that was good too. Yeah.
Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
Just-
Yeah, that was
The best was the very end where it was just like Uber for Michael.
yeah.
Just looking straight ahead.
Yeah, I
not
don't-
reacting to anybody.
I used to do a bunch of stuff with the Groundlings. I don't know if you know who they are.
Everybody
it's,
knows.
If you want to, the people that have come out of the Groundlings are like Kristen Wiig, Will Ferrell.
As soon as you said that, my question to you is, where is your SNL audition tape?
Yeah. Well, I've auditioned for SNL.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I didn't.
Well, then where's that tape?
Well, you got to make it to New York to.
You got a cold off of the.
Yeah.
You made your own personal tape. You're saying.
Yeah, this business is full of a lot of what ifs. I wrote a thing that I didn't post last week because I just found out a whole thing I shot with Dennis Quaid is never going to air. So, that's the reality.
That's a Hollywood story. You can put a lot of effort into something, it'll never see the damn light of day. Doesn't matter.
Next you're going to tell me you were Tony Stark's daughter in the cutscene from.
Yeah. No, but I did just find out today that I booked a role on a new sci-fi show called The Movie Show that'll be coming out. So,
Okay.
yeah, that'll be fun. It's just a single episode, but it's a fun character stuff.
There you go.
Yeah,
That's awesome. I keep changing the subject back from games. We're here to talk about games.
Yeah.
Do it again. I will stop asking.
Are you ready to roll?
No, I want to talk about movies because I was actually in the desert this past weekend doing a 48-hour film challenge. Like,
Fun.
have you ever done anything like that?
I did a long time ago in the Bay Area. The 48-hour film festivals are a popular thing. So I did one of them. I like 13 years ago, something like that. It's grueling.
Oh yeah, it was.
Yeah. If you guys don't know, the premise is basically the people that run the festival give you like a topic, and you have 48 hours to make a film on it.
Yeah.
Like you are like as soon as you get it, you're like, okay, we're sitting down, we're trying to come up with a concept, we're doing this. Okay, now we got to get all this, we're going to shoot it, now we got to edit, and you're like trying to finish it up until the minute that you submit it.
Yeah, it was wild. They had me come in as the writer for it, and like I was so freaking tired by the end of it.
I mean, you're not sleeping much, you're not. Yeah, it's pretty intense.
Yeah, no, it was. Yeah, I was just wondering if you'd ever gone through it because it was crazy.
Yeah. It was one of those things that I was happy to do once, and then I was like, I don't need to do that again.
Yeah, I think I'm in the same boat.
I got that experience. I'm good.
Thanks for the life experience. I'm out. I'll politely decline the next time.
Yeah.
Anyways, back to the game. Sorry.
Yeah.
Are you sure?
This time for sure.
Hold on, Scott.
Oh, website crashed.
No! Whose
what-
website is this?
Heading.
Here's $5. Why don't you make a better website?
Yeah, thanks.
Fucking Scott.
All right, Moonraker is self-published. Does anybody know anything about this one?
No.
Is it based on the James Bond movie?
Rado, did you do something for that?
No,
Mercenaries
I
fight
have that one
for
marked
sovereignty
as
and-
undecided because I don't bother to do research anymore. I like the cover.
Yeah.
I like the
I
title.
already got 114 ratings, which is actually
It
cool.
had lots of animations in it.
You know, on the off chance we're not going to make it through this, should we sort by thumbs so all the cream of the crop is at the top? If we bail, if we only make it halfway through, I
The
wonder.
crop of the cream.
Yes, the creamy crop.
What's this
Hundo
mean?
P.
Oh, oh,
And
by
then
the
Moonrakers will be at the top, I'm
the
sure.
most
Yeah, the
hot.
thumbs.
Oh, okay, whatever. We're gonna play favorites. Fine.
Come on, hamsters.
There's 350. You think we're going to make it from
No.
1 to 349? I don't know.
Most games
No,
are.
you never-
Rado,
You get 5 seconds.
Most
5
games
seconds
are
per.
good and
This one is
forgettable.
interesting. I'm
Most
not sure
games
how
are
this
good.
got to the top of the list because
Explain this to me. People are asking me this on my podcast. How did this
I
happen?
don't know. I sense shenanigans, but
Yeah.
we don't.
I
do
get the
any weird-
impression that
Especially
there
from
are
here.
a lot of people. Are they? Is it a Portuguese or it's a Brazilian or
Yeah,
it's
it could be.
Spain? And I
It could
think
be- it could
that
be a
publisher
activation.
has just a shit ton of fans in its home country.
Yeah.
And the other thing is, this is the first time they're doing a properly crunchy Euro game instead of just lighter party type stuff.
Yeah, they do lighter. They do lighter stuff, and this is definitely seems like a little bit higher than what they usually do.
Yeah.
I played there. What was it? Michael
Okay.
Strogoff.
Oh, I like the characters art here. It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It is surprising.
It
It's
looks Russian, old Russian.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
I
looked
don't
at it
know
enough to
anything-
think it probably is interesting, but it is strange that it is higher than the latest Vladimir Succi game. It's higher than everything.
I suspect some fan activation here.
Yeah.
whatever.
But,
Yeah,
you know, whatever.
whatever.
Yeah,
Team to
it's one of
build.
those things where you're just like, yeah, cool, but you're also like, It's
Yeah.
tough to get excited about stuff anymore.
I'm very excited about this game. I think I'm going to play
I'm
it this
really excited about this too. Yeah, I'm very excited about it.
That's the CGE game, right?
Yeah. Actually, that might arrive.
Anybody played it yet?
No,
I know it's been making the rounds.
Yeah, it's making the rounds right now. Actually,
the
everybody
NBA
who they should be receiving it this week, from what I was told. A lot of people are receiving it this
Yeah.
week.
Alexander Pfister, Arno.
This is my number one of the show.
Okay.
Yeah.
Travel in airships above dried up landscapes, visit cities, and battle cloud militia. It's
Yep.
about fighting.
And designed by Alexander Pfister.
right.
You had me at Pfister.
This was a game that I think he was talking to me about because I beat him up so much about Maracaibo. So I'm excited about this one here. Hopefully, it's just as good, if not better.
Sounds like there might be
What did you
battles
beat
in
him up
this
about
one, though.
Maracaibo?
Some things about the history and some things that were in there. So,
Oh, okay, yeah.
I told I actually was just talking out into the world about it, and then all of a sudden he contacted me directly, and we just had a discussion about it, and he was just like, yeah, that wasn't these things weren't my intention, and
Yeah. He really takes that stuff on board. I know they are wanting to address a lot of that in the
But, yeah.
expansion.
yeah, it wasn't even a big deal. But at least he said something to me, and it was kind of cool.
Praga Caput Regni.
That is Latin for, I think, the capital of Prague, or Prague, capital of the nation, or something like that.
Okay.
It's the latest from Vladimir Succi,
Yep.
who is one of Lance's favorites. This should
Yeah,
show
this
you-
is the only one I've read anything about, and I'm super excited about
The
it. 'Cause it
diagram
looks-
of how to build the interior of.
Yes.
Now,
Yeah, I'm
know that you do not have to do that. The
You
actual-
do not have to do that. It's totally optional. It's
Oh,
just,
but it
it's
looks
just a little bit of
Yeah.
table bling.
no.
There it
no,
is.
no.
If you don't build it, you just play on the
That's-
flat surface.
That's like the only that I'm so jazzed. That looks. I don't even know what it does, but it looks so cool.
What are these cartoon eyes doing here? They're popping up.
Those are dials that keep track of how much stone you have on the right and how much gold you have on the left. They're just rotating. The reason they have those little hangout
Oh,
things.
there it is.
Yep.
Like, ooh, yeah, I want to play that.
Yeah.
I just
Is the dial rotate? I'm guessing.
I'll tell you all of it. I mean, Jen and I, we've already played it a couple of times, but it's very, very good. It is excellent. It's lighter and faster.
I was
than
gonna say
Underwater
it
Cities.
looks, just by looking at it, it looks light. But
Yeah.
I don't care. It's the best designer that nobody cares about.
I care.
I care.
I'm hoping this is the one. hoping to see
Suchi is
What, the
Suchi's
one?
man.
Well, did Underwater Cities not?
Do you have?
I didn't like Underwater Cities, and I thought Pulsar 2849 is pretty good. I was just
Pretty
like,
good. Oh my god, it's so good.
I thought it was pretty good.
Interesting.
And Last Will.
Last
Last
Will.
Will.
I
I
have
love
not played
Last Will.
Last Will.
Oh wait, but what about Shipyards?
And
Well,
Shipyards
Shipyards is my. Oh, I love more rondels, please.
Yeah, no, I don't think there are none more rondels after Shipyard. Shipyard took all the rondels.
Viscounts of the West Kingdom. Travel
See,
the
and
Kingdom.
I like a League of Six. I mean that's like
Nah.
his. That,
Nah.
That's no whatever. What do you mean nah?
Yeah.
Have you played it with the expansion?
No.
Well, see, that's probably why you're mad. The
Yeah.
expansion makes it
So why was that on in the base game then?
so they can make more money. We've been over these things.
Yeah.
Why don't you? Why aren't you better at games? You when you on this website that's so big.
I don't know.
Shots
All right, we're moving on to the Viscounts of the West Kingdom by
I'm excited about this one. I actually have
a
turned.
modular board and a medieval
Yeah.
bag and pool building from.
I've made a full turn here on Mr. Shem and Mr. McDonald, and I'm looking forward to this one. After Paladins and Raiders of Scythia, now I'm back on the train, man. I'm
Nico artwork again.
Yeah.
It is the best of the West Kingdoms.
Oh my God.
Wow.
Yes.
Bold statement.
Oh my God.
I will preface that a little bit. Strictly speaking, I think Paladins is a slightly stronger design.
Yes.
But Paladins is also it's the most straightforward.
Yes.
Viscounts does a lot of really cool out of the box stuff like Architects did, and it's almost as good as Paladins. So that's why, on the whole, I would label it the best of the three, and it's definitely Jen's favorite.
No, is this the one? Is this the one that he took directly to Kickstarter or did he go to Kickstarter with this one? I can't remember.
Did a weird thing with this one here. It was
And
like
I think I must have dropped out now because everybody's gone very
the weird one
quiet.
with the relationship here with Renegade and how they released it, because it was supposed to be out at Gen Con and like I think it was ready at Gen Con and they didn't ship it at Gen Con, so it was like this one has a weird release to it. So
Well, I'm trying to remember. Did they go through?
They did go through Kickstarter.
Because I thought I backed this, but I still don't have it.
No, you don't have it. That's the thing. And then the people who had that went on the website could get it like at Gen Con, but then that ended up not happening. So then everybody was pissed, even the people who were supposed to get it early and the people who were supposed to pre-order it. They both got pissed off. So
Some people are getting it apparently.
Yeah, so it'll be here, I'm assuming.
October 10th.
Yeah.
Maybe we get it this Friday.
Yeah, maybe this week. There you go.
Okay. Camerati is still doing the
Wait, are you gonna have this in your store?
No.
No.
Oh no, we don't. So we only have the Friedemann games coming in this year.
Okay. Why not? Why do you have more stuff?
It's not my core business.
Baby steps.
Not my core
Baby
business.
steps.
All right,
Bonfire.
Bonfire Field, let's
Geek
go.
Game Shop. We have Geek Game. Anybody play this? Yeah, I ordered it from Philibert and got it in like 2 days. How is it possible you order from France? I paid $12 shipping and got it in 2 days.
Guess what?
How
I
is
never get that lucky from Philibert.
How is that possible?
I didn't get that lucky from Philibert when I lived in Europe.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, I did
Well,
back.
you know what,
I
this-
ordered from
I
them
think
all
they
the
were
time. It
doing
was in
something
Malta.
weird. I think they were doing something weird where they were going to shut down during Essen.
Yeah.
So they were probably hurrying everything to get out real fast.
So you actually have a copy of this right now.
Yeah, I do.
I feel like I'm the fucking last reviewer in the universe to have a copy of it.
let's all take a moment.
Colorado.
Richard,
Life really sucks
that's
for
not
him.
true. That's not true.
Oh,
They
shut
are very
up.
few. They are very
Only
few.
anybody would respect
Stop
his
it.
show, but
Oh, you talking
no.
about Bonfire? Yeah, I got it like a month ago.
Are you serious?
No.
I would definitely believe it.
It's weird. I haven't even been doing this. They said
He's sitting on Bonfire and his 4 copies of Pandemic Legacy 2.
they sent me a message. They didn't send me the game, but they sent me a message about how they were never going to send it to Richard. I was like, what? You guys would message me about that.
Yeah, it seems odd that you'd take.
Yeah. But all right.
So this is a super feld, from what I understand. Eric did it like an hour on it.
Yes, I'm aware.
He did. He went all
sorry,
in.
Richard.
Watched most of that
I'm
video.
very aware.
Believe me, Richard, if I could get you every game ever, and it was in my power, I would.
That's the
totally-
job of the fucking publishers.
I know.
Wait, you said this is an hour-long game?
No.
Eric did an hour-long
Oh, okay.
talk
That's-
over it about it.
I was gonna say an hour-long fell.
Yeah, for Eric, that's pretty fucking long.
That's pretty long.
Yeah, it was pretty long. He actually took his time though. He really took his time and went each board and kind of like he really went in. He went all in on that one.
It looks great.
No,
Yeah.
I'm sure it'll be fantastic.
I'm playing it this weekend. I can update.
But you'll never know, Richard. You'll
I
never
will.
get a
At
copy.
this rate, I will never fucking know.
Oh my god!
All right. Swanton Zoo, Inca Empire.
And ironically, I bitch and whine about this in spite of the fact that I literally have in the other room an unannounced Feld game that's waiting
What?
to be played.
What?
And you have the goal.
That's an Alaboom secret, everybody.
Look at that! Look at that, baby! Look at that! Yeah.
Oh yeah, there's another one.
Hey,
I'll never see.
that just showed up at my door today.
Wow.
Wow.
Dude,
Did not show up
this
here.
game is
So there's
so
only 3
good.
pictures of this
Oh
game.
It is
wow, that
so
looks
good.
really good. I want.
No,
that.
it
Oh my
looks
God,
it looks amazing.
No, I'm serious. This one,
I've heard this is the this is the one.
this is the one. Like
This is the one. from what I-
Takeru is very good. This one is like it's man. I'm telling you, like,
Mm.
whew, this one's good. Definitely top 10, easy.
Not a lot of pictures there. Okay.
Oh, are we going over the September, October ones?
From the
No, this
Corey
is the
on-
Essen one.
uh,
And you just
template.
changed this, right, Scott? This didn't used to say Essen. You just changed that in the last couple of days or
Well,
something?
Yeah, because we were just here's when we started deciding to do a monthly thing.
Yeah.
We were like, well, we're just going to put it out regardless of whether or not there's a convention because we didn't know. So we just said, well, let's just commit to a bi-monthly release list.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie, man. Scott, you got me a little jealous. I started scanning Filbert for that bonfire. You suck.
You can get it. I think it's there.
No,
You'll have it in 2
because
days, apparently.
those first shipping. No, well, I'm gonna get a chance to play. There's no way I'm prying that from Jeremy. But yeah, I was gonna say
Yeah, so fast.
when those first shipments came through, I actually went to another spot called Meeple Corner, which is in the UK. And I asked him, could I buy it from him? And he said, I'll get back to you through email. And then 2 hours later, it was gone.
Oh
So,
wait, did we? Oh,
yeah,
So,
I really want that. I really do want that game, but now I can be patient because I'm going to be able to play it. So
I have to admit, I don't know much about Polis. There's no brief
this is a
description.
reprint, right?
Oh, it is a reprint.
There's
Oh,
Devier again. So Devier has got the hometown clicking machine
is a
going for
high
him.
rank.
Oh, I remember that game.
This is a high-ranked war game.
Yeah.
So you guys already talked about the Lost Ruins of Arnak. I just played that.
And how did it go?
It is really great.
How'd you get it?
Just
Throw your weight around and got it. Got a copy.
No, it's supposed to be today. Like I told you this week, we're getting it.
yeah, I'm
Oh.
gonna get the solo game pretty soon too.
You could order it now.
No, the reviewers are getting it.
Oh, reviewers are getting it.
Yeah, it is. My friend
I need to be
Lucy
a
put it really
reviewer.
well.
That's what I need to do.
It doesn't. It's
Just
not
say
the
it.
greatest deck builder. It's not the greatest worker placement. It's not the greatest resource management. It's not the greatest racing game, but it does all of them really great. And it's just a great package. I breezed through the 24-page rule booklet, and like
Yeah.
it was one of those rule booklets where you're like,
Check
oh,
Games
this sounds
makes the best
cool. I
rule
want to
books.
keep reading. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's
Check Games
really
makes the
good.
best. They make them good. They make
Scott,
them-
just message people, send them email and say, hey, my name's Scott. Some people know me as Aldi. I'm kind of a big deal.
I don't like using it that way though.
You know what I'm
You
saying? Hey, I'm a big deal.
Well, then enjoy getting nothing.
Yeah.
You can join me, Scott.
I'll join
we
you,
can get
Richard, at the
nothing together
bitch fest.
because we don't remind people that we're big.
Believe me, we get plenty. I'm.
No. Do tell how you're. Tell me the
I'm really.
plight.
Excited. So no one has anything to add about Polis, right? We're gonna skip it.
I had the original whatever that Mercury Games did. I liked it.
Right.
Yeah, supposedly I remember it being very well received.
Yeah,
$70 for a 2-player
That's
game.
expensive. Well, that's MSRP. Who knows what reality is?
Yeah.
I'm
Underphone
super
Skies
stoked for this because I remember
pretty good game.
it won the printing play.
It used to
but-
be a print and play. It was an award-winning print and play.
yeah, I think it won.
Did we just talk about the 14,000 notifications on the messages?
Yeah, I know.
What?
I'm a little
It's,
bit.
it's exactly
Oh.
14,000.
I read them all. Believe me, they're just not. I
A
don't read.
9-card print and play game? It used to
Yeah.
be 9 cards?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
What?
Yeah. Because you actually made up the board. I think the board you actually had to print. I can't remember. I actually didn't have that game. So that was arriving this week too. So I was playing again.
It's a solo game. It looked
Yeah.
it looked good. I think we did a video for it. It looks like we did. It came out at Gamma, right? Or
Yeah.
Previewed at Gamma.
They did a really like high publicized print run, print and play again in the summertime. for this game.
Yeah.
But it's a really simple dice judging game.
Paul Grogan has been hawking it for months.
He's been going hard.
Oh, yeah.
He does a live playthrough of it every 3 days or something like that.
He does CG stuff. That's him. He's CG.
I'm excited for that.
No, it looks cool. And there's Peter. And
You know
Rodney.
what, Rodney? You know what? Quit acting like you're interested because you always tell me to read the rule book when it comes to solo rules.
Calico is already out. I've got the Kickstarter, and it's pretty great. I think you were talking.
It'll probably be in my top 10 of the year.
Jeremy was
Probably top 10 easy.
Calico.
Yep.
It was
Unless there's some
actually-
surprises, it
Yeah.
seems almost guaranteed.
That game is
Wow.
Yeah, it was fun.
yeah.
It was just, tile laying.
It has a spot.
It's
It
about
has
as close to perfect as board games can get.
Really?
Oh, geez, look at that.
That's a pretty high praise.
You know what though? You know what? The game gets everything right. That is
Exactly.
It's not trying to do everything. Like that's the thing. Sometimes board games go for too much. This one is not. It works really well. It's super solid. There's not really anything you can say bad about it because they even worked out a way for tile variants if you have 2-player.
How about I don't really like the theme, and I really don't like it the abstract nature. So there, I just said something bad
Not
about
for
it.
you, Lance.
There
Not
you
for
go.
you.
Fine. You weren't even in the market.
Well, time out.
Why?
I hate that. No, it's not for you. It's not for you.
Why?
There's lots of games. So it's like there's lots of games that aren't for me. I mean, but that doesn't mean I can't say something bad about it.
Okay.
That's like saying if I
You
have
didn't
I
say
have a-
something bad about it. You
Okay,
said
well,
you
fine.
don't like abstract. That's not.
No,
nothing
I said
bad
I
about the
don't
game.
like the
You said
theme.
something about yourself, not about the game.
Lance, how can you turn down that cat? I mean,
So
look.
now
I-
you went
It's
from a
really
10 to
easy.
a 9.
I haven't purchased it, so that's how I turn it down. I have
you'll
not
never know.
spent.
You'll never know the challenge of making Ginger happy. I mean,
Really? Because
Oh,
here's the deal. Here's the deal. I would be amazing at that game if I played it even once. Because that's
Yeah.
how good I am.
I love when people like games like this when people are like, I hate the theme. I'm like, it's a
that's
fucking
a
abstract game. Like it's really
Joke's
just-
on you. There is no theme. Ho ho ho
I'm
ho.
like, dude, it's a freaking abstract game. You
I have found I am totally reverting back to my Ameritrash roots. I want
Are you?
dice.
Oh,
and I
really?
want crunch.
Okay.
Yeah,
What do you suppose that's about?
I don't know.
When
I'm just getting
That's-
old.
that's-
I'm getting old and
interesting
grouchy.
observation.
Some
I'm
pretty good
thinking-
pictures. Who took those pictures?
I don't.
It might be Kevin.
You obviously haven't been following AEG's
Eric?
Twitter or their Instagram because they've got some really good pictures.
Yeah, this is pretty slick. I
I
gotta
only
find out
follow
who this
Board
person
Game
is.
Geek.
Yeah, I'm like those. I don't. They're not
Eric
these,
is,
but
That's Eric's right there.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
Eric
Eric
Yoko
is
right
awesome
there.
too. Yeah.
Is that like a market, like to make pretty pictures of games?
Oh,
No,
yeah.
I just know Eric Yurko because I know his style and I can tell just by looking at his layouts with the black mat and I just know how he does with lighting. So
Well, I just saw Eric's picture in the bottom left corner of the screen 3 pictures ago.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. I blew
That's
by
also a
it.
giveaway.
Well spotted, sir.
Anyway.
But anyway, we can't talk
Okay.
about Calico
All right, we're
all
done.
night.
Yeah, we know
As much as
Calico's
we'd
awesome.
like
That's
to.
again. I know that. I know that setup.
Raiders of Scythia or Scythia?
So Raiders of Scythia is basically a let's say an
It's
updated
so weird. So
expansion.
weird.
expansion of Raiders of the North Sea. It's similar but better. But like I
It
said,
is definitely better.
it's literally Raiders of the North Sea with 2 expansions already baked into its DNA.
No, well, with
Really?
it's Raiders of the North Sea with 70% of the 2 expansions that
Yes.
came out, and then plus another
Right.
minor expansion that it adds that's
Right.
never been seen in Raiders of the North Sea.
Right.
That with the animals that basically completely destroys Raiders of the North Sea.
Yes. Yeah, that's the way I would say it. It's
So the-
better. It's naturally better.
Mhm.
It's and if you were getting the 2, I would say get this one and save yourself a couple extra boxes. Of
Oh, that's what I was gonna ask because I've never played Raiders of the North Sea, but it's what on very at the high of my wish list.
Yeah.
They skip it and just go right to
No. There'd be one reason to go for Raiders. There's 2 reasons to go for Raiders over this. One would be theme presentation. If you just are super hot for Vikings or Mahalo Dimitriev's the Miko's art.
Yeah.
If it's because a lot of people would argue that the art that the presentation of Raiders is better. Plus, Raiders is much more cutthroat.
Yes.
Almost. I mean, Raiders had a ton of I steal your stuff, I kill your crew type cards. And those have been almost 100%
Yeah,
excised.
this one
from
is more
Scythia.
like build up your own team, your own squad, trigger your
Yeah.
own engines and things like that. If
Yeah.
you got one set up.
Yeah, Scythia is just about the race. There's no dirty tricks, trying to, slash the other team's tires.
Yeah.
So it's a standalone game.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is, I don't think.
Ooh.
I think he said there's not going to be any expansions to this one. It's just going to be a.
It wouldn't need it. It is literally. It's got almost 2 expansions worth of stuff in it.
All right, Ludanova, what you got? What is this? Ludanova, always
Peter
interesting.
Sylvester, who is quite a designer.
Always.
Pierre is a good designer.
Yeah. Oh, I like this color fade here.
What's his most recent game was the Village Green, which was excellent.
Green. That's okay. That's right.
Although it did have one problem, but I fixed it.
I like how that looks.
Yeah.
Look at that.
That's a lot of meeples.
That's pretty.
Well, thank goodness.
Game. I remember this game.
Thank
That looked like they
goodness.
called Valparaiso. I'm worried.
I mean, if there wasn't meeples, we wouldn't know what to do with ourselves.
Oh my God.
Look at all those ships too, man.
Who's the publisher?
Ludanova.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm always looking for their titles. I kind of like some of the things that they release. They go for something a little different every time. I might
No
look.
brief description. The frequent tremors, Lumi clouds are the crater, and the ever-increasing smell of sulfur make it clear that it's time to escape. Ooh, it's going to be an exploding or a volcano, right? Direct your tribe through the waters of the Pacific in search of a new home, safe from the impending eruption of the volcano. Explore new sea routes that lead to unvisited islands. Collect resources on those islands to offer to other tribes in exchange for their knowledge, and continue sailing in search of a safe place. All this being done to save as many of your tribe members as possible and lead them to new lands where they can prosper.
So it's a race for life.
Yeah, it's like an escape. Escape.
You should have just stuck to the 1-sentence log line that all games have now, Aldi.
No, this one doesn't have one.
What? Let's as a group write one.
I don't know why a publisher would not add that themselves.
It's right there on the top of the page. Add a brief description.
I know, and when you submit the
I
game,
want to add the brief description. Come on, Ludanova, what the fuck is wrong with you?
Yeah.
You should put that as the description. Come on, Ludanova, what the fuck is wrong with you?
I love
Paris from Kiesling Kramer.
So this is a Kiesling Kramer. Okay.
So I played this because Game Brewer sent me one, and I didn't hate it.
All right.
That's Lance. Oh, hey, it's got an Arc de Triomphe.
You're saying it's a 5.
That's the original prototype arc. Supposedly, they had to change it because it was too tall and you couldn't see over it, and it made play difficult. So it probably won't be quite so 3D in theory.
That's amazing.
What kind of game is Lance? What do you do?
It is a, I guess you'd call it a worker placement game, where you are, each of the districts has these spots. You're putting your worker there to claim them so that you can ultimately build different kind of cafes there. And and you work your way kind of up the prestige of a given district. Once you've I'm building the level 4 building now. Well, that means I skipped all the level 1, 2s, and 3s, and I've left them for all the other players. So that kind of tension.
Okay.
Can you hit up that third picture right there?
Apparently, yeah. I'll respond to Richard.
Would you disagree with that assessment?
The third one right there.
I'm just being a poop. Just leave me alone.
Yeah, it looks nice.
Yeah. The nicest thing about it is all that stuff on the outskirts. Those are, if I recall correctly, I think when you're building your buildings, you move forward clockwise around this rondel. So a lot of your decision making is to try to land on an ideal bonus tile. That's what all these those things are that are right in the middle of the screen right now. Yeah. And you can see them all laid out from the get-go. So you have to make a choice of, am I going to rush and get halfway through it and skip almost everything so I can get that one that I really want to, because it's essentially my strategy. That's a big part of what the game is about. Yeah. If you jump forward to get the stuff you really want, you are leaving so much for your opponents, and will that hurt you?
Oh, is it one of those? Is it time track?
It is not. It is not a time track like Thebes, if that's what you're thinking. No.
Okay.
It kind of has the same feel in that you don't want to jump too far ahead because you'll be leaving a lot of stuff behind. But it doesn't affect turn order.
Okay.
And it's good. I mean, Kramer and Kiesling, of course, it's good.
So Anno 1800 is a ridiculous PC game.
Yeah. It's a PC game.
It's a PC hog.
Look at all these cards.
Okay, so I want to be clear on this one. I'm really worried because I did not like City Skylines, and I'm worried they're going to drop the ball again big time on this.
Well,
one.
this is
Well, one, this is a completely different designer. It has absolutely nothing to. This will be nothing like City Skylines.
Hopefully. And two, whoa, Jesus, these cards. Whoa, there's a lot of cards.
Yeah. Well, Anno, I played Anno, and you start out with like low level buildings, and you build them up. And you get like a really cool. I'm guessing this is your city.
Oh my God, Table Hall.
There's a lot here.
That looks busy.
Hopefully, it'll be like London. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Oh, that'd be
no, we'll never get another London.
Man,
we have a list of mechanics. It's 2 hours, 220.
I'm so glad I have my original London. Nobody can take that away from me.
Both of them look good though. Both of them look good though.
I sat down with Martin at one of the last conventions I went to, and he pitched it to me, and it sounded really good. But take it for what it is. I literally don't remember anything he said now.
Yeah.
And you wonder why you don't get games, Richard.
There you go. Yes, because I ignore Martin Wallace and. But it's Martin Wallace. You have to play it because it's a Martin Wallace game.
I do.
No, you don't.
Yes, you do. It's a Martin Wallace game. You shut your mouth.
Like Kenichi, you don't have to play all his horseshit.
What?
Yeah, you do.
I feel like
You most certainly do not have
This is a
to.
gift, a gift to the people who have not been around long by this game coming back out again. Because
What
I
about
think it's a gift to the gaming world because a lot of people weren't in the gaming world when
Sure, yeah.
came out. It's kind of old.
I mean, it's what, like 2008, 2009, 2010 must be.
Yeah.
I
didn't know it had an expansion.
Yep. And they are sticking to the 3-player minimum. Fuck you, 2 players.
Well, we don't have any pictures, but if you want to know what it looks like, you can go look at Hansa Teutonica.
Yeah, I'll definitely end up probably checking that one out because I've never played it.
The technology on this game is amazing.
That
it has a 2-player variant. Richard.
Oh, did they list it? What is this 2-player variant, but not calling it a 2-player game thing? That I thought we left behind after the original 7 Wonders.
Can we also thank I love the fact we're seeing other companies do big boxes. I want every company to start doing this. Period. Just every company. You got a hot game. I want a 7 Wonders big box. I want a everything big box.
Why give it all away, man? Why give it all away?
You can milk them.
It's really good.
I in like dark confessional circles, I will admit to really liking Hansa Teutonica.
Yes, it's because it's good.
Oh, how could you not? I mean, it's a bloodthirsty Euro.
It is so bloodthirsty.
Yeah,
it's so amazing.
By the way, Tuscany is out now. I think, right? I think
Tuscany's been out for a while. Apparently,
so it's been weirdly. It's been out there weirdly, and now it's here. So it should be coming to people soon. Probably the next 2 weeks. So, yeah. I'm interested. It seems
Does anybody know anything
it's
about
lighter, so we'll see.
All right.
It's
not what I thought it was at all.
Yeah, the art's not doing it.
Really. Ugly, but
I thought this was going to be a mashup.
Burgundy was never played for its art.
Yeah,
grid coverage, hexagon grid, modular board, set collection, tile placement, variable setup.
Yeah,
needs a better description, and it's based in Italy.
What's its log line?
It says it re-implements Castles of Burgundy, but I doubt that.
It doesn't. It doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
A fun strategic game of region building during the Italian Renaissance.
There you go.
Done. Is there a character restriction of like 255 characters or something like that? On
it's like 120.
Okay.
It's as long as a tweet.
Yeah.
If you can't tell a game, oh my gosh, Troy's Dice is coming out. I didn't know it was coming out.
That's going on the table this weekend. On the
1 to 10 players. I'm intrigued.
Well,
it's a rolling right.
Yeah.
It's a bingo-y rolling right.
Yeah. Now that PNP, I think I had like a year and a half ago. That game was supposed to, I think, come out last year. Honestly,
you were not supposed to have it a year and a half ago. You stole it.
No, we didn't steal it. He shared it.
No, he. You remember that, right? They released it at some convention as a PNP, and it was only supposed to be played by people at that convention. But then somebody scanned it all, posted it on Board Game Geek. It blew up amongst the printing players,
right?
And then Pearl had to step in and get Aldi and company to shut it down and take it all down because no, we're gonna fucking publish this. This was not supposed to be on this site.
What's your deal, Jeremy?
It was proposed to me as a playtest, sir.
All right.
Okay, that's my
All
story. I'm
right.
sticking to it. Let's move on.
Well, let's. Like, seriously, the person
Let's
at
move
fault
on.
here, the person at fault there is Aldi.
Yeah.
We direct everybody to the Digital Millennium Copyright Act, where you can send a takedown request. Paxmir coming out in German.
Do you have a filter to make this only English? Just so I can be
No, but we get to skip Paxmir.
an Anglophile.
I don't think I've got an English filter.
Paxmir is pretty awesome.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
It's
yes.
one of
Is
the
this
best.
out now? Is this
Yes,
out now?
one
It should have gotten all the root love.
So,
Is it the same? Oh, Pax Premier.
Pax Premier.
Oh, Pax
It's
Premier.
just
amazing.
they fixed a couple of things, and
The game is incredibly cool. Like it's
I
cool.
so wish that card system didn't drive a little miniature conflict skirmish game or conflict area control.
But you're
game.
not. It's not your armies though.
I know it's
Yeah.
almost like stock. You're kind of investing in,
It's
but you're still manipulating things because I want
you
your
can flip.
army
You
to
can
tank.
flip. You can turn on a heartbeat. You can,
I know. It's brilliant. And like I said, it should have gotten all the root love.
Yeah, I think it's just the theme. Afghanistan's not that exciting.
Yeah.
I mean, I think.
Well,
it's
it also doesn't have cute little cuddly forest critters.
But if this was rethemed to three of the factions in root, I mean, gosh, it would be crazy.
Yeah.
Okay. Did anybody play the new detective? I know
So
that's
I've had it and I have
Keith
played
isn't
it,
here,
but-
so no one has anything to say.
But the key is that it's supposed to be shorter cases, like half the case time, which is
I don't care about that. Or is it shorter text?
Oh.
Or is every entry a novella once again?
No, I've just been told
spending
it's
so
a
much time
lot
talking about
less.
how I walked up the stairs. There was a mirror. I
Yeah,
checked
it's a
myself
lot
out
less.
before going into the office, and like,
Yeah, a lot less is what I've been told. So
yeah,
Are they more? Yeah, they're quicker. I mean, because we
punchy,
were hours.
more punch.
Yeah.
Punchy.
yeah, I was gonna say the first case of the game is like 3 hours.
Yeah.
4 hours.
And
It's
then
like,
we answered all our questions and we got like negative scores. So we're like, oh my god, how did we get it so wrong? There literally is there's like one path to go in that first case.
am I having
blows it
fun
away.
wrong?
So as if there wasn't enough cleverness, there's a third clever.
Pass. I'm done.
Oh, it's so good though.
I know. I'm done with that.
Anybody want to talk about this? No.
Never played Clever.
Furious Cargo by Capstone Games. And
Yo,
That is
I'll say-
pipeline without the crude oil.
But
that's a fun
why would
part
I
of
want to
Pipeline.
watch Curious Car? I want to play Pipeline, and I will play Pipeline.
But
And I love it.
Pipeline without the what?
Without
without the other
being
stuff.
oil magnates.
Yeah, without the other
Oh.
stuff.
It's basically just focusing on the tile laying, pipe
Part.
puzzle.
Oh, more on the pipe, less on the market.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which
That
is
might
interesting.
make
I
me
mean, that's
like it
the part that
more. I
nobody
mean, I
else
like
has done.
Pipeline, but I think I didn't love it.
Yeah. No, it's we tried playing it the other day.
Hey,
We
Orix.
pretty much melted down.
I love how a picture from Kickstarter has been appeared.
Why, Richard?
What's that?
Why is it? It just didn't.
Oh,
hold
it's just
your-
the insane puzzliness of it is it's just through the roof. I don't as I understand it, it is more so because the one thing it adds to the puzzle from Pipeline is you can now build up. You can cover up existing tiles with new tiles and just like
Oh,
completely constantly morph and change everything.
yeah.
And it's
Wow.
really brilliant, but also it's insanely mean.
Huh.
Looks like that we have
For
this.
no good reason. It has this one feature that just allows you to so fuck your
You
opponent.
have
It's
this?
a 2-player only game. It's just ridiculous.
Do you have a partnership with Capstone?
The Geek Game Shop does. I mean, so yes. There's a couple buy it links in here.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Fayum,
And it's really, really, really clever.
we don't know.
Pretty mid
how to
freeze,
play
my
it.
favorite designer.
It is probably the heaviest game I've ever played in a tiny box that size.
Oh wow.
Which one?
Oh, what's it? Curious Cargo.
Curious Cargo.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, it's punching way above its weight in
Like
terms
too much?
of
Like weight,
depth
weight
and
too hard to
and
handle,
weight.
or
For us, it was probably too much because there's just so much you can do, so many options, and you really have to really puzzle hard on it. And then on top of that, it has a really mean streak to it.
Okay.
Scott, did you play a Pipeline?
I did not play Pipeline. No.
But do you remember like that the Pipeline part where you're running that like you kind of get distracted from the games if you focus too much on it?
It's kind of like
spent too much time on it.
what am I that you make that comment and it makes me think of why can't I think of the Panama Canal game, Panamax.
Panamax.
Yeah, you get so caught up on trying to make sure you get your ships through the Panama Canal that you forget that isn't how you win. You win by investing in the right companies, and, so you get to the end of the game, you're like, yeah, I got them through, and then I scored 3 points. What?
You get so burned on that in Pipeline, like you'll be playing the whole third round of that game. Like, why am I even playing right now? Like, I'm just screwed. So it's an interesting part of the game, though. I like that part of the game most. All right, what are we doing?
FAM or FIAM? I don't know how to pronounce it.
It is not a pretty game.
Nope.
It is.
It's
only a designer could love.
Well, if you like Harold Leesky art, this is Harold Leesky.
All right. Well, let's have a drawing contest.
I don't know anything about it. Full disclosure, we're importing.
It in your store?
We are importing it this year, so not yet. But
okay.
It looks almost 18xxy.
Yeah,
it does actually.
What's going on here? Deck, back, pool building.
Play your cards one by one in your personal discard stack. After playing some or all your cards, you take them back in your hand. Reverse playing order. So playing cards in the best order is important. Newly purchased cards go directly to your hand, so the timing of getting them and playing them is important too. Each of the individual cards has easy to understand actions, but only by creating the best combined engine will you be a master advisor.
Market mechanism, systems, and power grid. I might be all in on this one.
So I looked at the rules. When I looked at the rules, the glossary struck me. It's just a separate book.
Bye, Grant.
There's a lot.
Hey,
Take it easy,
Grant.
Chris.
Never saying bye.
I'm not leaving. Chris left.
Chris.
Well, see you, Chloe. I'll see you on Saturday.
Oh.
Was Chris's camera busted or something?
No, he said he was tired and didn't have a shirt on.
No.
What I do when I get tired.
There's no reason to get up and grab a shirt.
Cheese it! It's the boss.
Here we go.
To be fair, it's
I thought Shane was taking his shirt off.
Okay.
So when I looked at the glossary, there is a ton of cards. Like there's.
Okay.
That's why I was like, maybe this. This has
I'm
been described to me as the gamer's game.
I am down for anything he tries.
128 individual cards, all with explanations.
I'm super intrigued. If only I could get another cool gift card when it shows up.
I'm sure I will hook you guys up when they come out.
I'm changing my tune. I'm changing my tune a little bit, just a little bit.
No, you are not allowed to. You swore off him completely.
Have you tried the fire robin?
Yeah. So I did. I tried it that day.
Okay.
I tried it that day. I talked my buddy into playing it, and we just broke it open and started reading it and playing it. It was a really interesting game. It's quicker than you would think.
It's way quick, right?
Yeah,
you didn't like it, did you?
No, actually, I thought it was okay. I thought it was okay.
It's a simple worker placement.
This game I'm excited about right here.
Merv.
Scott, are the rules in English?
Merv.
They are. You should have English rules in the box.
Okay, I didn't open it up yet.
Okay.
Thanks.
Merv, the heart of the Silk Road. Silk Road is always interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking at this one here. I'm like,
I feel like a game called.
So this is the guy who designed Venice. What's the one before that? They're all kind of in the same group of game.
Is this the artwork of the game, or is this prototype?
I can't remember the other game that he made, but it's the newest one that's coming out this year is Venice. He also made
Fabio Lopiano.
Why can't I think of the games he's made all of a sudden?
They're right there on the
Kalamala and Ragusa.
Yeah, Kalamala, yeah.
Why is there no
and Ragusa?
Yeah, Ragusa, which is not a good two-player game, by the way.
And Mushrooms by Mail.
I actually really liked my plays of Ragusa.
I thought it was very good.
Anybody play the
It could have been
Kalamala?
better. I certainly get that it would be better at higher player counts, but I thought it worked pretty well as a two.
It's just a sweet spot with 3 that's like perfect.
I totally, yeah. Well, I mean, in Kamala it doesn't support 2, so Ragusa was him kind of branching out and trying to master 2-playerdom.
Yeah.
Well, this looks like a gamer's game.
Yeah, I'm looking.
So was Ragusa and Kalamala.
Yep. So and also with just the production levels looking great.
And Osprey. Well, Osprey does a really good job.
Yeah, but Osprey doesn't they just don't fuck around, man. That's why
No, they don't.
do it right. You
Yeah,
see
they
that
do it
number one right there too, baby? You see that number one? Yay. All right.
I don't think I've ever played an Osprey game that I didn't enjoy. Now that I think about it.
Yeah.
Well, they pick good stuff.
They do pick good stuff, except they did publish a Rainer Knizia game, which has a chance of
Which one would that be?
All right, Lance.
Now I got to go and check out everything Osprey's done.
All right, look, I can't think of a loser. They did.
Sakura.
How can you guys remember
It's a Rainer
everything the
Knizia game.
publisher's done? That's amazing.
Sakura.
You guys can do that.
Escape from the Aliens Outer Space is quality.
Oh my gosh, it's such a good game.
Oh, Undaunted is awesome.
Yeah, Undaunted.
They redid London. High Society is great. Don't bag on.
Great.
That's
Cryptid is spectacular.
Cryptid is great as long as the person doesn't like
escape. Escape from no, man. Escape from the Aliens Outer Space is not a good game. All right.
Oh, what are you talking about? What?
Oh no, Jeremy is off the boom.
Oh my god.
Keep me off.
His smile got him this far, but no further.
Hold on. Sorry. I haven't played that game. There's another game that they have about outer space that is in that titles. I don't know.
Quick save from Mr. Howard.
Quick save.
So Escape from Aliens is
I have
it's
not
like
played that game.
it is one of the most tension-filled games ever.
Yeah.
It's like
it might be my favorite hidden movement game.
Okay.
That game is like people say, can you play a game that's actually scary? Can you sit down and play a game that's scary?
Little tension.
That game, the level of tension is so crazy in that
That's
game.
what I'm looking for, Lance.
I want to get that back to the table actually now just talking about it.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm looking for. Now this game is awesome, and I like
I
it.
really enjoyed this
Aquatica
one.
Just missed my top 10 of last year.
What happened? Is there the second edition do something different?
So Arcade Wonders is going to be bringing over their stuff. They're going to be partnering with Cosmodrome on a couple games and bringing them over here. Second edition, I think they just added like 1 or 2 cards.
And that means it gets an entire separate entry in the Board Game Geek database.
And then they also
it didn't
made a higher quality.
Did it? Okay.
No, it's linked to the first.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But it's not enough to
Minor tweaks.
Yeah. Monasterium from DLP.
I would really like to try that because I love Reiner's games.
Look at that sexy boring.
It's a different.
He's one of the few people I reached out and said, "Hey, I'd really love to cover it," and he never replied. And I think he's really pissed off that I trashed Manitoba.
Oh, you should have, sir.
I ripped it apart pretty badly.
Ripped it apart for several reasons.
Okay.
And then
lots of symbols here, lots of
Damn
stuff.
you for doing your job.
I mean, this looks like somebody just. I mean, I should say, you know what? I'm sure
Say
it's
it.
great.
No, Lance, go.
Say it.
Lance says looks like it has no soul.
It does look. It does look very like it looks like it's day old bread that I have to lick.
And Lance, I'm a Euro. Buy me.
Yeah.
Well, it's got stained glass with windows.
I'm a Euro. Buy me.
I'm into it.
We're sort of trading stuff.
DLP is pretty consistently high quality gameplay.
You have to have this coming to you right here, Richard.
What?
$24.91?
Nope.
From Meebo.
No way.
Nope.
You don't talk to Meebo at all?
Let me look.
Oh, this is a new Cities of Spies game?
Dude.
I always wanted to play Cities of Spies and I never could get it to the table.
That's why I'm trying to hunt this down. My buddy's like,
it's a remake of Estriel?
Yeah, he told me
about it. Yeah. And I covered Estriel. I don't need to cover it again.
Okay. Is it good?
And I think you're right. I think they did contact me and I said, I've already covered Estriel and there's too much coming out at Essen. Please feel free to use my Estriel video because it's an excellent little game.
Okay. Yeah, I haven't played that game, so I'm going to be into that one.
Yeah, I mean, if I had to choose, I would probably choose this. Although Estriel did have early Miko art before he was the Miko. He was just a Miko.
Is this his second edition?
This is a release of the original.
Oh,
I love that game.
2013. I never played it.
I like that one. Gen
Really?
I didn't play that one either.
I don't know
That's
why I never
really
got to the
weird
board.
that you have never played it.
I know it is weird.
And I'm also surprised I didn't realize it had a solo mode.
Me neither.
No, that's why I'm looking at it. Like,
I can't imagine that it did back in the day when it first came out. That seems very unlikely.
I wonder. Yeah, I don't know.
No, it did. Apparently.
Yeah.
I guess I just didn't pay attention back then. But good on Cedric for being ahead of the curve and recognizing the inevitable future of solo gaming.
Yeah, I might track this down.
It's brilliant. And it's one of the prettiest games you will ever put
Yeah,
on
it
your
is.
team.
Oh yeah,
Very
yeah.
pretty.
The art is amazing.
Very pretty.
Yeah, this game made Vincent Dutray.
Yeah, but I definitely this is going on the list here.
Did that card game hold up as well? The what is it, Discoveries or?
It's a nice little piffle of a game.
Piffle.
It
Nice
was
word.
it was pretty good, but it was overlong for how simple it is.
Okay.
I thought.
Cassandra, people are looking for
And
your
actually, and people would say the same thing about people would say that this is overlong as well. And it is. If anything, it probably could use a bit of let's get going quicker.
Yeah, yeah.
So I know we have deluxe pieces for this game.
Ooh, look at this. This is
That you. I mean, it had pretty deluxe pieces to begin with.
Yeah.
But the resources. Very few people got the original ones that were stickered, and everybody was really jealous because they just had boring
plain
not cubes but hexagons. So yeah, it definitely deserved deluxe pieces.
So Pythagoras, they're coming out with some interesting games.
Yes, they are making a big push this year. All of their stuff is good. Some of it, like this, is fantastic.
Is it fantastic? Yeah.
This is so good.
Yeah, I haven't heard one bad word about it.
I
So
want to find a picture of the actual game.
This is one of those Honshu style.
Are we
cards together?
Really?
Okay.
Yeah.
No pictures of the game, but yeah.
Really?
That is very strange and unfortunate.
We need some uploads. Oh, I might be
Really do.
going the wrong direction.
Really do.
Oh, that's the prototype.
Man, you think you know how to use your own site, Oldie?
Okay. Rich.
Yeah, that's prototypes. It looks nicer.
I don't have any final.
Said Honshu though. That's good.
Man, why do publishers not upload pictures of
I
games?
don't
that are
understand,
coming out?
Scott.
I
Why
don't-
don't they put a short description? What is wrong with you?
I don't- Well, this one has one. Place cards efficiently to process and deliver.
I know, but I was just the other one that didn't. What was
yeah.
it? Polynesia. That was insane.
Have you
Well,
played
here's
this
another
before?
one that doesn't have one. Paleo. This one I got a taste of it, or not a taste of it. They showed it, and it looked really interesting.
Yeah.
What I don't understand is Hans and Gluck co-op does not compute to me.
Yeah.
So
That
just
is
the
not-
novelty
that's
of that
very
makes
true.
this a must play.
Yeah.
This looks just
It looks
fun.
I mean, it's got to be their first Euro co-op, right?
Yeah, this just looks fun.
probably
That's got to be a big thing for them. I mean, it's so
a bunch
off-brand
of
for them.
missions, an inlay.
That is
Inventions and
a
graveyard.
good bad picture.
Rule
Right?
book and clarity cover.
That's
Good bad picture.
a really good bad
Game
picture.
boards. Yeah, I think we actually got a demo of this, if I'm not mistaken. No, we don't. I don't see a video.
Ooh, that looks cool.
If you had, I would have watched it. I would have even gone to Twitch
We
to
might
watch
have
it.
recorded. Well, we put everything on YouTube. No,
Eventually.
I think we recorded this, but maybe it's not allowed to be released. I'll have to see.
Oh, really?
Well, we do stuff in embargo, and maybe it never got opened up.
I wouldn't think Hans and Gluck would care. I mean, Hans and Gluck just doesn't really seem to care about marketing,
They
period.
care a little bit.
Okay.
They care about spoiling things, right?
Oh, okay.
They wanted to announce it. I mean, wait a minute, this was like 2 years ago. I think I heard about this game.
Oh, well, okay, sure.
Anybody know Micro Macro Crime City? I played it, or played their online demo.
Yeah.
It's very interesting. Look at this board.
Wait, Scott, go back for a minute. Was that 15 to 100 or 480 minutes?
That's exactly what it
Well,
is.
the thing is it's got a crap ton of missions, and you have to do all the missions to beat it.
So when they're saying 480, they
They're
mean
just
for an
A
entire
campaign type
There's the
deal.
board.
Okay. I was going to say, that's a wild swing.
Wait, Aldi,
Whoa.
that Freeman Freeze game, it
Yeah.
says 55 minutes. What a disgrace. What a slap in the face, man.
That's I think that's,
That's
making
absurd.
fun, that's making fun of Scythe, which is 115 minutes.
That is so absurd. 5 minutes.
Wait, Scythe has 115 minutes on the side. So it's sort of a Where's Waldo board game.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Yeah, it's pretty interesting actually. So what you do is you get it's all about murder too.
Yes.
Right? Like it's cute, but there's dead people in there.
Oh,
So what you do is you work, and it's interesting. You work the crime backward. At least the one I did, you work the crime backwards, right? So it'll say, find this dead body. He was in the parking lot of the whatever, right? And then you go find it, and then it's like, who killed, eventually it's like who killed him, and then like how did they kill him, and then what was the motive, and there's a whole bunch of like maybe like 10 parts to a crime,
Okay.
and it's pretty cool.
That sounds cool.
I'm hoping this is the paper, but
That does sound neat. Yes,
I bet it is. Yeah, and
Sounds like a good afternoon.
so let me see. See, there's a guy. Here's the guy right here.
Oh God, he's
See that
flat.
guy you can't quite see him, but like he's laying down.
Got cat and candy on the floor. He's done.
Yeah. That is not the mission I did, so I don't know anything about
Yeah, I
it.
see that guy in a car accident.
But
up
here's
there.
the thing.
My eyes would hurt after staring at this for a while.
So see, this guy is dead.
Just shut your distant eye. You'll be fine.
I don't know if you can see my cursor, but basically,
yeah, we can.
You track it back, like is that the same guy? Yeah, like you have to track him back and see where he's alive and see what he was doing when he was.
Oh, really? This is.
Okay.
It's sort of a progressive story. What's that?
This image is not a snapshot in time of the entire.
No. It has the same characters in multiple places.
Oh, that's weird.
Showing a progression of a story.
You can see like their day and stuff like that. What were they doing leading up to their death?
Does the game come with just this one super map of everything?
Yeah.
It looked like that, yeah.
But there's a lot of stories embedded in the map.
That is pretty far out sounding.
Hey, Aldi, bring that to your store.
If I can. I mean, if no one else is bringing it in.
I'm gonna look that up right now. That looks fun.
Well, there's an online demo which is really clever.
I'm always looking for silly games like that. I love that kind of stuff.
Where's the designer from? Is that Japan?
This probably Johan Seek. I don't know where.
Oh, maybe it was just the title in Japanese. I saw. Okay.
Oh yeah, there was one Japanese one. I don't know how many cases there are. It seemed like there could be a lot though.
More than better.
480 minute playtime.
Next.
Okay. Pendulum.
No.
Yes.
Done.
No.
Yes.
Pass.
Small World of Warcraft. That's out already.
Pass.
Monster Expedition. This one's.
Hey, did you play this last year?
It came out last year.
No, you're thinking the prequel.
Oh, you're thinking of a different
Monster Carnival. Monster Carnival.
It's by Richard Breeze. Richard
Garfield.
Garfield.
Okay. So,
this is a pretty good game, by the way.
From
Jesus.
This is
from the same company too. This is the same artist. This looks exactly like
it's a sequel. It's set in the same universe. It's just with a different designer and a different game.
I was confused.
I'm interested in this, and I was interested in the other one too, and I didn't.
The other one's good.
Okay, I need to get it then.
Do you know what's going on in this? Or
no?
It looks really cool.
It's in Monster Carnival. It's a world where you had to go out and capture monsters to put them on display in a carnival.
Oh wait, here you go. Use dice and the skills of already captured monsters to increase your collection. Thank you.
So it's an engine builder.
Thank you.
Ooh, solo.
It's from Alexander Pfister. That's all you need to know. It's
that's true.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, amigo.
Whistle Mountain is a Tetris game. Does anybody have it yet?
It is excellent.
Fantastic.
Oh, nice. Okay.
Cool. This is another one right there in the top 10. This is
a top 10 of the year. Probably not.
Woo. It's great.
But it's currently my number 5 game of the year of everything I've played.
Exactly.
But there's a lot still to play.
There's a lot still to play, but this one is very good.
You mentioned in your top 5.
It is so out of the box. It is so unique, so different than anything else.
So you see those people in the water that you have to save out of the water, dude.
They're just having a nice little swim. It's okay.
It just has some cool little mechanisms going on. It's Scott Caputo and Luke Laurie together, the engine builder guy and the towel layer coming together.
Luke Laurie.
Flexing powers. Luke Laurie's at the height of his powers right now. He's got Dwellings of Eldervale, which will push everything back another step because it's one of the best games of this year, easily. I can't wait to get my hands on the final copy of that game. It's completely ridiculous. The production is going to be through the roof, but man, what a game. This is low-key a good game. I played this one last year in Prototype.
A Mendelian genetics game.
Yeah. And I can't.
Where did you play this at a convention?
Grab a trowel and
last year at Gen Con.
Oh, so are you making like those genome tables where you're cross-referencing their characteristics?
Oh, that was cool.
Yeah, it is really cool, and it like there's a little bit of like I think you just drafted dice and stuff like that. This game surprised me quite a bit.
This looks cool. Yeah.
This was originally published by Genius Games, or it still is, because I know the guy. Actually, no, I'm misspeaking here. Paul, what's his name? Paul Pullman or something like that. He also designed Honey Buzz as well. He's got Paul Solomon or whatever. That guy, watch out for him. He's got some good designs. But Paul this one right here. Yeah, Paul. Yeah, there you go. Paul Solomon.
The publisher is Genius Games.
Genius Games. There you go.
Yeah, neat.
Hey, by the way, check out Mystic Market. That's a fun game. It's a fun one down there. Think fun.
Where was it?
Mystic Market. I see it on the bottom right for Amazon click through.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
All right. This is on my list. One single player. Got it good.
Yeah, I would definitely. Yeah, definitely.
He's done all the science games.
Yeah, he's done some good stuff, man. He's done some good stuff. But Honey Buzz is like his one, like his big one.
All right, looks like we have a roll and write version of Rajas of the Ganges.
Hey, give it to me. Give it to me. Yeah. I'll give it a shot.
No, the roll and writes are played out, and you're not supposed to want to play them anymore.
Oh my God!
Nobody said that.
Tom Bassel?
God, it's
come on.
Feels like every fucking buddy.
That's just Tom.
I would. Have you guys played the pinball game yet from WizKids?
No, I would really like to, but
really, really good.
Yeah.
It's really good. Yeah.
This Fossilis game is so damn fun. It's so damn fun. It's so ridiculous.
I'm still waiting on my Kickstarter copy. How did you get it?
It's still I did a preview for this one.
When it was on Kickstarter.
Man, this game's so fun. Oh my God.
Are they like hiding underneath the tiles?
Yeah, because you're just doing like these little actions where you're kind of like, say you're pushing those tiles off, and you're just whatever you knock off, you get those resources. And just like a lot of these kids' table board games, they have like a lot more gameplay than meets the eye going on, because you use those to not only like buy dinosaurs, but also create a hand with abilities. But you're also digging out these dinosaur bones so you can buy dinosaurs. There's events that you get. There's a lot of stuff going on in these games, and they do such a good job with their designs. The quality is always top notch. I'm such a big fan of this publisher, and they're also Burnt Island as well. So, yeah.
Does it come with a pickaxe?
Yeah, I wish it did.
No, it doesn't.
Hey, they're redoing Sidereal Confluence.
I don't know why they need to do that. The first game was great.
Yeah, well, the art, the presentation was not great. It was okay.
But you don't play. Nobody looks at the art. They're too busy doing all the trading and the live free stuff.
Well, you need the art to get them to buy it in the first place.
Hey, Lance, why don't you get him on here?
So the best part about this name is the designer's name is Tausetti. Dykeman.
Wow.
Yeah. I actually met him and I said, "Is that your real name?" He goes, "Yep." My parents are
His parents were hippies? Is that what he said?
Wow.
I met him and I just believed him. I didn't feel like I had to question his identity.
Oh, Lance, you were the one saying his name was not real.
Please validate yourself, sir.
Ooh,
I don't think that's the case.
Show.
I think you're misremembering a situation
Doritos.
and trying to like put it on me.
Before we leave this page with this, this looks like art from the Gorillas.
I was just gonna say the exact same thing. It looks like the band Gorillas. Probably is, honestly.
Before we leave this page, can we find out what a Caritos is?
Portuguese monsters, apparently. Control a team of 2 Portuguese monsters to scare and capture villages.
You know what? Shout out to the people who write those one-liners. Because that's good. That's solid. That's all I really need to care about in the beginning.
There is an art to it.
Yeah, I spent a day writing some. I think I did 5. And I said, Eric, please help me. Please save me. Because we wanted to do the top 100, and it was like...
You were just trying to fill in for the publishers who
we just wanted to have like a critical mass of games.
Of course, yeah.
So another DeVere game coming up out of this world.
Not related to the video game?
Yep.
I asked them that, and they're like, what is the video game? I'm like, oh, there's a video game.
It wasn't called Out of This World in Europe.
No.
Oh, I can't remember what it was.
Yeah.
Far Away or something like that?
Maybe.
Now I got to look that up.
This looks pretty cool.
A Stranger Things type theme.
But this looks like it just looks like one of those games I'd play with you, and then I'd be good to go.
Probably.
Like,
yeah.
Yeah, like, hey, we had fun. We played it at a con.
Our
We played it
videos
at a con. Somebody else's copy. Thanks.
Oh, we did a 23-minute video on this.
Oh my jeez. Oh, you actually played this one.
Oh, this was a demo.
Yeah, I'll have to ask Steph about it because she played it. So I don't know. If is it done in 23 minutes?
Another World is
I
what it
might
is
rock
called.
with that.
Oh,
If it's
Another
done in 23 minutes, I'm really
Not that anybody
No,
else
well,
might care, but
this was the demo.
okay. Because I was gonna say I rock with
We did a thing called BGG Conline where we had publishers come and demo. Cooperative.
Nobody watched that.
1990s.
Vivier was
battle.
not able to get this one pushed up to the top.
Yeah. Out of this world's cooperative card-based game, which young kids in the 90s battle against supernatural threats while adults never realize what's going on. What could go wrong?
explore your scenario, searching for a different object.
A Stranger Things-ish type thing.
All right.
Need a brief description.
Well, actually, you just read it. You could.
I'm excited about.
I could have probably just done it.
No.
Yeah.
I'm excited about this one. Little Majolica, maybe.
Pave Rossio in order to maximize your score and not the score of your opponents.
Richard,
I have played it. It is very good.
Yeah. Am I right, Majolica, or no?
Majolica?
What's Majolica?
You don't remember that from last year? Well, from the last
yeah.
two.
Yeah.
Taiwanese game.
Yeah.
Oh, you're saying this is a remake of Majolica?
No, I'm just saying it. Is it like that?
I don't believe I played Majolica.
Okay, so you haven't played.
I'm
Love
afraid
that
to say.
artwork.
Very
Yeah,
good game.
That's neat. I wish there was like a better picture. Like in the
Now,
world.
those are prototypes.
What are you doing in this game?
That's the real game right there,
Yeah.
but it's obviously trying to be rustic.
It's been
Steph tried to explain to me, and I wasn't getting it. What is this game?
Basically, if you look at that picture, well, no, you were not going to because it just is. Every round you are going to get a new card. It gets fit that's the blue player or the player in the bottom right. That's your little board. You get a new card. You either you feed it into the right and the other one slide over and the other one slides out. So you have this series of cards that are coming and going throughout the game. When you put a card down, you either put it down face down so it makes you money because you need money to build the tiles in the main plaza, or you put it down on the table face up, which means for the next 3 turns, it will be in front of you and can score points every round. And so everybody, but it says, oh, I need to get this particular pattern of colored tiles. And as soon as I play that face down, everybody can see for the next 3 rounds, I'm trying to score that. And then they start fucking with that and preventing me from making that pattern on the main board.
Okay, I like that kind of shit.
It's very clever. It's a really simple, fast little game with unfortunately a little bit of screwage, but for players who don't mind, it's really sharp. It's another great one from Pythagoras.
Pythagoras. They got one more. I can't remember the other one, but
6 castles.
There you go.
Yep.
Insel der Katzen, meaning the Isle of Cats.
Yep.
In German.
That's actually a good. That's a great explanation of Majolica. It's Azul but heavier. That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
Oh, Shantan too. Shantan's a really good game.
What is it too?
Yeah, that's exciting.
It's like Battle Line.
Oh yeah, it is Battle Line.
It is Battle. Well, I think Shantan.
Or no, Battle Line is Schottentotten. Yeah.
Oh, it goes up to 4 players now. Ooh.
Whoa.
That's intriguing. That's a great game.
How do they do that? Is it like a cross, I suppose, instead of a line? The battle cross?
I am totally interested in that.
How intriguing.
Where does it say 4 players?
I mean, it doesn't. Where's it say 4 players? It says 2 players.
No, I thought it said 2 to 4. I could have sworn.
No,
yeah.
2 to 4
2 to 4 cards. Oh, yeah.
It's poker hands, right?
That's what I get.
Would be a hell of a thing, though. Why has no one made a Schottentotten clone that supports 4 players?
Yeah.
You'd have to do a partnership or something.
Yeah.
That's a game waiting to be made.
That's fine with me.
Sounds like a really cool idea.
Aeon's End Outcasts game.
Yep.
I think
maybe the best Aeon's End yet.
Really.
Really?
Oh, I think so.
How is that possible?
Like, first of all, Aeon's. Yeah, I know. They keep getting better.
Yep.
They keep getting better. I don't know how they do it. They keep getting better.
So if you know Aeon's, is it got any new mechanics?
No, it's got in that it has new bosses that work in different ways, and it's always reinventing itself with new clever card combos and whatnot. This one, in the last one, they introduced that idea of little kind of like mini campaigns you could have, and this is kind of built on that and turned it into a proper narrative campaign rather than just kind of a randomly generated one. The thing I actually like most about it, though, it showed a ton of maturity in storytelling.
Okay.
It tells a genuinely good story as opposed to a typical fantasy story, which is really what Aeon's End, Aeon's End isn't really known for its narrative, but I think this game really stands above most board games in that try to tell a story.
I realized that they were serious when they made Legacy because they actually wrote a lot of story for that. Although it wasn't good. It wasn't.
Legacy was fantastic.
Well, and Legacy was fantastic, but we ultimately enjoyed Outcast more.
Yeah.
Interestingly, this is the one that they brought on Sydney Engelstein, and I believe she did all the writing.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah. That's cool.
Like Aeon's, there's nothing like it. You open the box, you refresh your love for it, and then this boss comes out. They have their own mechanism, and you they're good. They're
I know, and constantly coming up with clever things.
I'm like, how do they?
Aeon's End has such a big impact on Jen. Every time we play a new deck builder, as I'm explaining to her, right? So is this the one where you don't have to reshuffle your deck? Like, no, honey, there's only one game in the entire industry that does that. And yet she keeps thinking every new deck builder will do that. But nope, still just Aeon's End, honey. Still the only one.
That's a game changer, man. That game is just like, man.
Oh, good.
Man, it's so good.
Cubitos is lovely.
Is it?
And it's totally unlike anything else John D. Clare has done.
Nice.
Whoa.
John D. Clare is quite the quite the Renaissance man.
What's this about?
It is a race game. It's a bag builder where you're throwing custom dice into your bag, and the different dice they move you in different ways, and it was inspired by automobiles. Remember there was the AEG sequel, Planes, Trains, and Automobiles?
Yep.
And Automobiles was from David Short. It was a really neat Indy 500 bag builder that nobody cared about because nobody wanted to play an Indy 500 game.
Yep.
This takes those ideas, the ideas that were there, and I think he gave credit to David Short for the basic idea, but just takes it through the roof. There's so much. It's like tons of special powers and really quirky, cartoony sense of humor to it. It's really shocking. I played it I want to say like a half a dozen times at whatever convention I saw it at.
Yeah, this is definitely going on the list here.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought Automobiles was pretty good.
And yes, Automobiles is already pretty good, and this takes it to
on another level. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, just made me interested.
This takes Automobiles to an 11.
Totally didn't care about it.
It's to 11. All right. There's your about.
Can we pause for a second and just really bask at the fact they thought that was a great idea, and then they made the expansion, which was an expansion with a little bit from all three games in there. Who
you're talking about Automobiles?
Planes, Trains, the expansion that was literally, it was part Planes expansion, part Trains expansion, part Automobiles expansion. Just
are you saying you want to bask in the chutzpah of it?
Yeah, it's just who does that? Who does that?
Nobody else after they saw what happened when they did it.
See you, Cassandra.
Bye, Cassandra.
Bye.
They're dropping like flies.
Yep.
Well, it is 12:20. Although 1:20 for her.
Yeah.
All right. So here's our Beyond the Sun. I like the pieces.
I just had this set up a while ago.
Are those
beep boop? But I like the beep boop.
Okay.
It is a first and foremost. I mean, the tech tree stuff is really, really good.
Is that that's dice placement, right? Like they're just dice.
It's a worker placement game. Those are not dice. Those are physically dice, but their function is multi-use cubes. You turn them to one side, they're resources. You turn them to another side, they're population. You turn them to another side, they're a level 3 spaceship kind of thing. You never roll them.
I can't wait to play this. So I can't wait.
Yeah. Cloud City.
I'm very interested in this one too because I like blue orange games.
This is a quick.
Yep.
Quick.
I want to like blue orange games, but they're always just a little too light.
They are. They are.
If I had kids, I'd be all over every one of their games.
My kids love blue orange.
Yeah. They're just so fun.
You guys know the mechanisms of this game?
My work crew loves these blue orange games.
That's all you need to see right there is that picture.
Yeah.
Put 2 buildings on the board. Put a a bridge between them.
God, that was
Most number of bridges.
Oh,
There's also some like end goal game that makes it harder, right?
all
Like
my library kids will love this.
a couple
too.
of end game goals to like get certain patterns or whoever's
Damn it.
along this bridge. Or
Come on, somebody kill the virus.
there's another detective. Renature.
Jesus Christ.
I think Eric did a pretty long video of this one.
Yeah.
Renature is
Renature.
Kramer and Kiesling doing dominoes.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
I mean, I love
And
that.
it's
Keep talking.
yeah, with a very healthy dollop of area control.
Hey, so what's going on with so this is a perfect example right here. What's going on the path, the green paths? So the green paths covered by those frogs. What's going on there? Like, how do you closing things
Have
off?
we gone back to the picture yet? There it is.
That one?
So on your turn, you have, I think, 3 dominoes in front of you. The dominoes all have 2 different animals on them. If this was your turn, you can see you're the player in the bottom left.
Yeah.
You decided, hey, I've got a frog and a slug. So I'm going to put that. All the green paths are where you're trying to repopulate this blighted area and bring lots of forest animals in.
Okay.
When one of the you see how they're moving that in to completely surround that brownish area.
Yeah.
When the brownish areas get completely surrounded, you get the opportunity to put forestation in there, which is what those black and white things are. If you can see them from the side, they're trees and bushes and stuff.
Okay.
And so, and like regular dominoes, you got to put a frog next to a frog. You got to put a slug next to a slug. There are wild animals, and the wild changes, so it gives you a lot more flexibility. Unlike regular dominoes, you have to stick to those trails, so it's really restrictive.
Okay.
And a big part of it is, that blighted area over there is going to be huge points for whoever comes in at the beginning. And they got early dominoes. Can I get a domino over there myself to at least leech a little bit of points? Or the weird thing is, if you get enough of your own vegetation in an area so that you tie whoever was in first place, then the people who tied get nothing. And then the player who came in second gets everything.
Oh, so it's
and that's important because in addition to your bushes, everybody has neutral bushes they can throw in as well.
Okay.
And so if you can't come in number 1 yourself, you can throw in neutral bushes to fuck the other player who is going to come in first.
Okay.
And that's what killed it for us, because otherwise we really liked it.
Ladies and gentlemen, you can see that this weekend on the Man vs. People Saturday.
Yeah, no, this
All
looks
right.
cool.
I'm excited to check this one out.
So,
Check it.
do you think it's too mean there, Richard? Is that what
That's
you're saying?
right.
It was. I mean, the area control is area control. It's no big deal. The thing is, when you can make these moves that, okay, I'm not placing this here so that I could come in second or third place. I am placing this here so that you get nothing. I won't get anything, but neither will you, because I'm just trying to build up the neutral player, so the neutral player comes in first and everybody else gets fucked.
What are those
To me, that feels kind of spiteful and unnecessary. In that video, that's the blue player. You can see all those nude, unpainted ones. Those are the neutrals that they can also put in, so that those are basically fuck you pieces. I'm not doing this to help myself. I'm doing this solely to hurt you.
Right.
And I just like, oh, that didn't need to be there.
You feel like that's a 2-player thing? Just because
it's much more at higher player counts, I think it won't have near as much impact.
Yeah, I was
as
gonna
a
say
2-player game, it's all about that.
Yeah.
Literally in a 2-player game, half of the pieces you have in front of you are neutral.
Right. That I was gonna say it would seem like a 2-player just slap fest.
I would happily play it again. I think as a 4-player game.
Yeah. That doesn't seem like a 2-player game at all. All right, pinball. I'm waiting for that one.
Super skill pinball 4K.
Is that the one you were talking about that
Yeah.
needs to be played, Scott?
Yeah.
Is it rolling right?
It's pretty fantastic.
Let me check it out.
So I can give you an idea of how.
Yeah, why? I know nothing about it.
I mean, it basically simulates real pinball. I mean, it's the closest game I've ever seen.
How does it simulate the back and forth of a ping pong?
I'll explain. So when you shoot your ball in, you start at the top, right? And you roll 2 dice. You can pick one of them. Okay. So if you pick a 1 or a 2, you scratch this out, and then you have to advance to the next level. So on the next roll, you might pick a 1 to hit this bumper. You cross that out and you get a point. And then on the next roll, you might get a 3. So see how there's an arrow pointing to that next bumper that you can go from the 1 to the 3. So you would scratch that out. And then let's say you roll 6 and you scratch it out, and then you roll 3, and you can't go backwards unless you have a special power. But so then you drop down to the next level. So I've got a 3 in my play. I have a 1, 2, a 3, 4, a 5, or 6. So I have to scratch off one of these 3s. There's also a 3 over here. I can pick the yellow or the red. Once you cross these off, you get a special power. See how these have yellow.
Is
powers?
everything you're describing happen in one turn?
No. Every time I'm saying a number, you roll.
Okay.
You roll 2 dice.
And so, I mean, every time you're saying a number, that's a new round where everybody rolls and everybody does their own pinball.
Yeah, everybody picks one of the numbers exactly. Yeah.
I see. Okay.
And then so you're always traveling down a zone each time you do that, right? Until you hit your out lanes, and you can only go out a few times. And see these once these fill up and you can't fill a number here, you basically lost the ball.
And this is a bingo game. Everybody has the same board. Everybody's picking for
Everybody
the same.
has the same board, but the game drastically veers.
Of course, like any good bingo game.
4 turns in, yeah.
Yeah.
Once you're on the bumper, once you're on the flippers, the red, when you launch when you take your next turn, you can go to any red target. Like,
oh wow,
okay. These are yellow and red.
Okay.
Wow.
This is red.
Now that's cool. Now that's cool.
That's
cool.
If you shoot up to here, you're back down then again.
That's
right? So you really want to shoot.
Everything you'd set up to now is like, okay, yeah, I guess that's fine. Yeah, whatever. But then boom, you hit the bumper, you go right back. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
That makes total sense. I was like, how do you get
but
back?
there's other cool things too.
Oh,
all the powers are really cool. You can get a multi-ball, and then you use both dice.
And you use both dice. Of course you do.
You can get a the feat of strength here. If you roll
strength.
This one you have to roll a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, and a 6 in that order, right? So that's pretty cool. There's a way to get a skill shot. I think it's over. Where do you get a skill shot? Oh, if you fill all 3 of these Ferris wheels, you get a skill shot. You erase them so you can fill them again, and you can cross off a number here that you can use in the future instead of the die roll. Does that make sense?
That you sold me. That sounds.
This is one of 4 boards. This is probably the simplest board.
Okay.
There's also there's a really cool roll for a really cool mechanism for nudging, right? You know how you can nudge.
Oh, the table, yeah, or the
let's say 2. Yeah. Let's say the numbers you don't like. You can pick a number and you can basically say, well, I'm fudging this 5 to a 4. You write down it's a difference of 1, right? So you've nudged it by 1 number. Then on the next roll, if the difference between the 2 numbers is less than your fudge roll, you bust,
or you tilt.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's nice. That's so clever.
It's super great. Like the way
that's really impressive.
Yeah, this is
you just took that game from 0 to hero for me.
Yeah,
oh, it's great. No, it's real good.
I don't know if anybody besides me and Jeremy are listening, but that sounded awesome.
I don't know. Could you repeat the thing about the stuff?
So fucking.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I wonder how long. I think you explained the game longer than it's going to take to play it.
No, it's actually quite a long game, and I think that's its biggest.
Really?
Complaint. Yeah, it can take a while because you can keep your ball going for a long time, right?
Yeah,
like any good pinball wizard.
Yeah.
All right. There has to be a trick.
The hacker game has a concept of doing a run where you play a mini game while the other people are playing. So you use the same roles though.
What?
Yeah, you do a hacker run, and it's like a mini game.
Okay, I'm definitely getting this.
You're basically you have hacks and things like that, and
okay.
So there's different rules for every board. Let me find the other board that will probably the one I think is the most interesting, which I have not played, so I don't know all the details, but it is fascinating. I got to get this game. I haven't ordered it yet.
Oh, where'd you play it?
There a picture. I played it. So Jeff Engelstein came on our stream, and there was a print play version.
Oh, okay. So you haven't actually played it. You just
no, I played it. Yeah, we played it on stream. Yeah.
That is a nice looking.
Oh,
box.
okay, gotcha. I missed that. Yeah,
that box just pops.
So this
Forrest, I remember you were a big fan of the other pinball game.
Yes, I think it does a really good job.
Yeah, I can't think of the name of it.
The Dance Fever, I don't know anything about, but I just like the look of it.
Yeah.
And then the one that I heard from Tom that is the most intriguing is the RPG board, the Dragon Slayer. So you get skills and stuff and unlock, and you can like, slay monsters and
okay. This is
all
really
that stuff.
That looks really neat.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, like you have a character sheet here.
Yep. You just push that up from thinking about it to must have.
But yeah, you must.
On my wish list.
That's the enabler.
My only complaint, and it's not even really a complaint, it just goes. It can take a while to play. Like
right. Somebody can definitely go their own run.
Really?
But it's
Yeah.
but the
You
game
just
is-
killed my enthusiasm.
Well, I mean, just like you said, it can be a pinball experience where somebody could just have like a combo that's going forever.
Yeah, you can keep your ball going for a while.
Right.
But I
Well,
think
I
it's
mean,
interesting
is
all the
there
way
some
through.
method for? I mean, and other people are just out while the one player just
Yeah,
keeps
so
on
one
going?
person could be out and the other person has to keep going, right?
All right.
Yeah.
Still, that
But
sounds
I didn't find
pretty
I didn't
cool.
find that to be that a problem.
Yeah.
Pretty.
Hey, by the way, guys, back
pretty
Cascadia on Kickstarter, it's fucking amazing.
Really?
That game's awesome.
It looks so abstract.
No, you know what it is? It's Calico, but it's slightly better.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah,
Which
it's
game we moved on to?
And Calico is great. So
Calico? What?
No,
yeah. Well,
where's
I would
it?
say
Cascadia on Kickstarter.
It's like it's slightly better than Calico, which is
2 years away.
Yeah.
So Richard got to play this, huh?
Yes, I have played Village Green. It
Hey, look,
is-
it's those eggs and sausage. What are those things?
Cool.
Scotch eggs.
those are salted.
That's a
Those
great picture.
are. Oh crap! I should know. Scotch eggs. Those
Scotch
are
eggs.
Scotch eggs. It's really cool, but the default rules, it has kind of a degenerate. The game is super anticlimactic, and again, I would think it's more as a two-player issue. And I complained about it, and they said, you know what, you're right, and they changed it, and so they're gonna put out new rules for it, and so that's what I filmed with, and it's pretty cool that way.
Okay.
Yeah. But I mean, the core of it is you're building your little Village Green. There's two types of cards. The Village Green cards that go in a 3x3 grid. That's a sandwich.
Yeah,
Those
that's
are finger sandwiches.
And
So you're trying to grab the cards that you want to put out in the middle, but you're also putting the scoring cards, and you must put those on the outer edges on the top three in the top row in the left column. And every time you put one of those tiles in, or one of those cards that are at the top, that tells you how the three cards below it score. Meanwhile, that card all the way on the left tells you how the three cards to the right score.
Yes.
So you're creating these conflicting scoring opportunities where you're trying to find the perfect card to put in each one of these 9 positions
Oh, I get it
to
now.
satisfy both scoring cards.
Okay.
And as it goes on, you're like, oh, fuck, why did I take this card? I'll never score with that. You can override the old scoring cards with new scoring cards if better opportunities come up. So you can switch on a dime. It's really very sharp. And it's from Per Sylvester again.
Yeah. A game of pretty bargains and petty grudges. Says.
Coatl.
I have that. I have not played it.
Are you no go on Coatl?
Big time. Very divisive on this game. I don't know why. Sometimes I like it. Sometimes I'm bored out of my mind. And I shouldn't be bored at all ever on a 30, 45-minute game.
Yeah, how can you get bored on here? Your turn is so often.
Yeah,
because you already know what you're going to take.
So what the deal with this game is that you're pulling these tiles. You're pulling tiles from the slot. So you're going to have either those 2 pieces that you're going to pull, or a tail, or a head, and you're trying to fulfill these cards, these prophecy cards. And what you're doing is you're playing the card, and then you're also starting to build these coatls by taking these toy-like pieces and putting them together to match the patterns of the cards. The thing is that it gets slow to the point where, people are going to be like, I don't want to take this. I don't want to take that. Well, what are we going to do here?
Oh, wow.
And then it's okay because they've created tokens that allow you to grab 2 of anything from a bag. They gave you one that can shift through all the cards. So if you have shitty cards, you can shift it out. But that doesn't stop things from stalling out, because somebody will get stubborn and be like, no, I'll just wait for you. No, I'll just wait for you. And now here we are.
It seems like always taking something though is good, right?
But that's the thing. The thing is you know how people are when they want to like predict the future and have everything ready for them when it's when it's not. Because once you start wiping this board out, you're going to draw again. And who's to say you draw something that you have a handful of, and a Coatl you're working. But
yeah.
I don't want to completely bash the game because it is a really good introductory game. I have found in some plays that it's gone really smooth. And just at most plays, when I played it with people who are, just gamers, more hobbyists, it just, it was basically a standoff, leaving one slot with two pieces. And people were like, I don't want to take that. You play your token, like.
Because you only build 3 Coatls in the whole game, right?
And
So
my group's not like that. And this game made my group like that twice, because I had to try and play it on different occasions to talk about it. And I was just like, I don't know, man. Like,
I thought it
it
was clever that they give you these different rules to make, like, so this one is a head and a tail with black pieces inside of it.
No, so you just have to have black pieces in the links combined.
Right. So, and then depending on how many of the black pieces you have, you get extra points. So if
Well,
you have
that's
6 black pieces,
The
Yeah.
cool part is that you're not adhere to like saying, hey, this is going to be one with black and blue. You can actually make it a combination of cards. And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's why it's attractive, because I could have those 2 black right there,
Yeah.
and I can have the 2 black, and then I can also do the 2 green, and that will work for both cards in my same quartile. And then I can even have one that just says all
you
red.
can have multiple cards per
Right.
quadrant. Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
you can have up to 4, and that's why the game's attractive, because you can kind of like not get stuck
Get
in
a
your
combo.
plan. But
Right.
you know how some people are; they're going to plan for the whole damn thing, and
Right,
if they
you want 4 full cards and matching.
right. So it's like, and they have.
But there's a timer on the game. Like if you finish yours first, you'll get stuck without making one.
So if you
here's one.
Race to 3 complete quiltals, but the thing is you want to have a variety in your quiltals so that you can score more points. And like you see right here, you can have up to 4 cards be a part of it. And as you can see, there's a combination of cards here. And then you also have this other one on the right that's like a special card that you can fulfill. Like I said, not a bad game.
No red pieces gives you
no red
3
pieces.
extra points.
Right. So if you fulfill that one, you have no red pieces, you get 3 points. And if you have an equal amount of black
blue and green.
Yeah, so like
black and green, blue. I can't really tell the colors there.
So like I said, interesting game. I'm divided. It's at my work group. It's in my work crew, my work library, because the work crew liked it. So
yeah. It's definitely an introductory game.
Yeah.
It's not like a deep.
I mean, honestly, if you pull my shirt on it, I would say fun and unforgettable. But that's that's how I feel. Like you really fun, but forgettable. That game I'm really excited about. Cosmic Frog,
friend of the show, Cosmic
I got to
Frog.
play this last Gen Con. He brought it.
That was good. It was fun.
We had a fun time, and he was still working on it. So there was like I think I got punched into space, into the outer dimensions. Like I got knocked back to like 6 or 5, which is basically taking you out of the game for a while.
By the way, Ricky Royal, if you're interested in solo mode, Ricky Royal is working on a solo mode for this game, which immediately.
Oh, really?
Yes.
The story is these giant cosmic frogs are destroying this fabric of this planet, right? Like every time they land on the planet, like pieces fall away to create like an ultimate. What do they call it? What did he call it? Cataclysm or something? Like the whole world, the whole universe is flying apart. And you're putting things in your gullet in a sort of Tetris-like way. Not Tetris, but like, yeah, you're dropping things into your gullet.
Look at what's going on here now.
I gotta find a picture of the stomach.
I just want this game. Like
this is a big game now. This is a full-on Ameritrash conflict fighting.
Yeah, like just give me the damn game. This looks like just.
What's the player count on it?
Where's the gullet? Oh, here it is. No, is this it? A vault.
There's the gullet.
There it is, right there.
Question of the ages.
He's changed it since we played it, Lance.
Yeah, it looks like
Looks different, right? What's up with him? Has he needs to come on and talk about a game.
I will.
But the art is awesome.
I'm in an email run,
and
with
it's
him right
ridiculous. Like there's so many ridiculous things in it.
Yeah, I don't even care about these movies.
Yeah.
The art is insane, but everything just like I read about, I'm just like, this is it. This game belongs with me. It just does. It belongs with me.
See, Jim put in his sons, right? Maybe he did. He probably could have been the only one to do it. So
I love that description. Control your 2 mile tall, overpowered cosmic frog for the hardest, the best terrain. I love that explanation. It's awesome. Good. I like it. 2 mile tall. Give it to me.
It's pretty crazy.
The Canu is in my top 10.
Canu?
It's right in the top 5, actually. Yeah, I love that game. Love that game.
There is a solo mode.
Yeah, David Terzi designed. I'm pretty much doing stuff for each one of his designs at solo modes this year. So I'm always really fascinated by his stuff.
Cool. New version of Seven Wonders coming out with new artwork. I think
makes me sad.
I don't own that.
Does it, Richard? Why?
3-player.
Because they killed the 2-player mode.
Oh, did they?
They just
it
doesn't exist.
They actually kill it though, Rich?
I thought it was pretty good too.
It's the best way to play the game.
But
I don't know if I go that far.
Actually,
I would.
Good.
Can you actually kill it? Like if you bought this game, what takes?
If you bought this game, it would give you no indication that you could ever play it to two-player.
Why would
The
they
special little
possibly
extra
do
cards
that?
they did,
Well, I'm
they just
saying-
leave them out. It's just
Oh.
like the two-player variant never existed.
Yeah,
But I'm
let's
just
say
saying,
3 to
So
7.
stupid.
there are cards specifically for 2-player.
Oh,
Yeah,
there was a card that you were supposed to use to keep track of whose turn it was controlling
Oh,
the
okay.
freezing.
Oh,
So
okay.
I mean,
Dummy player,
it's not as far as I know, it is still compatible if you go out and download the first, second, third, fourth, fifth edition rules where
Okay.
that can still be found. But anybody who goes and buys this now, unless they go to Board Game Geek,
Right.
they won't find it. And it's not just this. The last expansion, Armada, which I have, they shipped it with no 2-player rules. That was the first one where they said, "Oh, fuck you, 2 players. We're just not even going to bother." And then this comes out, and then they double down on it.
I don't
And
think
the reason
I don't
is
think they
because
actually
they want people to go out and buy Seven Wonders Duel.
I don't think they were like. I don't think anybody like said, "Dear 2-player,
Year 2.
Fuck you.
fuck you."
Yeah, that's-
Go
it's
play
in-
Seven
It's
Wonders
in French, so I can't be sure what it says, but it's words to that effect.
Duel. Fuck you.
En français.
Ça va.
S'il vous plaît.
Richard, did you finally get your copy of Pandemic Season 0?
Yes, I did, and
Okay.
I did a live playthrough of it, which nobody seemed to
Okay.
notice. Oddly, I did it. Like
Did
2
you
months
tear
ago.
that one apart, Richard?
Huh?
Did you tear that one apart?
It is very, very good. We have finished it. When it goes live, I will be posting a video of how to play it after the campaign is over.
Okay.
Because they didn't do it officially. I came up with some rules. Jen, I played it. I made a video and sent it to Matt Leacock. He watched and said, "Yep, that sounds good. That's how you should play it." And so I'll be putting that video out when it goes.
Okay.
What is it, on the 24th, I think, or the 23rd? Yeah. I need to
Yeah,
get to work on that.
soon. Is that Fantasy Realms? Fantasy Reich?
I don't know. Fantasy Realms, yeah. So it's the German version of Fantasy Realms.
Hey, low key. One of the card games.
I have a bunch of friends who hate this game.
Well, you know
It's
what?
pretty fun.
Get pack lighter, buddy.
I think it's pretty fun. Have you guys played it? Fantasy
I
Realms?
know. I know they have an expansion. I think that's coming here.
Yeah.
I think they have an expansion coming.
You,
soon.
you try to make your best set of combinations from the cards you have. Like it's a rummy game. You either draw one off top deck or out of the pool, discard one, and then once I forget, like if the pool empties, then the game is over. Which can
I
be
don't
like
understand why anybody wouldn't like this game.
5 minutes.
I just don't. I really don't get
They're
it.
like it's just too random.
No, man. Dude, this is well.
I know. I mean, I understand the complaint, but it's still fun.
That game is really fun.
Yeah, but if you get dealt a magic combo like the book, the candle and the bell, or whatever it is, like you win. You're gonna win. So
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's a valid complaint, but I just think it's fun.
You know what's a valid complaint in every card game? Sometimes you just get dealt a really good fucking hand.
That's why you play 3 rounds.
Yeah.
Yes, have any of your
I'm
friends?
sorry, some card
that
games,
Magic the Gathering.
You never know. You know, you may get dealt a great hand.
We did a game night for this, and it's basically shit canned because it did not go over well with the group. I thought they would love it, and this is one of our hidden. And
Oh, is that one of the ones you never aired?
yeah, we never put it out because there's way too much. It turns into a real
What is it?
sort of complaining. What's that?
Do they come to blows?
No, but no one really liked it. So a lot of times with game night, I'll just tell or I'll ask them to play a game that I've played that I really liked.
Yeah.
And then it just went over like a.
Scott, have they ever quit a game?
Have I ever quit a game?
The group, have they ever quit a game?
Yeah, halfway through filming, they just say no.
Yeah, just said no. That's it. I had enough.
We're
I
done.
don't think so. I think we mostly finished them all. I can't think of one off the top of my head.
That's good.
Of the 2 that we've like never aired, they finished both of them. Now there have been ones they filmed and some technical problem has come in, like we played the wrong rules or the video got corrupted.
Yeah.
One of the cameras wasn't on, which happens a lot. That never got aired, obviously.
Played the wrong rules.
How often do you?
Yeah, so Castellar rules are very tricky. You ever play Castellar?
Castello?
Castellar,
Elvis Costello?
Is that the human tower game?
the
No,
human tower game.
That's
Yeah.
Costello.
Is it? I thought it was Castelli.
Castellar.
But
There's 2 of them too.
I thought it was Castellar. Is it Costello? I don't remember.
No, let's not do it. Let's not.
Whatever.
The human pyramid game.
Yeah, the
Doesn't
human
matter.
pyramid game.
Yes. Castell. It's Castell. Sorry.
There you go.
Jesus Christ.
We all have it wrong.
It's
One of my
Costello.
favorite
The
games.
people that are in the tower are called Castellers, I
Yo,
believe.
is it Castelli?
Is it
What are y'all talking
Costello?
about?
Is it Costello? EIIOUE? Yeah. Anyway, that one is cursed because we kept playing it wrong.
You know, I really wish more people would talk about that game. It was just such a unique game. I love that game.
That's a cool game.
Yeah, it's a really cool game.
Looks like they have a new Puerto Rico version in German.
Oh,
I guess
wow.
it's just the new artwork with their new.
Well, we just saw some of their other artworks.
I
so-
don't think they didn't change it, right?
We changed.
Yeah.
Well, there's some
Puerto
stuff
Rico?
that's not so.
No.
Oh, do you mean did they change the color of the bits?
Yeah, I hope
don't
so.
see the
Well,
pictures.
I'm not playing it anyway. Screw that.
Yeah, I hear you.
It is, and it's
Tammany
very
Hall,
strange
I
that
know
they
a lot
double
of people
down on that because in the game no politics. Never mind.
Yeah, whatever. Screw that game.
It's just so weird. It's so weird.
But I'm
Tammany
down
Hall,
for some
I think-
Tammany Hall.
I know a lot of you guys like this game, right?
I'm sure
I've never
Lance,
played-
if he's still with us, likes it.
Tammany Hall. Me and Lance.
Tammany Hall is like one of the best games that was ever made.
This is what I expected.
Hall with you.
I never got a chance to play them.
It would
It's
be
not
so
for me.
loud in that room.
It would be that game. That game will probably always be in my top 10. It's
I mean,
it's so vicious and
That's
mean.
confounding.
No, I never played this game or heard of it until 2 months ago. And the
Really?
Panic First rep was like, Danny was like, "Hey, check this game out. I know you like to get like real rounded, amped up in games. Why don't you try it out?" I had no idea. Like we were 15 minutes into the game and everybody's yelling at it like, "Don't do that." I mean, just oh my god! I mean, it was just a riot for like an hour.
I mean, it's like it reminds me of, and I'm just gonna quote the movie so nobody can get mad at me. But like, there's the in The Godfather, the guy goes, Robert Duvall goes and talks to the guy, and the guy says to him, "It's like, you listen here, you go back to you and all your Guinea friends." He's like, and he says, "Sir, I'm not Italian, I'm German Irish." "Well, listen here, my Kraut Mick friend." And it's like, yeah, you can't help but just like, it's really tough to like, in the spirit of the game, not to you eventually will, like, you got to make sure you like how would you say it's barroom conversation.
I literally stopped the guy from taking his turn. I was like, "Hey, hold on. We can talk about all this moving forward." I actually stopped him mid-turn. I was like, "You look confused. You look like you don't know what to do. Let's talk about what we can do here together."
Oh no, and that's
My friend
what
looked
it
at
is
me.
too.
He's like, "Dude, what are you doing?" Like, I'm not letting him make this move. I'm going to swindle him. We gonna talk about it.
Oh no, we're talking here.
We're talking about this. That game's great, man. That game's great.
Oh yeah, this
I'm
one.
surprised you never heard of it because that comes out pretty recent, frequently.
No, it got
I moved
released
on.
back in.
It came out in
2000.
2007.
Yeah, it got.
Tammany
and then-
Hall.
I remember
yeah,
at
the
least two
original.
reprints.
No, the
Wow.
original came out in 2007. I remember kicking myself because Boards and Bits still had copies, and I was thinking about getting it. And then when I finally decided I wanted to get it, they were out.
Boards
and then
and Bits,
I was like,
okay.
I'm just never gonna be able to play this game. And then that was back when Nathan had just started up Pandasaurus.
Okay.
Like literally just started, and he decided, you know what, I'm gonna reprint some of these old games that like people don't have. Like he
Right.
reprinted that and the Great Fire of London. And I remember he said, he's like, this game was impossible to find, but I tracked down a copy, and he sent me a copy of Tammany Hall, and he said, but you have to send it back, because and that was like the saddest day ever. Like we played it like 5 times. We loved it. I made the video, and like because he had to send it on to somebody else to do a video. And he's like,
That's awesome.
as soon as the game's published, he said, I'll make sure you get one. But I remember like that was a
So what you're looking at here is another Renegade release, which always puts out interesting games, and you have to decide if they're good or bad for you. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, sort of Ex Libre-ish, maybe. I don't know. What is this?
These games just so run together. They're just
They do, and the thing is, they do, but like they do have a lot of interesting designs that people like because they put out so many.
Well, and it's very strange too that they put this out not a year after they put out another magical, putting magic books on a shelf sorting game.
Yeah, so
Ex Libris, you're talking about?
Yeah.
Better.
Yeah, it's
game.
it's interesting game. I mean, I think this looks better than Ex Libris.
No, man, no, sir.
Okay.
That guy, the person on the cover, first of all, looks like a starting character on Final Fantasy 13. Like, always. Oh my gosh, always like the Mini, man. Mini Express. Very excited about that.
Ideas.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna be straight up here. I'm a little bit of a Mo Ideas fanboy. So
really?
Yeah, I'm a little bit of a Mo Ideas fanboy. I kind of just dig all their shit. So every year they come out with something, I'm pretty much onto it, at least for interest. But Mini Rails was so good. Like, Mini Rails was so good. Like, I'm not even thinking about it. I got this back on Kickstarter. I cannot wait. And it's Scott Geddes too. Because Mark Geddes, who also did
strategic 1 to 5 players. You are wealthy capitalist manager 4 railroad companies. Careful planning, ruthless execution. Players pioneer the Western expansion of the 19th century, vying to be the most influential railroad baron and complete the Transcontinental Railroad.
So
it's a
I'm
sequel.
hoping. I'm pretty much deciding that this game can't stink because Mark Geddes not only this is coming off the heels of Mini Rails, but he also had that roll and write. That he did. Yeah. It looks like a combination of this Mini Rails and that roll and write.
So Mini Rails was fantastic. It was
Steamrollers. Yeah, it looks like a combination of these two stapled together, which could be very good. Okay. So
yeah, Mini Rails was it was a delightfully evil game.
Yeah, it's a delightful. That's another one. Lance, we got to play some games together, man.
Yeah, Mini Rails was delightfully cruel.
Yes, it is.
It's just yes.
All right, Moonrakers is back here, which we don't know anything about.
Oh, Fleet the Dice game.
Fleet the Dice game in German. I guess are they putting the English back out again?
Must own
roll. I know this has been sold out for a while.
And the thing is, I don't like the board game. Love the dice game. Love the dice game.
Birmingham German edition. Jurassic Parts.
This game's it's a cute little game.
Yeah.
Cute little game.
Collect dinosaur fossils, assemble them into sets, and
it's another one of those nice little gateway games. Definitely one to play with your family. Forrest, you got this one?
What?
This Jurassic Parts?
Jurassic Parts.
Is that Andrew Bosley artwork?
Chonkosaurus.
Do you know Chad? Do you know them?
I interviewed him. But
yes, it is.
You're correct. And Matt Paquette.
Yeah, Matt. Dude, I got to get you in contact because you would like all their games. You would like their games. 25th
They're
century.
publishing my game.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I like Chad a lot, man.
They did Space Explorers, right?
They did.
Yeah. Yeah, I like their stuff.
I also like their little card game. It's called Christmas Lights. It's really fun. Check that out, man.
Paris, the City of Lights. This game is incredibly deep.
Yeah.
For the size of the you play this one, Richard?
No, I would really like to.
Yeah, I was shocked at how interesting it was, and for what seemed to be a very simple tile placement game, and you play in the box lid.
Yeah.
Which is kind of cool.
Yeah, this is a Mandu game.
It looks very cool.
Game.
I think
it's a
I
neat
think
little,
Z covered it like a year ago.
Yeah.
For the Dice Tower, and
I
I've wanted
think
to try it ever since.
For the size of the box, there is all, and the artwork is really cool.
Yeah.
They have these postcards of all the little the Paris landmarks. Yeah, there they are. Metropolitan.
How did you feel about Paris Eden, Richard?
Paris Eden?
New Eden?
New Eden is awesome.
Wow, yeah.
It was in my top 10 of that year.
Yeah, I was having a tough time. I really liked it, but then sometimes it was a dud.
What?
I liked it. And then it was like sometimes, just like Coatl, like it was like sometimes it ended up being a dud.
It worked, and sometimes it didn't.
Sometimes I liked it a lot. The 2 player is why I didn't like it, actually.
Really?
That's why. Yeah, I didn't like playing it 2 player.
I mean, I could certainly see how it would be better because, I mean, half of the game was that wouldn't you call it area control? But the way you
yeah,
those cards at the end of every round.
Yeah. I liked it at higher player counts.
I don't know. I don't think it was the one that introduced me to the idea of a dice drafter where you care about the die you're grabbing, but also the place you're grabbing it from.
Yeah.
But that is so amazing.
Yeah, that was really smart.
Yep.
Maybe I just pulled the trigger too quick. Oh well. There's too many games.
What's Barry Doublet doing wearing a board game geek
Look
jersey?
at Barry.
Man, they'll give those shirts to anybody.
Anybody?
Sure,
This is a new Mysterium game, which I did not follow very much, but I'm interested in.
Wait, what is this? Mysterium Park. Okay.
Mysterium Park.
It's basically Mysterium, but like streamlined down to a very, very quick, almost filler game.
Close quote.
Okay.
That sounds exactly what I want. I don't want the full experience.
Yeah, because the full experience is a bit to bite off.
Yeah.
And it's weird too. They actually sent it to me a while ago, but they said I'm under embargo. I can't actually talk about it. Even yet, I don't think.
You're under embargo to the end of
It goes public next week.
I know.
Don't ever talk about it. Ever.
Okay, I just want to say that Warp's Edge is one of the best games of this year.
Yeah, what's up with Warp's Edge? Everybody's talking about it.
I told you.
Very good little game.
I was in your chat talking about this.
I know. There's a guy in there who's like, you gotta
oh
play.
my god, this game is so good. So it's like
breaks my heart that it doesn't support co-op.
I know. It's so good.
But it's a one-player game.
It was co-op too.
It's solo only.
Yeah,
and it didn't have to be. That totally could have been into at the very least a 2-player.
Like this game could have been like an epic game. It's already great, but it could have been an epic game if it was co-op. Like it's just it's a home run for bag building.
So you're saying that each person runs their own ship? Could you have two ships?
So
you have
so you see the chips? You're gonna have these chips in your bag. You're building your bag and you are applying those to the ships so that they like don't attack you. But they also, as you can see on the top left and right, you're going to be playing number tokens to either take them out one way or the other way, either attacking them or doing like a spin move. And when you do either one, you get those tokens to add to your bag. Now, the crazy part about this game is that you have to get through that entire deck in order to move on to the boss. So you're basically building your bag so that you can learn how to like basically go through this entire deck in one full run.
Yeah.
Take down the boss. And it seems ridiculous, but it's really cool. And also you can buy special chips like that top over there, the other picture, like in the top right, they had those over there. You can buy chips that actually have special powers that you have for your ship. Okay. So, and like the bosses are interesting. There's one boss that transforms into another boss. So
hi Grant.
They got some cool stuff.
See you, bud. Hi Grant.
That game's awesome. It is awesome.
Yeah. The conceit of it is interesting. It's what Jeremy was saying. You have to go through the deck in one go because you fight as far as you can through that deck as more and more waves. You're trying to do it with your basically your one run through your bag, and if you don't make it, you die. But then you're stuck in a time loop.
Right.
The deck resets itself. And it's like you wake up and, I got to go through it again. Or you could think of it in video games like you have an extra life to try to get through the same level. But over time, you're changing your bag, taking stuff out, putting it in. And every time you get a little bit closer to the end. So and then you get to the boss. And the bosses are kind of like Aeon's End bosses. And like every one of them is radically different with the way they function. It's really clever.
This sounds like a winner.
Yeah. Get this game.
I pre-ordered it.
Yeah, just get this game. It's not. I'm not even. Yeah.
I don't know if I got an option to buy the deluxe tokens though. That I am.
No, you didn't. I was looking at that too. I have one in the box.
Do they not want money?
What's that?
Do they not want money? I mean, I know Kickstarter is all great and everything, but really frustrating.
You know what? Renegade sells a lot of their stuff.
Yeah, but I didn't see it on the store when I ordered this, so maybe.
Oh well, no.
Yeah. I will talk to somebody probably, but
yeah, you can talk to somebody about that.
Okay, a bunch of exit games probably coming out.
What's this? Here we go, Luna Nova again. What are we
here? You still playing these, Richard? The exit games?
I think I'm pretty much done with escape rooms.
Okay.
Maybe I'll play the Star Wars one.
Oh boy, I've heard some bad stuff.
Look at that one sentence.
What do you mean?
A futuristic trick-taking game.
Let's just say somebody who was a super fanboy of the series and also the movies was like, you don't understand. This one was really bad. I was like,
are you serious? It's crap?
Jeremy, he imported it.
Oh wow, okay.
He was like, I couldn't wait, so he got it.
Well, yeah, he's a super Star Wars fanboy.
Yeah, he's a super fanboy. He was
Oh,
just
the Star Wars.
And what? What's wrong?
whoa! I was like, whoa, man, that's pretty heavy. Yeah, so said he was just disappointed in it. So
Okay, so you haven't seen it. You just
That's-
heard
that's-
secondhand from him that he was let down.
yeah, I was like, really, dude? So I'm gonna have him explain that to me. So
Yeah, I'm really curious.
this has trick taking. So
It's a 3 to 4 player game, so move on. As far as I'm
I saw a really cool Plague Doctor there for a second.
I do love me some trick taking.
I love me some trick taking, and if it looks like anything like Yokai Simpty,
Ooh,
like
go back one picture. Go back one. What was all
go
this?
back one picture. Go back one picture.
exactly one picture.
That
Can we zoom out? Oh
that-
yeah. Okay.
That
I like all the stuff going on.
look like you tuck cards on that or place cards on it to
There's
get
rats.
Or fuck the rats. Just put.
Yeah, I don't care about the theme
put-
here.
put
I'm
the
really
US
interested in the
Hey,
mechanism.
you know what? Just put 2 7s on them and screw it. All right. Here we go.
a futuristic trick-taking game based on a post-industrial dystopia in Italy.
Oh,
2
man.
out of 5.
Sign me up.
Whew, all right. Wildest Weddle?
That is that's German for wild space.
Okay, yeah. Wild
That
Space.
is excellent. This game is
Oh,
so
it's catching
far
up.
under the
It's
radar,
catching up.
and it is fantastic.
Is it?
Quote my good friend, Mr. Lance Meister.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
It's fantastic then.
These
I like the
characters.
art.
Fantastic.
Yeah, I like that line. Oh, look at the guy in the jacket. I like that.
Who did the
I like
artwork?
the jackets in this game. Oh, I like the jackets.
I'll get the artist in a second. Yeah. This is good.
That looks good.
It's totally Star Fox though,
Sure.
Yeah, I
is.
guess I didn't think of that.
which is fine. I like Star Fox.
Rubber to grubber.
Amelie get Gwinnett.
All right.
What has she done?
Oh my god.
Unlock exotic adventures. Wild Space.
You're right there, Richard.
I got him, man. I got him.
Kill it.
Played a lot of
I love
Star
the
Fox.
artwork. I'm gonna look up.
That was so random.
Yeah, I got to see.
Oh my god, that just took me back 20 years.
Somebody caught it. Somebody caught it in the chat. He caught it.
Did you say 30, Scott?
30 years that game came out. It was
Oh.
Nintendo 64, right? 1990 something.
Yeah.
Well, no, the original Star Fox was on the Super Nintendo.
Oh, was it? Oh,
Yeah,
that's
It
right.
was.
the chip.
It was
Little bonus
way
chip.
ahead of- it wasn't polygonal. It was kind of faux
Yeah.
polygonal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I remember because it had the little chip. Remember they made a big deal about having.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, the FX chip. The FX
Yeah,
chip.
so they could do that.
To do battle with Genesis's blast processing that they
Was it
brought
all
out for
I just
Sonic.
love how they just made up shit. We were just like, yeah, that sounds beyond our minds.
As it actually
Yeah.
happened, blast processing was a real thing.
No, I'm just saying, like,
It was a
just
new
like,
programming
that's
technique,
beyond
as I
our
remember. But
So this
But
is
no,
a-
this is a really sharp little game, really close into the metal, very simple, very elegant, super satisfying, very fast playing little worker placement game, building up really super satisfying combo strings. Yeah, Jen and I, we sat down and played it the other day and weren't expecting much other than, oh, that looks pretty. And we were just really surprised by it.
Hey, Richard, how did you like their previous game for, let's say, a year ago? Fertility, which is the worst name for a game ever.
Oh, that was a good game.
It was a good game, but it was
Yeah.
terrible.
Yes, I agree. I kept it. It's on my shelf somewhere.
So
thought
I
it was
like a
good.
lot of the catch-up games. That you seriously, Scott, you like that game. They have a couple really good games though. They have. Can you go back one? The Fertility's good.
I like Theron quite a bit.
Far Out was pretty good.
Yeah, I like
Paper
it.
Tales is one of my favorites.
Oh, Paper Tales is fantastic. Although that's not, is it? No, that's. I don't think. I think they published that. I
Yeah,
think,
it
that
a
was
side-
a little
Stronghold
independent.
brought
And
it
they picked
over
it
here.
up.
They're a side publisher.
Okay, side publisher. Yeah.
Is that
But
them?
no, Pharaon is great. Fertility. Here's what I'll say about Fertility. It's a shared space building game that we actually kept, and we almost never keep those
Oh,
because
wow.
they tend to be pretty much about
Ooh, hey,
screwing the
I-
other player, cutting them off, all that. But we enjoyed it so much.
Is the loop on here? Get the
And
loop
Pharaon
on.
is great. I have the loop.
Yeah.
I do not understand. I've tried to read the rule book for the loop,
Yeah.
a couple of times, and it's just so insanely psychedelic.
Yeah.
It's like I feel like I'm reading a foreign language, even though it's clearly
Yes.
English.
Yes.
So you have you seen this?
Yeah, I've been waiting for this game. That's why I was waiting for the toss, and I was like, I know this game. I want to see it. I wanted to find out if you knew about it. And I saw, I was like, oh my god, perfect. So you haven't played it, so
I have not. I'm sorry, I have not. I'm really. I want to get it this month.
I'm gonna try to try to steal it from Jeremy this weekend. Try to steal it from him. I want to play this game so bad.
It's just weird.
Yeah.
I mean, in a quirky, goofy, offbeat kind of way. Not in a, oh, well, that's strange. I don't know if I'd like it. I mean, it leans into its weirdness and its offbeat nature.
So I don't play a lot of these exit games and stuff. This Escape Tales is my kind of game. Super.
I think Rainer was telling me that has like so many different endings. Like,
yes, it does. It has multiple endings. Like like there's certain PlayStation games I'm trying to think of like right now, but like they have these multiple endings. You're definitely going to want to try to do them. The difference with this game is that it's going to be a long experience. So we're talking like 2 to 3 hours, sometimes 3 or 4 hours. It might be a 2-game night situation. And it's going to be a super darker theme. You're going to use an app to find out the kind of like the answers and stuff, and you can go get clues from it. But there's definitely like identifying small hidden numbers on cards, sort of like Seven Continents. There's there's all kinds of stuff, and the riddles in these games are hard, and they do require some mathy kind of stuff in there. They kind of sneak it in there, so you kind of don't expect that. But I'm glad they keep making these games because they're always really good. They're always very, very good.
Let's see, Indus 2500.
Hell is this?
Flipping right.
Hell is this?
Flipping right. You played it?
Nope. But I just saw Flipping Right and like, okay, I'll play it.
You got all that.
Oh, it looks like you're making a map too, which is.
Ooh, you make a map.
Yay, cartographers without the meanness.
I was gonna say, hey, you know what you do? You just go ahead and back this one right here on Kickstarter and have a damn good time. That's what you do.
Nope.
Matter of fact, I don't know if I need to back like this prototype they sent you is like it has 250 sheets in it. Jesus Christ! Like I got like literally got like a full pad of everything.
I think the publisher Dice Toy Labs.
Indus 2500 BCE looks like a wiener.
It's like a wiener. July 1st.
Huh. It may be wider distribution. I don't know.
DLP is redoing.
Yeah. Always Sashi. I'm looking for Sashis. Let's do it. Let's do it.
I have this sitting on my table over here. I'm not playing.
Yeah.
It.
Yeah.
Although you can't play. It's 2 to 4. I thought it was a solo mode on here.
Yeah.
Maybe not.
Yeah, let me know how it is. I'm gonna buy it anyway, but
I'll play with Michelle.
I play Gods Love Dinosaurs.
Yeah, that one looked interesting.
I can talk to you about it.
Exit.
Ooh, look at that.
Yeah, you're
oh my god, look at that.
The designer of Magic Maze.
Yeah, so this game has it's interesting. So you have these tiles that you're going to be taking from a board, and you're kind of building a little ecosystem. And when you put the little tiles to your area, you put the prey that matches that, or the predators that match that. And what you do is when the entire column goes away, you start activating your little prey or predators and moving them around to different tiles that match their colors. The trick here is that the predators must eat prey, and then when they do, they kind of multiply. And what happens is when the dinosaur at the bottom, that little black dinosaur right there, is in the same column, it has to go around and eat predators. And when it eats the predators, it scores points by laying eggs. So it's got this weird thing where you start to spread your colony out your ecosystem as you go further and further into the game. And all of a sudden, the dinosaurs, which have to eat something, they end up having some scarcity because they end up eating more of your dinosaurs and prey and all these guys. So they may eat that rabbit and that that tiger thing right there, and then they may eat this bird right here and then run back to the mountain because they have to run back to the mountain. Well, they'll lay 2 eggs, but then all of a sudden you may have a huge gap so that the tigers can't find anything to eat anymore. and you have this kind of weird scarcity thing going on. So, and if they can't eat, they die. So you may get to the middle of the game and be like, where the hell am I going to, get things to eat? So it's got, some interesting decisions in there. It's a lighter game, but yeah, definitely fun.
Okay.
Definitely fun.
Kyoto.
I was interested in this one here. I was interested in this. Stepping out of my range a little bit here with this
3-player minimum. Pass.
Pass.
Yeah.
But there's fun to be had, Richard.
Life is so much easier if games give me a reason to pass.
I like bribery. I like negotiation. I like the theme. This looks cool.
That's what exactly.
That would never work with 2 players.
Kind of a boring picture, but
We
yeah.
could play a game together. Yep.
Cool.
As soon as I see Benny negotiate, I'm like negotiating. I'm in. Let's do it.
Exciting, unusual, and revealing. That's an interesting tagline.
Yeah.
Vampire.
Anybody know anything about this Vampire Masquerade?
I don't know if that's the one I played.
110 euros.
I'd have to look.
What's a couple with this Vampire Masquerade going on right now?
Yeah. Yes, no, I did play this one. This is pretty good. It's I don't remember if it's a legacy game.
Yes.
And one of the coolest things about it is you play through the campaign. I mean, it literally takes place over 600 years. And because you're vampires, I mean, you stay the same vampire starting out in the 1800s and, going to, I think the 1980s is when it ends. So I guess that's more like 300 years, not 600 years.
1306 to 1997.
Yeah. Yeah. Or 1306 to 1997. And so you will see the characters change in different clothes and it had some very cool ideas. It was kind of all over the place when I played it. There's my video. Yeah. But it had some really neat ideas and great presentation.
Oh, I think I did watch this video.
Yeah.
I think I did watch this. Yeah.
Soloable or is it a multiplayer?
I don't think it was soloable.
No,
maybe, I don't think so.
2 to 4.
Yeah. I mean,
is it like a tableau builder?
Yeah, it's a magic-y dueling game.
Oh,
but it's the heir apparent to the old CCG Vampire the Masquerade.
Right.
But it's the old Vampire Masquerade turned into a modern game, basically.
Okay.
And not old-fashioned anymore. But it had some really clever stuff, and it was obviously dripping with mood and atmosphere and all that, as you would expect. And it was a clever little game.
Yeah, it looks interesting.
Yeah. They say
that's what I remember. That's what I remember coming away with. I have for Velocity. I've had it for a year now. I gotta play that game.
Really?
I had that game early. I still haven't played it. Oh my god, I feel so bad. I played so many games from Taiwan.
You're a bad man.
That was one of the last ones I did not get to, and I think I got
that adorable little. Look at those little people.
Yeah,
I did not play them,
and I know it's good.
I would play it.
I know it's good. I watched half of Edward's playthrough of it, and I was just like, I'm gonna love this game, and I didn't get a chance to play it.
Who, Edward on Heavy Cardboard?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I watched half his playthrough. I was like, yes, I'm so ready to play this game. Didn't get a chance to play it. Yeah. Yeah, this is like better than Ceylon type stuff, and not that it's compared to Ceylon. I'm just saying.
There's a lot going on.
There's a lot. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. It looks nice.
More than what it looked like in the pictures.
But it has like it has not only like workplace stuff, but it's got like a tea drying process kind of going to it. So I'm all in on that. I know it's a good game.
Splendor Marvel.
TMG is bringing it, I believe. TMG, if they survive.
Anybody played this one yet?
I have not.
I ordered it because I like Splendor and I love.
I know it's not just like us.
I mean, the only reason I ordered it is because it's got Infinity Gauntlet in it. I was wondering if anybody knew what the rules were for the Infinity Gauntlet.
As I understand it, it's 95% the same as regular Splendor, but the only restriction is you can't win only by hitting the point threshold. You also have to have at least one of each color card.
Oh, okay.
And apparently that kind of hurts the game because one of the strengths of the original was you could go broad and or you could just focus on one or two colors. Now you can't.
Yeah, I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
That strips away one of the biggest elements of like having to pivot and being like, okay, they're diversifying. I just have to go hard black or hard blue and
Yeah, and apparently that'll get you so far, but then you will lose because you won't have gotten a sample of every single color.
Right.
And therefore you can't win. And I can only imagine maybe they did that because they are trying to make it more broadly accessible because it has a potentially wider audience.
Yeah.
I don't like that rule.
I mean, in theory, you could just ignore that rule, but that is the rule as I understand it.
Well,
and
that's
otherwise
cheating,
it's the
Richard.
same,
I don't cheat.
the same percentage of cards and gems and all the rest of it.
I didn't know there was a Capital Lux one.
Hey, can you tell me what Captain Lux is? Like, can you just tell me what it is? It looks.
Oh my god, I could 3 years ago when I played it
I
originally.
remember it's a math game at its core. You're like playing. I can't remember if it's trick taking or if I think it was trick taking.
Yes, it was. There was a trick taking element to it.
You had to hit a certain number or not go over the number.
Okay.
But there was
I mean, there's a trick taking element, but then when you get them, the cards you actually win or fail to win, they have to go into different groupings, and you're trying to make sure the groupings hit certain point targets. Because if they go over, then they're not going to be able to score properly. So it was really clever. I think you're right. I think it's like for hardcore trick takers who want like a whole extra level of stuff on top of the trick taking.
It was drafting. It was drafting.
Anything.
What was it drafting? I could have
it was
sworn it was
drafting.
trick taking.
Yeah, it wasn't
I'm just
trick.
remembering that because that's what you just said.
But we were constantly doing math. That's what frustrated me. I was like, I can't remember what my total was. I have to re-add it up again. Plus all the little pluses and minuses all over the place.
I'm off.
As Alan Brown says, it's a play numbers in a stack game.
Oh.
Yeah. Except the powers were cool. Now this one has 256 powers.
256. What it says? Explore all. What? Explore. All.
Oh, you can mix them, so you can get 256 unique combinations.
Okay.
People really did like it. I mean, it was. I mean, it didn't hit big, okay. But everybody but it had an ardent following.
Okay.
And you needed to have a sense of the math, right? Like,
oh, you know what, Richard? I know you like my city. Come on.
I love my city.
I know you love my city.
My city is fantastic, except they throw all the goodwill they build at the end.
Oh, did they? We're at 8.
Here's the deal. Everything you've been enjoying so far, new stuff coming in, old stuff going out and all of that. Once you're finished and you can play the eternal game where it keeps being playable, it's like it goes back to the setup you had in Mission 3 and it never changes.
You know what?
And almost everything you've experienced is ignored and thrown away.
So
this little guy, you'll never get to use him again.
That's exactly
what I told you. Why do you throw all that away?
Said, why don't we read the rules for the forever game? I said, don't ruin it. Just don't ruin it.
Oh, geez, I'm sorry.
I knew that was going to happen. I'm so glad you said it because I said, don't ruin it. I said, we're going to play this together, me and you. Whenever we have our game night together where it's just me and you, we're going to play the hell out of it and finish it. He's like, all right, let's
relish it. Enjoy it while it lasts.
I'm not doing that. It's not going to be
after the campaign is over, it goes from a 9 down to a 7.
Yeah, and that's
it goes from a 4 out of 5 game to a 3 out of 5 game, and there's no reason for it other than Cosmos didn't go back to Kenichi and say, no, you need to come up with rules that you can continue using all this really cool stuff that you're making us throw away.
Yeah, you
can't turn it back into fits. Or is that the Reiner Knizia Tetris game?
Yeah.
Effectively. And it's like, why did you do this? Snatch defeat from the jaws of victory.
Oh, man.
This is an interesting description. High difficulty worker placement game in which you can hire real Renaissance artists.
It was a high difficulty worker placement game. I would agree.
It is a super heavy game.
Yeah,
this
really
game runs circles around Trickerion.
It says 500 game elements.
Yeah.
You guys have played this?
I played the original. It's super crunchy, super heavy. And a lot of that weight comes from a slavish attention to historical detail.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why they put it in the title. They so care about the history of all of this stuff. And, it's typical Euro-y. Oh, I'm a rich patrician patron, sponsoring the artists, getting them the stuff they need so they can make the great works. And I score lots of prestige points. But it's one of the, it's probably one of the heavy.
Burner. Yeah.
That's the thing. Like when I see this game, I think like, oh, I'm a Euro. Buy me
Richard.
Euros. Like it doesn't seem like it's exciting. Like what's exciting going on here? Like
I played the original ones too, but do you remember that having a solo variant?
No, as I understand with this
6 or
new
something.
one, they supposedly they have sent me a copy because they really want me to cover it because I've covered every other Florenza game and spinoff, and I was curious to see what they changed. I don't know what they changed, but supposedly they changed a lot,
But
and they
did
did
you
streamline
like
it quite
did
a
you
bit,
like the game,
and
Richard?
apparently added a solo mode.
Did you like the game though, Richard?
I liked it a lot, but it had a Kalis style total dick mechanism.
Okay.
At the beginning of every round, I forget what the rules were, but one player can become the sheriff and one player can become the bishop. And whoever has the sheriff can say, oh, you know that worker placement spot? Nobody gets to go there except for me. For the whole round, you're all fucked. Fuck you. Nobody gets it except for me, kind of thing. And it's like, what the fuck is this here for? This does nothing other than just interject this agima for no reason.
Speaking of awesome games, that slick little card game right there, Silver Dagger. Man, I love me some Silver, man.
I played the original.
I can't explain enough how fun this game is for families who like to sit down and just play a nice little fun card game. Because it's got, okay, so you have Golf, you have Cabo, and now you have Silver. And what they did with this series is they made every card have a power, an ability, instead of like one card or 3 cards. Now every card has an ability. So you got enough for your parents, people like us to pay attention, but you have enough where it's easy for kids to understand what they're doing. And it's really just a memory game. But now it's like a memory game with some strategy in there. And I don't know how they did it, but they kept coming up with games and powers, cards and powers. And it's just really easy. I can't explain it enough. Like it's a game you can mix some of this stuff together. They're up to like three names,
sets.
3 sets.
Yeah.
And I mean, I just own them. Like I like card games, so I'm a little weak for
I wonder
card
why
games.
the other Silver Dagger and Cabo are not linked here.
I don't.
Uh-oh.
It's a database thing.
Some people.
Oh, it integrates with Silver, Silver Bullet, Silver Coin.
Right. They didn't
But
integrate.
like,
When you get one box, it has spots for the other stuff, so you can.
Okay.
Yeah, it does a really good job, and it's got spots for sleeves. By the way, look at that baby.
Yep.
Look at that organizer.
Yeah, I had fun with it.
Yeah.
Jeremy,
played
you're
Cabo.
getting so excited about a memory game. I don't think I ever heard. What were your thoughts about Tellstones?
I'm gonna take 5 while you talk about Tellstones.
Hey, by the way, I'm gonna try to take that this weekend too.
Are you gonna throw that on?
Because I know Jeremy doesn't like those games, and I'm sure he has it sitting there, and I know he doesn't like memory games. I love them, especially if I could just talk. We could just talk the whole time, and
that's the whole point.
That's the part of the game. Like we're just talking. We're not.
That is the entire game. It's a simple memory puzzle where you're just trying to fuck with each other's memory by distracting them.
Because I can talk the whole time, and my memory's good. So yeah.
Then you will win, and no one else will enjoy it.
Yes.
I just love those types of games, man. What happened to Aldi?
Well, he had to go
take a break
to
for
the
a
little
second.
Aldi room. I
Yes.
assume.
Look at your Christmas sweater there, Forrest. Look at that. Get it out earlier.
I'm always in the season.
There you go.
Always.
You don't want to show those nipples too early, huh?
You guys must be flagging on the East Coast, right?
Yeah, I'm tired as hell.
I mean, we've gotten through all the top drawer stuff.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's our hint that maybe, just maybe.
They should ditch this.
Is that the elf sweater, Forrest?
What?
Is that
We could all just log out now
Tipsy
and
elves?
just everybody leave their cameras running, but just leave the room. And when Scott comes back, see how long he waits, I suppose.
Just leave it. Everybody just gets up and leaves. I can't do that, Scott.
Yeah.
I can't do that, Scott. I would do that to some other people, but I won't.
Oh, not the Scott.
Not the Scott.
I won't do it.
Okay, while we're waiting for Scott, if we are going to continue, I tried to broach the subject. Jeremy.
Sir.
I don't think I've heard the story. How did you end up at MVM? I feel like I just recently saw you do an interview with somebody talking about it.
I was with Edo, maybe. I don't know.
Yes, that's what it was. Yeah, you're sit down.
Yeah, it's funny. I met them. Interesting. This is interesting. I actually met him the same day I saw you for the first time in person. You guys were playing over on the Renegade booth. I think you were playing some shitty game like Junk Orbit or something like that.
Oh.
And I walked up, said hi, and I talked to him right before I talked to Zev, and he was just asking me questions, and we were just talking. I think I had an interview with Zev or something like that. And come to find out, I was leaving a year later. I was leaving Board Game Revolution because I used to be a promotional person for Board Game Revolution.
Right.
A Facebook group, and I did like promotions for publishers and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I was leaving, and what's happening is there was like kind of there was different entities asking me to be part of their team and stuff like that.
Well, actually, I'm curious. What do you mean? I mean, so the Board Game Revolution is basically just a big chat group on Facebook about board games.
Uh-huh.
And you were basically working part-time as publishers, like promoting their games within.
So I was doing, so every Friday I had this Friday live show where I did like promotions of different titles. So like,
and that only aired on this Facebook group.
Yes, weekly or bi-weekly on Fridays.
The Facebook group is big enough to warrant that.
36,000 people. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So yeah, I did that for a while. Did it for like a year and a half, 2 years. And then, and then I was like on the fringe of leaving. There were some things going on with admins and stuff like that.
Okay.
And I just was like, all right, I need to figure out what I want to do. I have a shitty blog. I don't want to do that. I was like, I just want to do.
Well, that's what I was going to, so you abandoned Jambalaya.
Yeah. So I was like, what the fuck am I going to do? And I was already behind the camera for a lot of con coverage. So that was another thing that people were like, hey, dude, are you still doing this? What are you going to do? And I'm like, I was going to work with the Dice Tower for a while. I didn't want to relocate to Florida. Then I had some other small networks that were like, why don't you do this and that? I'm like, I'm not relocating, guys. So I, after the second time, I decided I wasn't going to go to Dice Tower. I was talking with Kira, who is a kind of a hub for different promotions. So I work with her.
Ninja lady.
Yeah, it's a very good friend of mine, very close friend of mine. And she's been with me since the beginning. And she said, are you a free agent right now? And I'm like, yeah. She's like, well, you're coming with me. I said, I'm going to go with you wherever you want me to go. And she's like, let me talk to Jeremy. And since we had previously.
Was she still with Travis at this point, or had she already broken off?
No. And that was the thing. We met that same weekend too.
Oh, wow. Very busy weekend.
Yeah, it was a busy.
Everyone was in flux.
It was yeah, everybody was in play. I was kind of making myself available at that time. I met her. We talked to Travis, and Travis is a good friend of mine too, Travis Chance, and we just really hit it off. And she had became my promoter in a sense for me, like to help me do things and stuff in the industry. And I'm forever loyal to her because of that. And she hooked me up with Jeremy, and we just hit it off, and he just allowed me to be me. And I told him, he's like, this is the type of stuff you do, because I was doing like hand cams and shit like that back then. And I said, well, I'll always be a shitty Rado. You can ask him, and I said that. I said I'll always be a shitty version of Rado. And he's. I just thought about when I told him that line. I was like, I'll always be a shitty version of Rado. I said, it's just me, man. I'm kind of raw, and I like to just kind of say how I feel. And he's like, well, we need that. So,
Yeah, I mean, you really stand out. I mean, everybody else, like with the exception of Kira, I would say, even though I know they're speaking, off the cuff, they feel very scripted, even when they're not.
They are. They just are. They just are. And like, it's just who they are. They're still,
I know,
and they're dry. And that was the thing. Akira was just like, Jeremy, the only thing I'm going to ask you to do is not tighten up. Just be who the fuck you are. And I remember saying it. She was like, and Jeremy even said, he was like, Jeremy, he's like, dude, I'm learning now to open up more. And he's like, but I have my way of doing things, and I have to
his Drakenstrike way.
Right. And he just said, like, even now when they do like the newer reviews that they have, like he's still got to be himself, but he scripted it so that he can actually like, this is what I feel like I need to say. And then it gives me a guidance to kind of deliver it. And he's still, like I said, even when he's shooting from the cuff, it's still got to be, whereas for me, if you gave me a script, I'd be like, All right. No. Like, I just can't do that, man. I shoot from the hip. I shoot from the heart. And I love what the fuck I'm doing. If I don't like it, I won't touch it. Like, so, like, that's the thing. I just, if these games that they ask me to do previews for, if I don't like it, I'm not promoting that shit. Like,
Yeah.
sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not going to I don't need the money that bad, bro. Like, I don't. No, I'm not. No.
Well, I have many questions, but Scott is back now.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
everybody's tired.
Yeah. Let's. Well, how far do we want to go? Like,
I think we're done.
Let's go. Let's go and see.
Did I
Let's go and
bust it up?
see what is worth looking at.
let me go fast. I'll pick some stuff out. I'll
Yeah, put on your Keith Collins hat.
I got a
Okay,
video
hold on,
buffering.
Billy,
I'm
you
good.
can't-
I'll keep going.
Keep going.
All right, let's go.
All right, you can see it. All right, Campaign Top just is not a new release, so
Yeah, I have it in my.
it
box
looks
somewhere.
great though, isn't?
Yeah.
I'm interested in it.
Oh my god,
Horror-scape stuff.
Richard, this is it. CSAT, what's up?
I
Like
need
that
to
you
play it a bit
choose.
more. It's
Talk to me.
it's really clever.
To the world.
There's one particular strategy you can do that I know every time if we played this 100 times, Jim would do the exact same thing every time.
Yeah.
And it feels like it's overpowered. I'm pretty
Yeah.
confident it's not. And I'm just worried that it has that kind of perception because there's
Yeah,
just one thing you can
perception
do
first.
that it's just like, well, why wouldn't you ever do that every single time?
Right.
So I'm not sure.
Help strategy, dual strategy. We know these
Yeah.
games. Yeah,
Is that a typo? It says 2 to 2 players.
that's amazing.
It should be 2-player. It should say just 2. I mean, it's
Okay.
two minimum. It's a 2-player game.
I cut, you choose.
Yeah.
No, but the I cut you choose stuff, it's maybe the best I cut you choose I've ever seen.
Shit.
And I absolutely love that part of
There
it.
you go.
Oh, dude, that's going to be there this weekend too.
Sidereal Confluence of German.
Yes, it is.
Katara. That's new, right?
Yeah, yellow is kind of all.
Never heard of it.
What is it?
Yeah, nobody knows this one. I guess
No.
we did a demo in.
No, they came out with a
Germany
game last year
this
that
morning,
I thought
this
was really
year.
interesting. It's called Kyron or whatever. Did you play that one, Richard?
No.
Maybe it wasn't them. Karen. It was a 2-player area control game. This looks
I don't know. But I do know Lance is wondering, so this is you going really fast?
Yeah, I was.
I was gonna pick ones that seemed interesting.
You're really.
Shifting Stones is a 9-tile placement game. Looks pretty cool to me. Time Stories Revolution. Anybody going back to Time Stories?
I'm still with it. This one just showed up in the mail today, so I'm looking forward to trying.
This one right here, baby. Pacific
Has the game
Rim
changed over the years, Richard?
It's new. It's in season 2, and it has changed radically.
Okay.
In a good way.
Serious media.
I think so overall, yes. But the jury is out. The first episode promised stuff, doesn't quite live up because it was originally designed to be part of the first season, and you can see where they made a lot of changes to make it work with this new system, and it clearly wasn't designed with this new system in mind, so the story didn't quite fit. So it's going to be this one, that's the second one, that'll prove whether their changes really fix the core issues of Time Stories.
Okay. This is a company that makes a lot heavy games that no one ever really seems to talk about.
Yeah.
No, Ostia Spiele.
Huh.
Yeah, Stefan
Stefan Risthaus. I love him, Lance, because he isn't that Arkwright? Is that Stefan Risthaus?
That's what Gentis.
Yeah, that's Arkwright. Yeah.
Yes, and yes.
And Gentis too, or Gentis, your choice, dealer's
Whatever
choice.
you want. Well, there you go. Novgorod. It might not be in English. Pacific Rails Inc.
Yeah, this is my game. This is another one of my games right here.
Worker placement network game.
Yes.
Okay. You like your trains.
You know what?
Why do you like the train so much?
You know what? You know what it is? I didn't know that I like trains so much, which is really surprising. I mean, like,
sneaks up on you.
I'm doing that too. Choo choo. Maybe I'm choo chooing. Look at this. The facility.
Lance is ready for the next one.
All right.
I'm liking. I don't care
Strike in
about
English re-released.
You know, people really love components so damn much, and it's like, God, man, just give me.
Did anybody play Boomerang?
The first Boomerang is fantastic.
Okay. Well, there's a Boomerang Europe now.
Yes.
I love that art.
Yeah. Then the original Boomerang was ugly as hell.
Hey, aren't there several of these?
Yes, there are now several. It's the same system in just different areas. It's it's not a roll and write. It's not a flip and write. It's a card drafting and write.
Oh,
Interesting.
and it's so good, so good.
All right, that's gonna get marked.
Obsthane.
Okay, so this game is
Solo
called
Spiele.
Orchard. This is another one you need to own, Aldi. Like
This one?
this is definitely one that you want to own. Like
What?
you want to take it with you, like
Okay.
wherever you go. Definitely want to
cool.
find this game. It's like 15, 20.
Oh, it's a redo of Orchard.
Yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
definitely.
I don't know Orchard, but
this
yeah,
game.
okay. I've heard of it.
I keep it in my backpack with me all the
Oh,
time.
cool. Smash Up Marvel. That's exciting. If you like Smash Up. Yido Deluxe. This, by the way, I talked to David Turchi, and he said he did a solo variant for this.
Yes, he did.
That's nice, but
and a co-op version.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Explain this to me. Yeah.
Oh,
You know,
really?
I
just
shocked
hope.
to hear it.
Thomas and Wolf have had the toughest journey in all of modern board gamedom.
Have they?
Every one of their games for the last decade has been fraught with bad timing and screwing up publishers, and they keep on plugging away, and they're really good, and they should have blown up a long time ago, and I hope this finally puts them on the map.
Okay. Yeah, I've never played this game. I want to know about it.
I think the game is fantastic. But it's got a real mean streak.
Yeah,
it does, which is why I'm interested if it's co-op. But well, no, I mean it wasn't players being mean to each other. It was the game is incredibly brutal and punishing to players.
Like Crisis, where you're just like you're under a ton of pressure in the beginning of the game to like.
This game comes with event cards that are so damaging and destructive. It warns you, do not play with these cards.
Yeah.
No.
But it's a really cool contract fulfilling game.
Yeah. It had the huge misfortune of coming out like 2 months after Lords of Waterdeep and looking on the surface to be kind of Lords of Waterdeep-ish. So everybody ignored it as a Lords of Waterdeep clone. Like that could possibly happen.
Raiders of the North Sea, like that kind of thing.
Yeah.
All right.
So I don't see the
fingers
co-op
crossed.
here. I may have misspoken about the co-op, but I'll double check it. But I thought that's what he told me.
That would be cool. Well, I mean, maybe it hasn't been announced yet. Maybe you broke the news. That would be amazing.
Broke the news.
I was going to tell you that after this podcast, you leaked it.
Meebleland is a build a amusement park.
Blue Orange
here, man.
Blue Orange, I'm in.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. The
wait,
Shining.
you're saying? Wait, oh, no, I'm sorry. What do you mean? Are you saying it's a Blue Orange game that's not for kids and families?
I wouldn't call this a kids game at all.
Really?
45 minutes.
Well, maybe like 8. Yeah, maybe 8. I mean,
I'm really surprised by that. I mean, I pretty much come to the point where I ignore all Blue Orange games, but you're saying
more or less complex than say New York 1901.
Yeah.
Never played it.
That's currently their heaviest game.
Yeah. So basically, what happens is
to this day, you are correct. It is still there.
You're managing money and you're buying attractions. You have to make the paths all connect, and then here's the people that want to come to the it's not like the heaviest game in the world, but it's definitely not.
Wait, hold on. Can you go back real quick? Isn't that just Yukon Airway-ish over there?
Yukon Airway.
You know Yukon Airways?
Oh yeah, but I.
Why? Because it's got a lot of colorful meeples.
No. I'm looking at this the little kind of board that's created over there with the meeple lands up there and the lanes that are created.
Yeah, so you're creating an amusement park where your people have to be able to walk a path from the entrance to the ride, and there's a certain meeple requirement that needs it to. I don't know if you can see the green and the pink.
Yeah.
And then you get bonuses, and you also have to have requirements like maybe this ride needs a bathroom next to it, and the bathroom has to be right next to it. So it's a tile placement amusement park builder. This is the order of the meeples that are coming in. When you drop out, you take the bus of what you want, of what's coming to your park. I wouldn't call it a kids game, but it's definitely like it's a family game.
Okay.
Don't call it a kids game.
Okay. The Shining.
Don't call it.
I think this is the same system as the Scooby-Doo game, which I quite enjoyed.
Okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Which basically had different characters to be able to do different things.
So wait, who do you play as in this game?
I assume you would play as like I don't know who you play because
is
Wendy and Danny.
Yeah, I know.
And he plays the two creepy girls.
Well, the kid and the
naked
mother,
lady and the.
Oh, I have no idea. Oh yeah, see, thanks to Wendy and Danny's heightened abilities, which allow their characters to investigate, with double the intuition as characters from the previous Coded Chronicles game. Scooby-Doo.
So is it a 2-player only game?
So they've doubled up. So looking and using surrounding objects, or Danny's supernatural shining. So there's like maybe three
That's a
books.
1 to 99 player.
Hey, don't
Yeah.
say the shining. It's the shitting.
You never play the shitting.
wanna get-
Are you looking to get
You want to
sued?
get sued?
You don't want to get
It's the
sued.
shitting.
Hey, I'm
Dis-
actually
Disney
really
Haunted
excited
Mansion.
to know more about this game. This Disney Haunted Mansion.
I talked
find out
about it
how about
earlier. Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty cool, but it does have a really mean mechanism that someone
Okay,
could
yes.
lose a lot of their score.
Ooh,
Yeah.
Those kids got to learn.
When you get haunted,
like
when
the
you get
threat.
haunted, you draw a card. It has 1 to 3 points on the card. Whoever has the most haunting at the end of the game loses whatever they've collected the most of.
I don't know what's going on. I
Which
keep
can be a
scrolling down, but it doesn't go down.
Every dice, it's a redo.
I just decided to look closely, and I saw where the scroll bar is.
Yeah, we haven't even made it
Not
halfway.
even a third of the way.
Oh no.
we're
Well,
not
let's just see. Let's go through. Some.
Enigma, break the Enigma code. Is that a code breaking game?
Moving on.
The game
Quick and Easy came out.
What is that about?
It goes from one pile goes up from 1 to 10, and the other one goes down from 10 to 1. And there's
Yeah, but-
there's color coded rules in the game where you
That's
can make it go
Quick and
up or
Easy?
back.
Already released.
Can we talk about the multilingual version of Meeple Land and see if maybe there's a difference?
I might murder you.
No.
We already covered.
I'm excited about this
Renature.
bees game.
Bees is their next attempt to do another Azul, but
Okay.
there are too many bee games in the world.
We're apparently going to have that one on Sunday, so I'll see what it's up on.
Palomori.
Palomori is worth paying attention to because he's a great
Rolling
and
right through
rolling right
first
from
season.
Palomori.
Oh,
Must have. Moving on.
Whoa.
Dwergar.
That is on my table right in front of me. I'm filming it tomorrow
Dwarves
morning.
bind points. This is Dwergar. Action points.
This is an excellent worker placement game.
Economic fantasy.
That's good stuff right there. That's a great.
Exits. Honey Scouts. Is this another bees game?
Yes.
Wow.
A little late to the
So many
party.
bees games now.
Like, can we have more games about wasps?
King of 12.
Yes.
Card play, conflict resolution, score and reset game, bluffing, and card game by
You know, I'm surprised they haven't done like a redo of that. What's that game called? Waggle Dance. I like that game.
That's a nice little game.
Yeah, it was nice.
All right, well, it's nice to have you all on.
Patios.
You got to end on Waggle Dance.
On
You know what?
nostalgia for Waggle Dance.
We're going to talk about Waggle Dance. Fuck this. We're going
Hey, there's a Boomerang USA. There's another big box
Train game.
Cosmos.
An interesting thing, it's a co-op game, so that's interesting.
Somebody said,
very many co-op train games.
why are bees so popular? You know why bees are such a popular thing? Because bees have a complex lifestyle and they have different, like, kind of different things that you can make a game around, like the fact that how bees live through a summer, through an entire season. You can talk about colonizing. You can talk about going and gather stuff and bring it back.
Alaboom.
You have so many different ways you can make a game.
Another Bonanza variant. Deep State.
game
What
looks
is Deep
interesting.
State? New World Order.
Yeah, this one looked pretty interesting.
Huh.
Yeah.
Rule the world.
Wow.
Ooh.
Yeah, buddy. Don't be fooled by this artwork. You got to be kidding me,
Yeah,
guys.
yeah.
Come on.
I know. Don't be fooled.
Look at this.
I like it.
I know I like the jackets and shit, but there we go. What's going on in the car?
What rule the world through connections, military might, or revolution?
Nothing. Ain't got nothing.
Harry Potter Strike.
Nope.
Rapa Nui from Matago.
So that is a completely different game than the original Rapa
original
Nui
Rapa Nui.
Yeah.
from Cosmos.
But is it different
Oh,
than
is it?
Papa Rapper the Rapper or Papa Rapper or whatever that game was? Remember that?
Rapa Nui. Wild
You
card.
gotta believe.
Oh, wait, hold on. You got to believe. Kick, punch.
It's all in the mind.
What
If
a
you're gonna
fuck
test me, you'll soon find.
So I like the art on this one. It's got the 3D rendered eminals.
That's nice.
punch. Gonna hop us some frickin'. All right, you guys are going to make me go back to when I really played.
Celtic, Pegasus Spila, Dirk
Yeah.
Hillebrecht.
Richard, you played that yet?
What?
Celtic?
Nope.
No.
Okay.
Ooh. I know.
I believe it's pronounced Seal Tyke.
Pick up and deliver point-to-point movement, economic, and prehistoric.
Are you going to call it when we get to 20 thumbs, Lance? Is that where we stop?
Quarter Miracles is pretty fun, man. That was a really fun game. Yeah. That's a sweet game.
And there we are. Here we are. 20 thumbs. We're done.
All right.
Yep.
Yeah, this stuff.
Sorry, folks, if you couldn't make it to 21, you ain't worth much.
Let's just slide. Keep sliding until I see anything.
Although I will mention, Ugly Christmas Sweaters is surprisingly good.
It looked good from the demo. It looked
so is Anahami. Yeah, that one's good too.
Oh, thanks, Lance.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Watch it, he'll cut your mic.
I know.
I
gotta find something that is surprisingly wasn't on the list.
Oh, Lance is done. His hair's out.
My hair's been on all the whole time, man. You just
are you just continuing to go on all these?
I just want to see if there's anything that was like
because
that
there
should
was
have been.
amazing stuff's yet to come.
Yeah.
There's an expansion to Pandoria. Did anybody play the Pandoria game?
Is that
Pandoria is a good little game. I just got the Roll and Write the other day.
The Merchants game, yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say that's a different game, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a different game.
Yeah.
I thought it was an expansion.
And Lance says, "Why are we still talking?"
So it was 971. Please go back campaign trail if you already backed it. Back it again.
Fucking solid.
You know what? I'm gonna shoot a video on campaign trail tomorrow. I'm gonna do my my
You
Kickstarter.
do your thing. You're gonna do your what is the name of that
Kickstarter critique. Took a lot of the advice you guys gave me too, and
start with a K, like a double K.
I'm watching. I'm watching tomorrow. You doing it live or you doing it? You record it?
Oh, I record it and then I edit it so it'll go a little bit faster.
Okay.
All right.
Forrest, be kind. I said be kind.
I'm much kinder now.
Okay.
Well, now that I've switched to like bigger games, it's not just a shit show where there's three $45 pledge levels.
It's not just a shit show.
You're probably having to work a little bit harder at it to rip them a new one.
No.
By the way, that Meeple Land is from the designer of It's a Wonderful World, which was one of the best games last year.
Yes,
they have the expansions coming out too.
They're coming out soon, baby. They're shipping soon.
So that puts Meeple Land in like a whole nother category.
It definitely makes me think about what's going on there. Now that
Well, we did a playthrough. I mean, I don't know if you watch any of that stuff, but we did one last week.
I honestly, if I see Blue Orange games at this point, I just pretty much tune it out. But
I'm gonna check that out.
That was the exact
you just bumped it up from not interested to thinking about.
Yeah.
Thank you all for coming.
Let's like get the fuck out.
Thank everybody for
You
watching.
don't have